disappointed. Nobody showed up. Everyone's flabby and out of shape. Who the hell are these guys? They missed the playoffs last year. What do you think they are? 72 Dolphins. But, yeah, he's excited. And I think it's a true excitement because it's also a new regime. New coaching staff, new assistant coaches. There's a lot of newness. There's a lot of the same, but there's a lot of newness with the 2026 Ravens. And he's as pumped as anybody, it sounds like.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Scott Elliott, Bob, he was the assistant when they fired, the guy who was running the program that got the F. Nobody liked him. None of the players liked that guy. So they got rid of him, and Scott Elliott seems like a guy that they respect and they like. And I kind of like the fact, that Eric and whoever brought in the rugby dude, who's
Nick Gill.
Nick. They brought in Nick Gill, who's a veteran, been around a long time, been, edge setter in his sport, rugby, which is football without pads. So the more that you can learn and just to throw ideas off of him and let him, throw ideas and how they do things, I think if you pick up one thing, Bob, it's great, or a couple. I would imagine that Scott Elliott is going to pick up a few things and Nick is going to have some recommendations on, hey, maybe we should try this and that. And I think the players will probably be up for it. So I think that is good, number one. And like you said, guys are excited. Guys are excited because new coaching staff, it's the same strength staff, but they're excited and they're here. They're here not because of the weightlifting. They're here because it's new systems, new coaches, and it's a new beginning. That's why they're here. So they're here to learn. You don't think that they're sitting in meetings during the day installing offense and defense? Absolutely. They're lifting and they're doing, like we saw the training out on the field. They're doing those things too. But the main reason they're here is for install. That's why the players showed up. If it was still Harbs, no. I wouldn't even expect the the veteran guys to be here. But because it's new, I think it's a respect to the new staff that, hey, you know what? We're all in. We're here to learn it, and we're here to try to get better. And I think that sends a hell of a message, and I think it, like we've talked about all week, the biggest message sent was by Lamar because everybody looks at Lamar. Lamar's here. Nobody else got an excuse not to be here, period.
Yeah, he's the leader of the team. Quarterbacks are the leaders of your team most of the time. And when you have a premier quarterback, which the Ravens do, and Lamar Jackson, he sets the tone. So, but for Scott Elliott, install and all of that's fine, but he could sense. He's like, oh, man, I've never had Lamar Jackson here.
Yeah, no doubt.
The first week of weight training and get him in here and get him in here and, accomplish some things. So it's a good first week for the Ravens. Now, they have the mandatory camp coming up in a couple of weeks. I believe
voluntary.
Voluntary.
21 to 23.
Right. So we'll see what happens on that one. OTAs will be the real teller. But OTAs, Lamar's always shown up first day of those.
Yeah.
But his appearances have been very cameo.
The voluntary one's going to be interesting, Bob. I would think that, just because you're not going to have any rookies because they hadn't had the draft yet. So it'll be everybody but those draft picks and undrafted free agents. I would think, if it was me, and I would tell, the offense, listen, if you're thinking about coming to OTA practice or the voluntary minicamp, we'd rather have you 3 straight days of voluntary minicamp, if you're deciding between which one you're coming to. Sure. I would rather have them bam, 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 3 days in a row, and we're just working on, all the stuff that we installed.
Now, if they show up for both, great.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's a bonus.
Keep in mind, all of it's voluntary. But to your point, if you're suggesting one way or another, come in May. In April 21st, I mean, because they'll be getting ready. What's 20th to the 22nd, because the draft is the 23rd. So they'll get things rolling there. But, yeah, OTAs is when, the media is going to be there. You get to watch things a little bit. That's always a fun, because that, to me, it's always the start of, here we go. And then you got OTAs, which kind of roll into, mandatory minicamp. And then you get your little break there, and then training camp starts, and then it's kind of off to the races. But overall, good first week for the Ravens here. Jesse Minter, his first go-around as head coach, replacing John Harbaugh, now in New York doing his thing with the Giants. That's his issues, and we'll obviously follow along what New York's doing throughout the course of the offseason into the regular season. But I would think if we're trying to judge the Ravens on week one, it's thumbs up. Hey, it's strong beginning.
Yes.
To the new season.
Yeah. And I yes, it is good for a number of reasons, Bob. And the biggest reasons why it's good is, because when Jesse and when Declan Doyle, when they first talked, and Declan Doyle, he kind of got criticized a little bit for, we expect everybody to be here. And, when he first said that, and it was like, whoa, and you know what? They did a hell of a job, the assistant coaches and Jesse or whoever, to talk to the players and tell them how important it was to be here. And they convinced Lamar to be here. However they got Lamar here, it's great. And you know what? Who cares? If it was the media driven, who cares? He's here.
Yeah. And they made an epic, Ben-Hur-like video of him, coming in slow motion and all of that. And then they showed him working out. Hey, he's there. He's working. It's not just a window dressing sort of montage to pacify the fan base and the media. He was actually there getting his work in.
Now, I'm guessing, Bob, because they were there Monday.
We think.
They were probably there, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then they probably, normally, you move the workouts up a little bit on Thursday, Bob, so they can. Nobody's here today, I promise you. They're all gone, and they'll be back Sunday.
As the weather's about to change, the hell, man, stick around. Baldwin's going to be beautiful here this week.
No, but I'm saying they'll be back next week. They go home for the weekend or whatever, back to their families.
Liars Luncheon is next Wednesday, the 15th of April, so we'll get some more intel from Jesse Minter and GM Eric DaCosta for sure. So that's your Ravens news. Start off this Friday because the Orioles were up yesterday, and the Orioles were up and gained a half game because the Yankees lost to the A's. The Yankees dropped 2 out of 3 to the A's, I guess still Sacramento, soon to be Las Vegas ball club, as a 33-year-old left-hander stymied that offense, throws a one-hitter as the A's handle their business against New York. And we look at the standings in the American League, and look, the Orioles have, for the most part, been disappointing in a lot of areas, and they're 6-6. The Twins, who were supposed to suck, they're exceeding expectations. The Yankees are the only team in the division with an above 500 record. You have Texas above 500 in the West. And other than that, the American League is a bunch of mediocrity, if not less than mediocre baseball here. So, point is, as bad as the Orioles have been, they're hanging around. Now you got your stretch at home against San Francisco, who, by the way, just took 2 out of 3 from Philly. Arizona, they just beat the Mets. So it's not like they're going to come in here and roll over for Baltimore. But we still want to see the Orioles get these bats alive. Someone other than Trevor Rogers will have a quality start. I'm going to predict it's going to happen this weekend. Shane Baz goes tonight. Bullpen unscathed last 2 games in Chicago, so we're happy with that. Still worried about the defense, both infield and outfield, but, we'll let that play out in due time. But I guess for the Orioles being crap, they're 6-6. And no one is running away with jack squat right now.
No. And Bob, you talk about 2 fan bases. I mean, we're kind of upset at 6-6. What do you think Detroit and Seattle fan bases are
Detroit
like?
just got worked by the Twins. Nolan, get in here real quick, because we were talking about it yesterday with Ryan Ripken, who'll be joining us again at noon for Ripping It with Ryan. Even though the Orioles are 6-6 and only 2 games out of first, still getting the vibe from a lot of the fan base. And, most of the people that I grew up with are Oriole fans, all of them actually. It's not like, hey, we're 6-6 looking at the positive, things are going to get better. It's more of a waiting for the other shoe to drop mentality. I think last year in the second half of 24 kind of shell-shocked a lot of people.
That's a big part of it for sure. But I also think we don't know what this team is yet. And that's okay. We're only 12 games in. We don't need to know that right this very second. But from a fan base perspective, yeah, you'd like to know. You'd like to have an idea. So at the very least, this is why I've been saying, if you can end the month of April no worse than 500, you're in fine shape. You're within striking distance. You haven't, eliminated your chances of being competitive for the rest of the summer, which is exactly what happened a year ago. The only goal here was to just be competitive out of the gate. It didn't happen last year, and we know how miserable it was and how hard it is to regain control. If they won, it didn't happen last year, but if they won 10 games in a row at one point, it wouldn't have even made a dent. That's how bad it was. So don't sink yourself early. But the criticism, I think, the hesitancy to buy in, I think is justified so far for a lot of the reasons we've been talking about. Lack of consistent power, bullpen, shaky day-to-day, defense, just a complete wild card mystery.
Strikeouts.
Strikeouts, yeah. And they can be contagious, any given series this weekend. If they strike out 10 to 12 times tonight, I got no confidence the rest of the weekend that they're going to fix that and that this is going to snowball. So criticism justified, but let's let it breathe.
Yeah, and last year we were fooling ourselves thinking that they could turn it around. Yeah. And they had a little uprising when Tony Manzolino, like a month after he took over for Brandon Hyde, but they never really got any traction. They just weren't good enough to do so for various reasons, injuries, terrible starting rotation, et cetera. I still think the offensive upside is real because Alonso's not going to hit $188.
No.
Gunnar has half of their 8 home runs, which is a good sign. Adley's hitting the ball hard. We would assume his power will start to fly. He's not going to hit 30 bombs, but he can get you 18 to 22. And his OPS pushing around 800. That's what you want to see from him. But I don't know where Kowser is. What's Muscles O'Neal long term? And with Holiday now saying to a Virginia paper his hand still hurts, there's no rush to bring him back because Jeremiah Jackson and Blaze Alexander are playing fine. Mm-hmm. But Kobe Mayo, Nolan, after a great spring training, is starting to play like the Kobe Mayo we saw in May, June, July of 2025 for the Orioles, who had a bust-out September. But he looked like he's got a lot of swag to his game. But offensively, he is really off to a brutal start, like really bad start. Defense still kind of playing, even though he's misplayed some balls. He's not, he had some spectacular plays the first series of the year. But other than that, there's some things that harder than routine, but not incredible, that he's not making. But it's the bat. This is the golden opportunity for him to prove that he belongs offensively, and he's not getting it done right now. And there's not even really a lot of hard contact.
Yeah. You know what I would say? I think it's confidence, Bob, because when he was playing awesome at third base, he was hitting the ball early in the year. And when his hitting has gone off, the defense has kind of followed a little bit too. So I think it's between the ears is what I think.
Well, Vinny's got 4 hits on the season. So,
I know.
I don't know what those early hits were. But there was. He was hitting with, there was exit velo.
Yes.
Was pretty high. He was making loud outs. Now he's like dribblers down the first base line and weak fly balls to right field. But that being said, are we that concerned long term, or is just a couple of guys like Kowser? We've seen him play at a really high level. Should have won Rookie of the Year 2 years ago. But Mayo, after a great September and a great spring, off to a tepid start here. That being said, all we're doing is bitching and complaining. They're 6-6. They're 2 games out of first place because the Yankees were going to run away with the division just a week ago. And now all of a sudden they have offensive problems. So Giants are in town. Don't forget tonight, Apple TV, 7:15. But the most important thing, Nolan, is BBT tonight at 6 o'clock. live from Pickles Pub. Me, you, and Ryan Ripken. So come on down. We're going to be there from 6 to 7. It's going to be a nice night for baseball downtown Baltimore. They're wearing the new City Connect jerseys with the green sleeves and the green numbers as they pay tribute to Camden Yards and to the Stoops of Baltimore with the cream-colored jerseys. Have fun spending on $50 on that hat because that's how much hats cost nowadays.
Have you changed your opinion on the uniform yet?
They're better than the old ones. But I'm still not. Orioles are black and orange.
Yeah, I'm not digging the green.
I will say this. Proclamation. And I've got 50 Oriole hats, literally. I'm not buying another Oriole hat until it says World Series 2026 on the side. So I guess I won't be buying an Oriole hat for a while, is what a lot of people are saying here. We'll come back, take your phone calls, 410-583-1057. Got a Vinny draft profile coming up later on in the 10 o'clock hour. Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner, get his thoughts on the first week of Ravens at one winning drive. Whip around 11:15, and then more talk about the Birds back home. Giants are in town. Giants just took 2 out of 3 from the Phillies. All is not lost at Birdland, or is this fool's gold sweeping the White Sox, who, by the way, beat the Royals last night?
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Now, savings are raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer. He's a sales director, and he's going to give you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons, or drive a new Santa Fe Elantra or Sonata with 0.99% 60-month financing, and make no payments till July 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin is going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade, and get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, you get Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. Now, with over 2 million likes and reviews, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? Because I've been through every department, sales, service, parts, collision. I've been to them all. And I just filled out my survey for getting my oil changed. Mike, my buddy over there, who runs it, 10 out of 10. Everyone that I answered. Savings, they're raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. So see that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together.
We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak, are cracked, or need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Every spring when the Orioles start hitting homers, you know it's time for Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery, with a chance to win cash instantly and other great prizes. But this season, the game is even better. Enter the Second Chance promotion through My Lottery Rewards, and you could win a new bonus prize, a VIP game day experience, including premium seat access. Enjoy the game you've always loved with a whole new way to win. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Featured Artist Friday, chosen by you, the people. Ted Nugent. The Nuge, the only guarantee I can make in this whole conversation. So we'll be hearing Cat Scratch Fever probably around 1:45. But the Nuge has a lot of tunes he can bring your way, and if you want to pick one of them, send your request to the Plaza Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Orioles back on the diamond tonight, taking on the San Francisco Giants. Orioles come back home, winners of 3 in a row against the Chicago White Sox. 6-6 on the year, 3-3 on the road, 3-3 at home. So they're an average ball club at this point in time. But Shane Baz makes his third start of the year for the Orioles. Shane Baz, of course, they traded for Tampa to gave up a lot of magic beans to do so. But now Baz comes in with his contract extension, his number one stuff. Probably should have got the win in Pittsburgh on Saturday, passed because Nunez misplayed the ground ball. Orioles didn't exactly light him up with run support, but I'm intrigued to see Shane Baz third start because Nolan, the stuff plays. You could see why he was a top 8 draft pick a few years ago by the Rays. Had the Tommy John surgery already. He wears cowboy boots and cowboy hats, which I do not judge. You know, if Yellowstone did it and Dallas did it and Rawhide did it, it's cool with me. All I care about is what he does when he throws a baseball at an opposing stick. Giants coming in here, you know, Devers is a stud, and he's given the Orioles the blues over the years. But a team that he might have a good chance of, I'll say dominating, but containing a little bit.
Yeah, if the Orioles are a mystery, the Giants are right there with them. I mean, I don't know how to feel about them this year or in a 3 to 5 year window in general. I mean, you got new leadership over there. You got star power. You mentioned Devers, but just doesn't seem to be going anywhere. You know, they've invested money the past couple of years. Like I said, there's talent. They can get you. They can beat you in a hurry. But just a strange team. For Baz, you're right. Stuff was moving. Stuff was electric against the Pirates. Now, didn't like the 3 walks. That was something that he actually did pretty well in his first outing of the year, as ugly as it was for that one inning. He limited the free passes. So I'd like to clean that up a little bit, maybe be a little more efficient, right? Work yourself a little bit deeper in the game. 5 2/3, if you're only going to give up 1 run, that's more than acceptable. That's winning baseball. But we've been preaching it, hey, we need someone else to go deep besides Trevor Rogers. Shane Baz, to me, should be next in line for that because Chris Bassett, he's got a ton of problems right now.
Yeah.
Kyle Bradish, who we've been talking about a good bit, even if he was on his game, I think they'd be limiting him from an inning standpoint. So Baz, got to step up.
Yeah, and Bassett, we'll talk about him because he's going to pitch tomorrow. Povich, by the way, will go Sunday against the San Francisco Ball Club. But Baz, as we've talked about with Keith Law, a lot of other national pundits who cover Major League Baseball, he's a top end of the rotation guy. Now it's just about proving that you're that player. And he's more than a year removed from Tommy John. He made 30 starts last year for Tampa. And his home and road splits were way in favor of his road games because now the Rays are back at the Trop. But I'm excited about him. And we need to be excited because he's signed for 5 more years. But the upside is immense. Nolan, are we taking a break because we got the Masters or we have time for a call?
Yes, we are. We're taking a break.
We're going to go out to Augusta where I would never be invited. I would go if somebody invited me. We talked off the air. Maybe for the first day. I'm assuming there's a lot of good-looking young women in tight shorts.
Bob, speaking
Not that
of that,
makes me. I'm the dude. What do you want me to say?
Bob, like I asked
golf guys in skinny jeans.
Vincent lives in Atlanta. I said, Vincent, why don't you drive over and watch the Masters? So he looked up on Ticketmaster, like $3,000.
Now, like I said, if somebody, and to be honest with you, Vinny, I won't watch it on TV, but I'll watch it if somebody takes me for free. Yeah. If you're listening out there, and I'll drink whatever their drink of the day.
Azaleas.
Azalea, bring it on. And they're drinking them now on ESPN. We'll come back after the Masters report, take a phone call, and then Vinny's first draft profile of the day. We're staying at center, going to Kansas State. A guy that might, he'll be around maybe.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Town Appliances 47th anniversary is happening right now. Check out their website for a mystery giveaway, plus up to 50% off select appliances right now. Ask for Mayor and Mayor and visit the modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call, text, or shop online at townappliance.com.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you've been shopping for a new GMC, you've got to get to Anderson.
We came from Towson and got a great deal.
I drove from White Marsh to get this Sierra from Anderson.
Shop the largest selection and deepest discounts in the state.
They had the exact Sierra pickup I needed. Tons of GMC trucks and SUVs. There's like acres of inventory here. I saved a lot of money. A lot.
Now that's smiles for miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Sponsored by the Maryland Center of Excellence on Problem Gambling. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The Orioles return home tonight to open a 3-game series with the Giants, coming off a sweep of the White Sox and looking to keep that momentum going. Shane Baz will make his third start with Baltimore. His last outing was a step forward from his Orioles debut, and afterward, Baz talked about feeling more comfortable and in rhythm on the mound.
Definitely a lot more, in tune. I think just was able to make the little adjustments pitch to pitch and kind of fall behind and get back in the count and stuff like that.
It hasn't been a great start to the Tony Vitello era for the Giants as they sit at 5-8, but are coming off a series win against the Phillies. Landon Roop will get the nod tonight for San Francisco. You can hear all your pregame coverage on The Fan with BBT sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles with Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken, starting at 6. First pitch from Camden Yards is set for 7:15. From the Bob Bell Nissan Kia of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with sunny skies. Tomorrow is partly cloudy skies and a high of 67. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
From the Augusta National Golf Club, Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the Masters. I'm Ted Emmerich. Shane Lowry said after 18 holes, this shapes up as the toughest Masters in a while. With no rain, the fairways are bouncy, the greens are like glass. It seemed to suit Lowry's buddy Rory McIlroy just fine. The defending champ put together a 5 under 67, and he's tied for the lead.
When the greens do get firm like this, it makes it a much more tactical test, and you really have to think about things. And I've said for the last few years, I've started to really relish that type of golf, and I really want to excel at that type of golf.
Yeah, McIlroy was patient in that first round. He birdied all 4 par 5s. It's the first time he's done that at Augusta National in 7 years. McIlroy tees off today at 1:44 Eastern. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
It's deck days at Lowe's, and the savings are stacked. Right now, pros get 15% off all in-stock composite decking from top brands like Trex, TimberTech, and Decorators. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. The deck's stacked in your favor with brands pros trust. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
It will be a little warmer today compared to Thursday, so Augusta National just continues to bake and it continues to get more challenging. Let's check the leaderboard, sponsored by Liberty Mutual. Liberty Mutual customizes your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need. It's Rory McIlroy and Sam Burns on top at 5 under. Burns tees off at 12:32 Eastern. Wyndham Clark has moved into the group at 3 under par. He has the round of the morning. 3 under today through 8. had 3 straight birdies at 2, 3, and 4. So the former U.S. Open champion now tied for third with Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, and Patrick Reed. Kitayama, Day, and Reed will all tee off this afternoon. Aaron Rye is 1 under through 4. He's now 2 under par, along with Scotty Scheffler, Shane Lowry, and Xander Schauffele. Jordan Spieth, a birdie at 1. He is 1 under and 4 back. John Rahm pars the first. He's still seeking his first birdie this week. He'll need a few to make the cut. He is +6. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Draft profile coming up in a few minutes. Stick around for that. Another center going to Kansas State. What's that? Manhattan, Kansas, where K-State is. So we'll get into all of that good stuff. Orioles back on the diamond tonight, taking on the Giants. Apple TV for your viewing pleasure. But you can hear Baltimore baseball tonight starting at 6 here on 105.7 The Fan. We're live from Pickles Pub. Me, Ryan, and old Quick Draw McGraw. So come on down and say hello. Big weekend series. City Connects are coming out there. Ravens back on it next week with the Liars Luncheon, as we're going to hear Jesse Minter and Eric DaCosta talk to the media. And then the draft coming up in 13 days. First round of the NFL draft. Right now, the Ravens holding the 14th overall pick.
Yeah.
And we'll see what they do there. Plenty of needs.
Hey, Bob, you'll like this because I was talking to Mel Kiper yesterday, and Mel said that they had a 3-hour meeting or whatever yesterday. They want to start at 8:01 or 8:02, and they would like it because of the 8 minutes and stuff. They would like it to be done by 11:15.
The first round.
Yes.
Yeah, you know how that rolls, though.
8 minutes.
What? You get the yapping heads analyzing picks and all of that. Then there's a lot of hyperbole that goes into. I know what you're saying. They want the draft done by 11:15.
Yes.
But the coverage will linger.
Oh yeah.
And linger.
Yeah,
All right, let's get out to the phones. Yeah.
Our coverage will be over at 11:15.
The Orioles tonight, they're 6-6. 2 games out of first. Let's go to Eddie in Kansas City. Eddie, what's up?
Hey, TGIF, everybody.
Yeah, man. What are you doing?
Hey, I'm hanging back watching you guys. Look, I got a couple quick comments. One, like you, I have a million hats. I got a boxes hat in the garage. But somehow I just think my willpower will fold. And I will buy that hat. I mean, the more I see their uniform, and I've looked around the league, especially here in Kansas City. I don't know if you've seen the Royals yet. It is horrible.
Got a crown on the front breast.
Looks like the beer league softball, like we used to watch on Patterson Park. But I got a feeling the more I see it, and I think they're one of the better-looking ones, definitely better than last year. I'm going to buy it. I'll break down and buy it. The other thing is I was watching a show last night, caught in the draft, or I don't know what channel I caught it on, either, the NFL Network or whatever. And in 1975, this is how important the draft is and how you never know how your franchise is going to turn on the draft. I don't know the roster. I know in 1975, I think we had Lydell Mitchell on the team. Okay. Well, they picked third. The Bears picked fourth. Well, that year we took Huff, and the Bears took Walter Payton. Now, can you imagine the different trajectory we'd have took, that we'd have had Jones, Payton, Carr, Chester. Huff was a great lineman, but that goes to show you how the draft is. It's just amazing. And most teams are built through the draft, but I didn't know that till I watched that show, that, we took Huff and then the Bears took Payton, and how different it could have been.
Well, I mean, they were okay with Lydell Mitchell, by the way, but the first pick in that draft was Steve Barkowski.
Yeah.
Out of California. And not only, you mentioned Peyton, by the way, his first game was against the Colts, and Lairdo and boys held him to, I think, negative yardage. But Robert Brazil, so Jackson State, the linebacker for Houston, Hall of Famer, Jackson State had 2 of the top 6 picks in that draft, and they both wound up making a Hall of Fame. So there you go.
It was a great show. Anybody can, they'd probably replay it, but it's just like the draft's coming up, and that's the kind of things that could turn on a dime. I mean, you don't know till you know, and I don't think anybody knew what Walter Payton was going to be, but just think about how different it could have been. Right. Anyway, have a good weekend. I'll listen to you at Pickles. Enjoy yourself.
And have fun spending that $50 on that new hat that you'll never wear. All right.
53.
Yeah. 53. I stand corrected. There's Eddie in Kansas City, Baltimore guy, of course. Great friend of mine. I've known him for years and years and years. But go back to when Dick had traded away the whole draft class to get Ricky Williams. Because were you in Washington at the time or still in San Francisco? I was 98.
I was in San Fran.
Okay. No, 90. I think. No, it was 99 because Ricky won it in 98. The Colts took Edgerrin James before Ricky Williams.
He went like fourth, didn't he?
And that's when everything went haywire. And, Edgerrin James turned out to be a Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm. Ricky Williams was a really good player, but the Colts took the right guy, and then Dick had basically sacrificed literally an entire draft class to take him. And then Ricky had some, like God's lettuce, and I don't frown upon that at all. But James became a dude. Ricky Williams was a really good player last year in Baltimore. Remember 2011? Mm-hmm. He was on the Ravens Cundiff team. In 2011.
Who was the first pick of that draft, Bob?
98 or 99?
99.
Oh, God.
So two running backs went 4-5, which is different.
Because Leaf and Manning were 98. That's a good question. I'm stumped.
It was a quarterback. There's your hint.
99.
Cleveland.
Tim Couch.
Yeah, Cleveland.
Oh.
All right, speaking of draft, we got a Vinny draft profile coming up next. Ravens need a center. They're not taking one at 14, but could they find one in the third round? Perhaps. And if you're on the phones, we'll get you after that. And then coming up at 11 o'clock, Jonas Schaefer, Baltimore Banner. Talk about the Ravens with him. Whip around 11:15 and more fun coming your way. Orioles taking on the Giants tonight down at Camden Yards. Shane Boss, he will have a quality start. I guarantee it.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Oklahoma City Thunder keep making history. Just clinched the 1 seed in the Western Conference playoffs. Home court advantage throughout the NBA playoffs. Only the 6th team in the history of the league to clinch the 1 seed in its conference playoffs 3 years in a row. SGA about to win another MVP. Probably going to win Finals MVP. I think the Thunder are going to win the championship. This is a history-making team in Oklahoma City. I'm Nick Costos.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries for cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9-volt batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Do your feet slow you down before your day even starts? You're not alone. Orioles Hall of Famer Mike Bordick knows exactly how that feels.
After 14 seasons in the majors and over 1,700 games, my body's sure been through a lot. I felt it, especially in my feet, knees, and back. I thought pain was just part of life, especially plantar fasciitis. I used to judge my days by how I'd walk down the stairs. If my feet were hurting, I knew the day wasn't going to be easy. But since I started wearing Good Feet arch supports, I'm back to feeling my best. And my feet, well, they've never felt better. Don't let plantar fasciitis slow you down like it did me. Try them for yourself with a free fitting and test walk.
If pain is holding you back from the things you love, maybe it's time to try the Good Feet store. You can stay active, feel better, and keep moving. Come in for your free fitting and test walk. Book your appointment today at goodfeet.com. The Good Feet store, the official arch supports of the Baltimore Orioles. Go O's.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan. Vinny Serrato's Draft Profiles. 105.7 The Fan.
Well, my high school football coach, he sadly passed away. He was a big part of my journey and like my inspiration to go play college football because he actually came here and played here. And then my old offensive line coach, Connor Riley, he's now at Dallas Cowboys. He really helped me out. I loved playing for him.
Sam Hatt talking about the coaching tree that he's gone through that developed him into an NFL prospect, a guy that will be drafted coming up in less than 2 weeks. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Draft profile number 1 of the day. And Vinny, as we've discussed for the last couple of days, Ravens need a center. Tyler Linderbaum is long gone. Let's talk about a guy that could probably be around at certain draft positions for Baltimore.
Yeah. And I don't think Bob, a center, is going to go until late third round. First center will probably come off the board then or in the fourth. Sam Heck, K-State. 6'4", 303, ran 5.1, 31 5/8 arms, 9 7/8 hand, 28 vertical, 8.5 broad. Senior. Now in 2021, he was redshirted as a walk-on.
Really?
Yeah, he was a no-star, Bob. He had no stars coming
Really?
out. Yeah. In 2022, he played in 4 games as a reserve. 2023, played in all 13 games as a reserve on special teams. Then in 2024, second team All Big 12, started all 13 games at center. And you know what was cool was? Received a scholarship.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then this past year, 2025, first team All Big 12, started all 12 games at center. And he's got a 4.0 GPA. Strengths. He's got size. Thick. He can pull and run. He can make the short pulls. He can make trap block. Good feet. Good foot speed. Moves well laterally. He's strong in the lower. Gets initial punch and pass. He's really smart, 4.0. Makes the calls. He keeps head on a swivel. in the pass protection, which means he picks up stunts and stuff because he's looking and evaluating. Slides feet well laterally, quick off the snap to get initial position. Gets body in position on second level. Smart, knows how to position body to where ball is going. He can pull and run and turn up. He makes all the calls. 0 sacks over 2 seasons. Good tight hands. 0 accepted flags in 2025. Weakness, lighter frame, lacks power. Finish mentality. He's kind of a nice guy. Must keep hands inside in pass. Must keep pads down consistently. Will catch on some base blocks. Needs better punch and pass. Must finish. Must keep pads down. In summary, this is a former walk-on that has had to earn everything that he's gotten. He is super smart, great technique. I mean, that's how he gets by, is he's got phenomenal technique. He's always in the right spot, gets his body in position. He needs to get stronger, better anchor, but he improved. Every year he got better. Every year he's improved. Now, with NFL coaching at the Senior Bowl, he even got better there. I mean, he had a hell of a Senior Bowl week, which I think kind of elevated him. Is not the athlete you want, but he'll make all of the calls. He'll work his ass off, be a leader. Will probably need some development time, but if he can get stronger in the weight, Bob, this is one of those guys that you say, well, he's not going to be our starter. And what? He's makes all the calls. He's a leader on the team. He's always in the right spot, gets his body in the right position, may look ugly doing it, but he gets the job done. That's how he's going to play because he's super smart. He's not the nastiest guy in the world, but he's a finesse, guy that can pull a little bit. He's not great at anything other than, because of his brain and skills and stuff, but he'll play because he's a technician. That's why he'll play.
Matt Miller, ESPN.com, today just did his position rankings. Has Sam Hecht as his number 1 center in this year's class, ahead of Connor Lew, Logan Jones, and Jake Slaughter, 3 guys that we've already talked about.
Yeah, I like
Is
Jones.
that an appropriate rating here? You didn't like the Florida guy.
No, I didn't like him, and I didn't like Lew as well. But I do like Hecht because I think Hecht will play, Bob, just because he's going to be where he's supposed to do what he's supposed to do, be smart, be durable, be there. Half the battle is being there, practicing every day. Is he the nastiest guy? No, but he gets the job done. But I like Logan Jones from Iowa, 1, Hecht 2.
Let's get out to the phone. Sportsnet 583-1057 is the number. NFL draft, by the way, first round is 13 days from today. Orioles taking on the Giants tonight. Let's go to Baltimore. It's Dustin. Dustin, thanks for holding. You're on with Vinny Haynie and Nolan McGraw. It's Featured Artist Friday. It's the Nude, by the way.
Happy 410 day, fellas.
Oh, word. Yep.
I was making sure we're celebrating tonight, Bob.
Well, I'll be down there waiting on you. You guys are always, we're coming down, we're celebrating, and then at 7:05, I'm walking in my car, and you guys are just showing up.
Bob, I always have a nice, crisp Michelob Ultra ready for you. I'm making sure if I get down there at 5, we're going to have a nice beer.
Oh, I'll be there at 5. You can bet your ass on that one.
All right. Yeah, I agree with you. Baz, it's going to be the coming out party for Baz tonight. I got a feeling. 6+ strikeouts.
I'm not going to wager on anything. Let's get him through 6. If he gets through 6 innings, then I think the K's will speak for themselves.
I agree.
Because you got that dominant stuff there.
I'm with you, Bob. I'm with you.
You got Alonso going yard tonight?
Nah, man. I think the Moo Man comes out today. The Moo Man. Come on. Maybe you don't get so many change-ups. He gets a fastball high and in and just rips one like he did in that preseason game this year.
Yeah.
Put one on Utah Street.
Yeah, 2 months ago. Hey, Dustin, tell Rashawn to leave the video camera home tonight.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's my first game at Camden Yards this year. I hope Rashawn don't get me kicked out.
Yeah, and make sure you buy the $53 hat that they're selling today. The new City Connect.
But I plan to win the 50-50, so I'm going to buy you a couple once I win that.
Oh, word. All right. Hey, Dustin, we'll see you tonight.
All right, Dustin.
Posse. He always says, but he never shows up. We got time for another call? Let's do it. Let's go to Eastern Shore. And Daryl. Daryl, what's happening over there on the Eastern Shore of Maryland?
Hey, guys. Happy 410 day. Long-time listener.
Thank you.
Every now and then I got a little call for Vinny, because I think I'm a GM. So here we go. Now, if you got Sonny Styles, Bingo, whoever from Penn State, that guy's name I can't pronounce it, or you got Sadiq there at 14, which one do you take? I do think the Ravens are excellent drafting offensive linemen. I don't know what happened to Cleveland. You know what I mean? But other than that, and for Lele, other than that, I got confident that they're going to draft some good old linemen. I really like the guy from Iowa at 80.
Yeah.
If he lasts that long.
Mm-hmm.
But who you got with that first pick at 14?
Well,
if those three guys are there.
Good question. Thanks, Daryl.
Yeah, if those three guys are there, which I'm sure Eric would love it if they were. I'd go Styles number 1 by far. I'd go Sadiq 2, and then I'd go Ione 3. And not even close.
But Styles not going to be there at 14, though.
No, but I mean, if Styles is not.
He's not making it through the top 8. Maybe.
No, but I mean, if they had Styles to line up, you'd have 2 Kyle Hamiltons, but your second Kyle Hamilton would run 4.4 and be 6'5", 250. I mean, the things that Jesse Minter could do. Oh my God, I think it would be awesome. And then a year from now. If Roquan was making too much money, you could move on or trade him.
It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. When we come back, talk more Ravens. Jonas Schaefer from the Baltimore Banner, get his thoughts on the first week of off-season activities where ELE, everybody loves everybody, because Lamar was there, kind of set the tone for everyone else. Hey, but, Andrews was there, Zay was there, as we know, because they spoke with the media, but Roquan was there. Trey Hendrickson was there. Kyle Hamilton was there. So that's a good turnout, so everyone's excited about that. Orioles taking on the Giants tonight. We'll talk about that when Ryan Ripken joins us coming up at noon. Ripping it with Ryan. Got the whip around 11:15. Wrapping up the regular season in the NBA and the NHL. Caps on life support.
Yes.
A couple of things happened last night that did not benefit them.
The only one that benefited was Philly losing.
And Columbus lost again. Holy mackerel. Are they like, did they bet against themselves to make the Stanley Cup playoffs? Because they were in a position of strength and they've lost, 7 of 8?
Yes.
Speaking of losing a lot, the Wizards lost again. But Julian Reese had another monster game. I don't remember a 16 and 15 when he played at Maryland. It's a nightly thing for the Wizards.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Unless you're made out of money, chances are you can't afford to fix up your home every time something goes wrong. Now, it's important to make them, though, if you're selling your home. Now, my buddy Lee Tessier, he knows how expensive those repairs can be, but he also knows homeowners who don't make them miss out on thousands of dollars at the negotiating table. Yeah, because when they come in, they say, well, we want that fix, this, fix it, and they're like, oh, my God. That's why Lee will cover the upfront cost of repairs for you. And so let's just say that your dishwasher's broken. Lee will pay for it to be fixed. If you have cracks in the tiles on your bathroom floor, guess who's going to fix those too? That's my buddy Lee Tessier. He's going to pay for them. So if you got a garage door that always gets jammed, yeah, you're right. Lee's going to pay for that too to be fixed. His Rehab Refresh program makes it so you don't owe him a dime until closing. The repairs will help sell your home for so much more that'll pay for themselves and then some. So call the only agent I call if I had to sell my home. That man's my good buddy Lee Tessier. Just call Lee today at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get $3 tanks for women plus 50% off all swimwear for the fam. Yep, get $3 tanks for women plus 50% off all swimwear for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 4, 11, and 12. Select tanks, limit 5. Swim excludes clearance, maternity license, and swim accessories.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in back and neck care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The spine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care, with focus on changing your life for the better. You can schedule an appointment with one of our spine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Hey, it's baseball season. You know what that means. Time to step up to the plate. This year, don't just watch the action, be part of it. Swing by Lions Den, where the lineup is always stacked and the nights go into extra innings. From playful to powerful, you find everything you need to knock it out of the park. So what are you looking to just warm up or go all 9 innings? Lions Den is your home field advantage. Visit lionsden.com and check out one of our Baltimore locations. Seriously, get in there. Lions Den, win the night.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
311 and Dirty Heads bring their So Glad You Made It tour with Ocean Alley and Rome to Merriweather Post Pavilion on July 22nd, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Mark Andrews is the last man standing in the Ravens tight end room after Isaiah Likely and Charlie Kolar left for big paydays earlier this offseason. He's also been given a large financial commitment of his own to lead that position group into the next era with a new coaching staff in town. Andrews spoke during this week's voluntary workout program about the shakeup to the tight end depth chart.
Well, I'm excited for those guys. You know, those guys have worked their butts off. But I'm excited about this room. I'm excited about Coach Grossi, Coach Zach. We're going to focus on the details. We're going to get better. We're going to elevate each and every day. And I think the best thing about this, coaching staff is they're always preaching communication. I think for all of us, just taking this time to bond, chemistry, all this stuff is going to be good.
And the Orioles will start up a 3-game series against the Giants this evening. Shane Baz will be on the mound for Baltimore, looking to build off a solid outing against Pittsburgh last weekend, in which he allowed just 1 run through 5 2/3. He'll be opposed by San Francisco's Landon Roop, with first pitch scheduled for 7:15. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. It only takes one swing to change the game, and when a car accident changes your life, Dubo Law is there to help. When you've been hurt in an accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies all afternoon with highs reaching the 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Town Appliance. Your next home upgrade starts at Town Appliance.
Feature Artist Friday, Ted Nugent is chosen by you, the people. Anything you want to hear from the Nuge, send your request to the Plot Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. I'll talk to him later on in the hour. Orioles back at it tonight against the Giants. We'll be talking about that next hour with Ryan Ripken when he joins us, ripping it with Ryan style. Ravens had their first week of off-season workouts, and it seems as though it was a glorious week at that. And here to talk about it from the Baltimore Banners on the Window Nation Guest Hotline, Jonas Schaefer. Jonas, first of all, good morning. How you feeling?
I'm doing all right, guys. How are you doing?
Doing all right. And I guess based on attendance and the ELE vibe we were getting, you guys were out there and ladies covering the team on Wednesday, media availability for a first week, and the Ravens started before everybody else of off-season workouts. It couldn't have been more perfect. So after a debacle of 25 to start it off this way, I guess we're all feeling the purple Kool-Aid, right?
Sure. Yeah, I wasn't able to go out there on Wednesday. I was helping out with some coverage in D.C. But I guess the only thing that I would have liked to see was the main man up at the mic. But obviously, we all know that the Ravens are a little bit sensitive with Lamar getting up at the podium unless he absolutely has to. But, you have some good spokesmen there in Kyle Hamilton and Zay Flowers and obviously Mark Andrews, who is pretty much guaranteed to speak at one of these availabilities whenever the opportunity arises. So, yeah, I mean, I think obviously you had some narratives that were not really embraced by players. You didn't hear a lot of guys talking about what went wrong last year. There's a lot of questions about the coaching staff, about the offseason program, about what's next for this team, and that's probably best for all involved, right?
Hey, Jonas, I'm sure you listened to the transcripts of all the people that talked, and what was anything really jump out at you, especially like maybe what Elliott had to say?
I don't know if it's jumped out at me, but I remember asking him some questions last year, and him, Scott, who's a very nice person, just like answering them politely, but not really giving a whole lot of insights into what they're trying to do with, certain positions, a certain player's body comp or whatever. I mean, I thought it was, we still don't really know what the status of Nambi is for participation. Like I thought, like a lot of people thought that they'd seen him, in one of those hype videos at the end, just kind of put the hood over. But, then Scott said that they're not really willing to comment on anyone's official participation. And I guess unless I missed it, I haven't seen any reporting to confirm or deny that he was actually there. So, not that is going to be a deal breaker one way or another in terms of us speculating whether he's actually going to be available in 2026, because he's been there before to work out, and he probably will be there throughout this offseason. You hope to work out, but I just, as everyone else, would like some clarity on what the hell is going on there with number 92.
Now, Jonas, we had a caller call in and ask me, if these three players were there at 14, what order would you take them? It was Sonny Styles, Sadiq, and Ione. What would your order be, Jonas?
Oh, man, that's a tough one. Boy, am I trying to win right away, or am I trying to keep my job?
The draft is today. Pick 14. What are you doing?
You're on a
Eric
clock.
the Cos. Yeah, you only got 8 minutes this year, Jonas.
Give me
8 minutes.
All right, give me 8 minutes. I would probably choose the safe outcome and take Ioane. I don't love Sadiq as a sure thing tight end prospect. I know the athleticism is so tantalizing, but I don't think he can be a day one or maybe even like year two wide tight end. I don't think he's that great of a receiver against zone looks. And then again, even though Roquan is probably toward the back nine of his career, I just think that to get someone who could be by year two, by year three, a Pro Bowl type guard in Ioane would just be really, really appealing. He's, just so solid in everything that he does. This offensive line needs some juice in the worst way. It needs some attitude. You turn on the film of him against Rutgers, and literally the first clip is him pancaking the dude 10 yards away from the ball. So as appealing as Sonny Styles would be to potentially, reset that clock and reset that ticking, salary thing at linebacker because of Roquan's increasing cost, I think you would just have to go with Ioane.
Well, you and I, that was my third choice, Jonas.
Hey, Styles isn't going to be there.
No. Hey, Jonas, let me ask you this: what is your expectations next Thursday for the new uniforms? Because they're making a big deal out of it now. I just saw, on Thursday night, Peter Schrager's hosting the PSL owners and everything on a big deal, for the new uniform. What's your expectation?
I expect to care a lot less than the average fan. I already do. Listen, as a soccer fan, I've been rooting for Liverpool for most of my life. Like, you just kind of get desensitized to these uniform refreshes, and obviously they happen a lot more frequently in the Premier League and Serie A, League One, all those spots because of how much money you can make, refreshing the jersey every 2 years. So I understand why there is so much excitement over these jerseys, and perhaps I'm not opening my mind enough to the possibilities of what exactly could be new and fresh about this jersey. You look at just how much excitement there is with the new Orioles City Connects jerseys and just all the little Easter eggs and stuff. And if it's something as revolutionary and as smartly designed as that, then sure, I'm going to have some fun, talking about it with you guys and maybe breaking down with experts and writing about it. But if it is just like a little bit of a flag here or a Baltimore instead of Ravens there, I'm really not going to spend too much time freaking out about it.
Well, as a uniform nerd, and from the intel we're kind of getting here, it looks like they're going to screw it up. So I will be running hot about that. Like the Orioles having green and whatever. I don't want to. Maryland basketball needs to change their uniforms. Jonas Schaefer. By the way, Jesse Minter and the coordinator is going to be at the uniform unveil as well. So Jonas Schaefer, appreciate your time as always. Enjoy this great weekend. We're expected to have weather-wise, and we'll catch up with you next
Thanks,
Friday.
Jonas.
Thanks, guys. To follow up on your point, I don't know. Maybe this is because of just the era of winning associated with that team, but I think probably the best jersey in my life are those, Nike Maryland uniforms from the national championship days. Just perfect homage to the state. Everything is cleanly designed, and you just get such warm nostalgia looking at those kits.
Yeah, the old cliche, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right. It's simple as that.
Well, then they had to go and get Under Armour.
Right. All right, Jonas, we'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Jonas.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be talking about Under Armour later in the show with Buy or Sell. We'll come back, quick rip around. Then we got your Masters report, your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Orioles are 6-6 as they come back home. Are you waiting for the shoe to drop where they're going to fall down in the standings, or are you waiting for them to get better? Which one is most likely to you based on what you've seen so far?
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
Insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL general manager and director of player personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film. Bob, he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones made it clear at the league meeting Tuesday that the team has long-term plans for receiver George Pickens in Dallas. Pickens received their franchise tag this offseason. Broncos head coach Sean Payton also revealed that quarterback Bo Nix is expected to be cleared for OTAs in June following his ankle injury during the playoffs. Elsewhere, Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson has scheduled pre-draft visits with the Cardinals, Browns, and Dolphins, according to NFL Network insiders Ian Rappaport and Mike Garafolo. Simpson also had a private workout with the Jets. And Miami quarterback Carson Beck is scheduled to visit with the Cardinals, Dolphins, and Steelers, also according to Rappaport and Garafolo. Beck also had a meeting and dinner with the Jets last week. Plus, the Seahawks will be featured on this year's season of Hard Knocks on HBO. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thinking about starting weight loss treatment? GoodRx is here to help. We offer FDA-approved GLP-1 medications prescribed by licensed providers, including the Wegovy tablet, with straightforward pricing and pickup at your local pharmacy or delivery to your door. All from America's #1 prescription app. Go to GoodRx.com/weight loss to get started. GoodRx is not insurance. Cancel anytime. #1 prescription app ranked by a third-party study.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy 1 Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Kohl's Epic Deals prove one thing. A good deal is the best feeling. Better than remembering your password on the first try. Or that first sip of coffee in the morning. Well, okay, the coffee is pretty close. But still, Kohl's Epic Deals are hard to beat. Save big on comfy tees, sandals, cozy bedding, and more at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles. Offers end April 12th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak, are cracked, or need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time for the whip around. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan here on this Featured Artist Friday. It is the Nuge, Ted Nugent. Anything you want to hear from him, send your request. +4 text line, 410-583-1057. Ripping it with Ryan coming up at noon. Ice tomorrow. Capitals at the Penguins. Washington, playoff hopes on life support. They've got Pittsburgh twice and then Columbus. Columbus is just totally flatlining. I mean, I don't even think a defibrillator and the paddles could bring them back to life. But Washington, 5 out of the last playoff spot with 3 games left.
Yeah. Well, really, Bob, Philly's sitting with 92 points. So if they could get to third in the Metro, so they're 3 points behind Philly. But the thing that could be a positive for them, Bob, like you said, they're playing Pittsburgh home and home, and then Columbus. And Columbus, Bob, they're 3-0 against Columbus, and they've outscored them 12-2 in the 3 games. So, I mean, that's a positive. The other thing is with Pittsburgh, they clinched, and they're stuck at number 2. You know, and they're going to play, whether it be Philly or whoever gets to be number 3. Are they going to be resting, you know, the Crosbys and all those people, you know? So, Denny and Malkin. So, if that is the case, then maybe, you know, they've got to go 3-0. They've got to go 3-0. And they can only get to 95 points. You know, and Ottawa's sitting at 94 right now. Philly's at 92. So it could get interesting, but the Caps, they just got to do what they got to do is be 3-0.
NBA last night, Wizards taking on the Bulls, and as they've done 24 of the last 25 times, they lost 119-108. But Julian Reese, what the hell, man?
We'll do all of our things coming up Sunday in Cleveland. Juju. Just grown man snatched it away from Olbrich.
Monumental on the call, Drew Gooden and Chris Jones. Julian Reese, 16 points, 15 rebounds. I mean, it's like every night.
That's awesome.
He's putting up these levels of numbers, and congratulations to him. He is finding his way in the league. Will it be long-term with Washington, who's going to have Anthony Davis next year and Alex Sarr? They both seem to be injury-prone. Davis especially, I mean, track record speaks for itself. Is there room in D.C. for Julian Reese? But I got to admit, I'm floored. And if you would have said to me 2 years ago he'd be doing this in the NBA, I'd be like, NBA? He's not playing in the NBA. Well, he is, and he's playing his ass off. So I'm wearing my Oriole hat. Julian Reese, tip of the cap to you, my friend. Bub Carrington, Baltimore guy, he had 12 and 4 for Washington. Toronto beat Miami 128-114. Jameer Young, former Terp, 2 points for the Heat. Manuel Quickley's back just in time for the playoffs. He had 11, 3, and 4 there. Lakers beat Golden State 119-103. Pat Spencer, Boys Latin, Loyola 12, 4, and 6. LeBron James, 26, 8, and 11 for the Lakers, who are completely banged up heading into the postseason. Whip around here on the Fan Featured Artist Friday, this day in Orioles history. It's April the 10th. 10 years ago, Nolan, Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Manny Machado was 4 for 4, including a 2-run homer. Brad Brock got the win in relief of Vance Worley. Zach Britton picked up his second save and would be one of the great years a closer has ever had. Orioles 5-3 over the Rays. 2023, the good old days of 3 years ago. Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Ryan Mountcastle, Adley Rutschman, Austin Hayes all went deep. Third homer each for Adley and Mountie, who, by the way, have combined for 0 home runs this year. Hazy on the IL in Chicago. Kyle Gibson went 6 strong for the win, his 3rd of the year. And then 2 years ago at Fenway Park, Orioles down 5-0. Jordan Westberg, remember him? 2 for 3 with a homer, 3 ribbies. Moon Man had 2 ribbies. Mike Baumann got the win in relief of Craig Kimbrell. Well, Craig Kimbrell got the save. Baumann got the win. Orioles come from behind to beat Boston 7-5. We'll come back. Got a Masters update for you. Talk more about the Orioles and Giants coming up. You want to talk some Ravens draft with Vinny? Now it's the time to do so at 410-583-1057. Ripping it with Ryan at noon.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. Town Appliances celebrating 47 years in business, and they're marking the occasion with great savings on select appliances. Discover over 70 brands, including Bosch and more. So if you've been thinking about upgrading your kitchen or laundry, this is your moment. With nationwide delivery and a beautiful showroom off Reisterstown Road, they make the entire process simple. Be sure to ask for Mayor and Mayor for service that you can trust. Stop in, call, text, or shop online today at townappliance.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaid spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
CALLAMazing. Go to callamazing.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Jesse Minter was picked to be the Ravens' new head coach for many different reasons, but his strong defensive track record made him a natural fit for a team that had started to lose its identity on that side of the ball. Kyle Hamilton says he loves the messaging from Minter and the coaching staff about getting the Baltimore defense back to being one of the most feared units in the league.
I don't think we're reinventing the wheel or anything, but just kind of got to reestablish dominant, especially defense. And him along with Coach Weaver, they've both done a great job so far, just kind of laying out what's been in the past and where we want to go in the future and how the standard has not been met and upheld, and we need to kind of fix that.
Phase 1 of the Ravens offseason program continues into next week, while OTAs will start ramping up on May 18th. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies all afternoon with highs reaching the 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan. Now let's go live to Augusta for a Masters update brought to you by Baltimore County Golf. This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Augusta National Golf Club, Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the Masters. I'm Ted Emmerich. With no interference from Mother Nature, Augusta National is at the mercy of the Green Jackets and the groundskeepers. Jason Day wonders just how much they'll dial up the irrigation.
Just depends on what they want. If they want single digits to win, it'll be baked out and fast, and guys will be, kind of spewing on themselves out there. It'll be really difficult. But if they want it, they can definitely soften it out if they need to. It'll be interesting. It's going to be a good challenge regardless.
A mental picture we really didn't need. Jason Day navigated that challenge well on Thursday, a 3-under 69. He's 2 off the lead and will tee off next hour. Rory McIlroy and Sam Burns on top at 5-under. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
Bottles are filling and payroll's next. Whoa, what the?
I'm you with more gusto.
What's with the leather jacket?
It's kind of my new vibe. Which, by the way, switch to Gusto for payroll.
Switch? Oh, that's always such a headache.
With Gusto, it's effortless. Kind of like looking cool in this jacket. Payroll, benefits, even 401k. Simple.
Can I try it on?
Gusto? Sure. The jacket? No. Switch to effortless payroll. Choose a future with Gusto.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Second round at the 90th Masters, and let's check the leaderboard. Sponsored by Gusto. Gusto is online payroll and benefits software built for small businesses. Sam Burns and Rory McIlroy part of the afternoon wave today. They share the lead at 5-under par. Burns tees off at 12:32 Eastern. McIlroy in the second-to-last group to tee off today at 1:44 Eastern. Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, Patrick Reed all at 3-under. They will also tee off this afternoon. All three are 2 off the lead. Wyndham Clark is 2-under today through 12. Former U.S. Open champ, 2-under for the tournament and 3 back. So is world number 1 Scotty Scheffler, who has opened up with 3 straight pars today. Also at 2-under, Shane Lowry and Xander Schauffele. They have yet to start their second round. Brooks Koepka moving to 2-under, the 5-time major winner, with birdies at 2, 3, and now another one at 5. Koepka at -2 and just 3 off the lead. Jordan Spieth among those at 1-under. The 2015 Masters champion is 1-under today through 4 holes. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Oh, he ready, man. I feel like we answer that every year, and he always ready. He even more ready this year. He excited about the coaching staff. He excited about getting to work with Coach Deacon. He ready to go. He want to finish. He want to get a ring.
Zay Flowers met with the media a couple of days ago talking about Lamar Jackson. And as you heard, he's ready. Talking with Doyle, the new offensive coordinator, getting everything, copacetic, get on the same page. As you said earlier, the install starting this week, even though they were weight training and getting their strength and conditioning up to optimum levels here. Lamar Jackson coming off a season in which he missed 4 games and was banged up in a couple of others. He got KO'd in the Kansas City game. Completed 63.8% of his passes, 2,500-plus yards, 21 touchdowns, 7 picks, sacked 36 times. Quarterback rating was still over 100. I mean, the burst running the football wasn't normal Lamar stuff, only 349 yards.
There was no
there.
running.
Yeah, 2 touchdowns. So, based on the previous 2 years, 23 where he won the most valuable player, and 24, if you look at the stats, was the best year of his career. Yeah. I mean, 24 was incredible. 41-4 touchdown to interception ratio, one of the highest quarterback ratings in the history of the NFL. So when you set the bar as high as he did, a 101.8 8 or whatever it is seems disappointing. And, there seemed to be something
disconnect.
off.
Yes.
Yeah. After the first 3 quarters against Buffalo, where he looked great, they looked like the best offense in the NFL. They never revisited that level of production, and it all goes back to him. And we've talked about it 1,000 times, Nolan. We were having it in real time. O-line stinks. The red zone problems were well documented. The penalties didn't do him any favors. They never appear to get back to the first 45 minutes of the season for them offensively.
Yeah, and Bob, you know what's amazing is I don't know what happened, the disconnect, because, like you said, in that Buffalo game, he was 14 of 19 for 209 with 2 passing touchdowns, and he had 6 carries for 70 yards and a touchdown. So he was running, and Bob, that was it. After that, there was no more rushing yards like he had in the Buffalo game. And I don't know what happened, but something happened between, him and Harbs, something happened because, what was it? Kansas City's when he tweaked the hammy, and after that, he never practiced on a Wednesday. There was the body language and stuff was bad. He wasn't practicing, took forever. I don't know what happened, but he was not the same guy that he was those 2 years when he's patting everybody on the back. He was all in, and he was great with everybody. Everybody loved everybody. And I don't know what happened.
Very reminiscent of 2022.
Yes.
Heading into that contract situation. But, Nolan, we were talking about it after they lost to Buffalo. The Bills' loss, I think that's kind of set the tone for a lot of negative energy. We're going to dig deep into kinetics and all of that stuff. The Bills lost when they were dominating that team the way that they were, and they had to get into it. They were in a situation where after being up 17 in the late third quarter, where they needed first downs just to keep drives alive to win the game, they never seemed to recover from that first loss. And they had that fool's gold kind of, they did play themselves into controlling their own destiny, as we talked about yesterday. But after that Bills loss, it never seemed the same.
I know, but Bob, when you say that, Lamar had 2 fabulous games the next 2 weeks. He had 4 touchdown passes against Cleveland, and then 3 against Detroit, which they lost, and then he had 4 more against Miami. And then it was... so I don't know. Maybe the frustration with the defense because, you lose to Detroit 38-30. You lose Kansas City. You're giving up a ton of yards defensively.
But wasn't the grousing that Bills loss kind of it resonated in a negative way with a lot of players?
Oh.
Yeah. No, it was like, here we go again.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone's responsible for it, coaching down to the players. But I think that was... honestly, maybe the most deflating loss if we want to go back over the last couple of years. And yeah, that includes some playoff losses in there just because what Bob was saying, they never really recovered from that. And it was game 1, right? I remember coming in the Monday after bummed out, but saying my opinion of the team hadn't really changed because they just blew another late lead, right? The conversation around this team has kind of become boring to a certain extent because it's all about, just get me to the playoffs. And I understand that. I understand why fans feel that way. You just want to finally get over that hump. But last year proved that it isn't automatic for this team to be back in the playoffs. As far as Lamar's frustration, to me, it seemed to be tied to getting injured, right? Knowing that, he has to carry the team or he's expected to be Superman, but now he's not at his full capabilities. And I think there's a lot of frustration with the O-line in particular. And the hope is that drastically improving that will have a good positive effect on the rest of the offense and the rest of the team. But as we sit here a couple of weeks from the draft, O-line is still a complete mystery. Yeah. Even John Simpson, who's brought in to now be a starter and hold down one of those spots, when he was here last time, he was the worst of the 5 O-linemen. And it ended up being good. Like, if that's the case this year where he ends up being the worst of the 5, then great. That means that they've rebuilt the O-line to a more than acceptable level. But you're going to be rolling with more than likely a rookie center. Emory Jones is going to start at the other guard spot. He's essentially a rookie because he barely played last year. It's just a bit too daunting for me right now to buy in. And I don't know what they can do. Free agency has passed them by. If you're looking for veteran help, it's not there.
I think the biggest thing is that, and the players know first. After that Buffalo game, like you're talking about, they lose 41-40, fourth quarter. Players know Zach Orr can't do it.
And even that Cleveland game, they didn't impose their will until late, if memory serves.
Yeah.
Then he got his ass kicked against Detroit.
Yes.
And you could see the frustration in that one.
And I just think that I think the players knew, because we never heard another it's our fault, not Zach Orr's fault. It was, I think they knew, with no Dean Pease, Zach Orr, he ain't cutting it. And I think, and I believe this because I feel the same. I think that the defense is going to be fine because of Jesse Minter. And I think the offensive guys, because of Jesse Minter on defense and what they'll have defensively, I think they're going to be like, okay, if we have our crap together on offense, defense is going to be good. So I think that's going to be what's going to rejuvenate Lamar is we got a defense.
That being said, as Nolan just brought up, and Vinny, we've talked about it 1,000 times. We've been talking about it the last 3 days. Until they improve the offensive line, they might not be able to get their crap together.
Yeah.
Offensively, going to need tight ends. Bateman's going to have to go back to what he was in 2024. We're satisfied with Zay Flowers. However, coming up in a contract situation, and better than anyone how dicey that can become when feelings get hurt and all those sorts of things. And as good as Derrick Henry has been his first 2 years with the Ravens, he was second in the NFL in rushing, but still down from the great year in 24. If we get 1,500 yards out of him and double-digit touchdowns, are we still circling that as a certainty if he stays healthy? Or does Father Time start knocking on the door going, I always beat running backs.
Yeah.
And, your time has come.
The thing that I would say that is lacking the most, Bob, right now on the offense, because we compared with the Bears, you would take almost everybody on the Bears.
Correct.
Speed. Where's the speed on the Ravens offense?
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. The Nuge featured artist Friday. We'll come back, talk more with Nolan, get his thoughts on the Orioles Giants series, which we're really going to dig into when Ryan Ripken joins us at the top of the hour. We'll rip it with Ryan. Don't forget, we're at Pickles Pub tonight from 6 to 7. Orioles at 7:15. Apple TV against San Francisco. Birds sweep the White Sox. San Francisco takes 2 out of 3 from the Phillies. So, hey, bring it on.
Baseball is back on the Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on the Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haney and Tim Barbalase. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano, and I got to tell you about Town Appliance's Spring Black Friday shopping event, and it's happening right now. So do like I did, drive over to Owings Mills, go to the showroom there at Town Appliance, walk in and you go see Mayor and Mayor, go see Mayor and Mayor, the two mayors, and the appliances that they have top of the line, they have middle of the line, and they have lower end, which is less expensive. So go look at it all, because the other thing they got is they match any price, so you can go in there and the service you're going to get is outstanding. The delivery service you're going to get is amazing. Trust me, I know that. They came over. I got a refrigerator, GE, nice refrigerator, and I didn't get the high end because for my basement, I got a lower end, a really good value, and they took away the old one. That's what I loved about it. I had to do nothing. Just stand there and watch. Now, their showroom, right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and I promise, Mayor, they're going to take great care of you, like I said, just like they did me. Now, with decades of experience, nationwide delivery, and their price match guarantee, they'll match any price from any authorized dealer. Plus, they got flexible financing. So why wait until Black Friday later this year when we got it right now? The Spring Black Friday shopping event that's going on now. Visit the showroom, call, text, or start saving online right now at townappliance.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
North Carolina basketball introduced former Nuggets head coach Michael Malone as its next head coach and signed Malone to a 6-year, $50 million contract. And that financial commitment to Malone shows me that North Carolina is going to spend and spend big on its roster. And if that's the case, if Carolina spends the way that Duke spends, I think Carolina can and will win big with Michael Malone. I'm Nick Costos.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch, come on, meet me at the ranch.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock, and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haney Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Featured Artist Friday, Ted Nugent, chosen by you, the people. First 2 hours in the books. Coming up in a matter of minutes. Ripping it with Ryan Ripken. Talk about the Orioles, their upcoming series with the San Francisco Giants. Got Buy or Sell coming. Rock Baco is going to be joining us. American League East report, only one game in the division, but it helped the Orioles because the Yankees lost to the A's. And we're going to talk about the Giants as well. So stick around for that. But let's bring on Nolan in again. Nolan, how you feeling? I know we were just talking about the Ravens and the disaster that was last year. Let's talk about the Orioles, which has been, a 500 year so far.
Well, if you'd like, we can, but if you don't mind, I'd love to talk some Masters here as I see it. And we've been eating up a good bit of the clock here yesterday and today with these Masters updates, but maybe I can spice things up here a little bit. As I like to call it, the good, bad, and ugly of the Masters so far. We'll start with the good, and that is your defending champion, Rory McIlroy. Of course, finally broke through last year to win that elusive green jacket. An incredible round, an incredible finish in the playoff. Well, the good started off incredible yesterday. He's tied for your lead, 5 under, shot a 67. And of course, he would probably be the first to tell you, long way to go here. As someone who has come up short on Sunday many, many times, he's not going to put the cart before the horse here. But this is noteworthy. 67 yesterday, his best first round at Augusta since 2011. So even better than he got off to last year. That's very encouraging. He tees off a little bit later on this afternoon. The bad, and it might be controversial here, but this has been starting to blow up online this week. A lot of talk about the par 3 contest. And Bob, you mentioned this earlier. It's getting a little away from golf. The tradition of the Masters is starting to be tested a little bit here. And for me personally, I don't like it one bit.
In what regard, though? Because I'm not an aficionado on the Masters tradition.
So the par 3 contest, at least for ESPN's coverage.
Right.
Now, I understand there's all these other different outlets. You can stream it, whatever you want, full control on Masters.com. CBS has the weekend stuff. Amazon Prime's got full coverage streaming. So ESPN isn't the exclusive anymore. But their coverage of the par 3 contest, which is traditionally, or at least in recent history, been about the families, right? You see all the guys out there with their kids, their wives, they're having fun. It's a real relaxed, loose atmosphere. People can watch. The crowd's a little more, less reserved, right? It's not as buttoned up.
Right.
That's all fine. The celebrity involvement here of trying to make this a spectacle. And as I see it, this is not going to stop at the par 3 contest on Wednesday, which is where all these people online are saying, well, what's the big deal, man? It's just the par 3 contest. Once the round starts on Thursday, that's where the tradition is. Have you people not been watching anything involving sports in the last 5 to 10 years where it starts with something small, it starts with something totally innocent that doesn't matter? I guarantee you in the next 3 years, Jason Kelce, because of the Kelcification of modern sports, is going to be on lead coverage right next to Scott Van Pelt on ESPN. Heck, why stop there? Put him on CBS. Put him right there with Nance for the Sunday round. Have his voice calling the winning ball going in the cup on 18. That's what we all want to hear, is more Kelce family, more celebrity involvement. I love wrestling. There's no need for The Miz to be interviewed on the Wednesday coverage of the Masters. I look up at the TV here earlier. We got some boy band guy that used to be in One Direction. Talking golf on ESPN. Give me a break.
Rafael Nadal's on right now.
Well, at least he's somewhat transferable skill. You played a sport. There you go. I mean, it's
an individual sport too. So there you go. I feel you.
It's not going to stop here. And that's the problem. So you don't have a problem with it now. Just wait. The tradition is
just leave Sunday afternoon alone, Nolan.
Well, that's the point. Is nothing sacred anymore, right? I mean, what's wrong with just having a traditional sports event that doesn't need to be tampered with and tweaked? That's always been the Masters. Just leave it alone.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the 21st century. A quarter
social media
part into it. Yeah, ESPN likes to do the celebrity go-arounds there. And you know what? I really couldn't care less, but I understand what you're saying. And if I was a golf guy, like I lose my mind during the All-Star game in baseball when they have the players talking during the game.
Yeah.
And they interview the guy. And now guy hits a home run during a ball game tonight. Somebody's going to stick a microphone in their faces. Earl Weaver would lose his mind. And we're playing a game. You want to talk before or after? Sure. This 9 innings is sacred. And your 18 holes at the Masters is sacred. Kevin Hart was there. I don't know if he even plays golf, to be totally honest with you.
They had him hitting the ball.
Yeah, he was using the kid's set of clubs.
Yeah, yeah. Off the big, the big ball with the closer to the pin one. So, yeah, Nolan losing his mind over traditions being broken. And what's the tagline for the Masters? A tradition unlike any other.
Just leave from 3 o'clock Sunday on, Nolan, because like last year, that playoff... it
was incredible.
Yes.
No need to tamper with it. And lastly here, and this will be quick, the ugly of yesterday. And this is, look, as a weekend warrior golfer, your heart goes out to Robert McIntyre. Lesser known name here, but has actually been picking up steam on the tour as of late. Well, he's already out of it because of what happened on 15 yesterday. Posted a quadruple bogey, a 9 there on a par 5.
I feel you.
Hit one into yes, yes, and well, this is where your heart goes out to him because he didn't hold back in his frustration. Hit one into the water there right before the green on 15. Took his drop. Hit it back into the water, took another drop.
I've been there.
Sailed over the green, and then you end up with your 9. And what does he do? Big middle finger right at the green as he hits it in the water. He says, I'm not doing this. Flipped it off. So back to the tradition comment. The Masters, the people that run everything there, they're not going to be happy about that. But you know what? My heart goes out to you, Robert.
Look, I think profanity used to be frowned upon because you're trying to set examples. Look, I'm not going to be full here. The only time I'm not cussing is when these mics are turned on. Outside of that, it's like let the 4-letter words fly.
Yeah.
So I got no problem with that. But I'm just guessing what you're saying. Like Gary Player's probably not giving a big middle finger to the green because he hit the ball in the water.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Well, and that's something that everyone can see. Yeah. And the camera will pick up on it. The cursing, I know the hot mics catch a lot of stuff, but the patrons, you probably can't really hear it. It's really between the player and the caddy, the frustration. That's okay. But a gesture like that.
Are you allowed to go Baba Booey anymore, or they've tried to ban that too?
Well, there's another thing that I'm maybe I'm out on. People stop yelling all the stupid stuff, all right?
When we come back, Riveted with Ryan Ripken, that is. Vinny, what are you doing this weekend?
This weekend?
Hopefully not cussing during the Masters.
No. Saturday, Bob, like I told you, I got the Ant guy coming out, and that's a 4-hour window between 8 and 12, and I'm going to go visit Charlie's old hockey coach. They're scrimmaging up in Piney Orchard, so I'll go there. Then I'll watch the O's Saturday night and watch the O's Sunday, and then I'll watch the Masters Sunday afternoon. So nice weather. One thing that's a guaranteed, Bob, I'll be drinking wine.
There you go. Here's Vinny Serrano, everybody. We'll see you on Monday. Riveted with Ryan coming up next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get $3 tanks for women plus 50% off all swimwear for the fam. Yep, get $3 tanks for women plus 50% off all swimwear for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Valid 4/11 and 12. Select tanks, limit 5. Swim excludes clearance, maternity license, and swim accessories.
As the seasons change, it's the perfect time to prep your HVAC system with a $49 seasonal tune-up from Blue Dot. As your local home service experts, everything we do is backed by our exceptional service guarantee. Visit bluedotmd.com/radio for details, terms, and conditions. License number MD HVAC01-17840. MD electrical number 8286. MD license plumber natural gas fitter number 8045. WSSC license master plumber gas fitter number PFG-01130.
Call 1-800-BLUE-DOT and we'll come fix it on the spot.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Spring is in the air, and so is the urge to shake things up. Longer days, warmer nights, and the perfect time to bring some fresh energy into your routine. At Lion's Den, you'll find everything you need to turn up the heat this season. Whether you're exploring something new or reigniting the spark, now is the time to refresh, recharge, and enjoy something fun. So make this spring unforgettable. Visit lionsden.com or stop by one of their 4 locations in Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, Pasadena. Join the pride.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Bryan Adams brings his Roll with the Punches tour with special guests Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo to CFG Bank Arena on August 9th, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Nothing seemed to go right for the Ravens in 2025 as they suffered one of the most disappointing seasons in franchise history. Injuries played a big role in that right from the jump as Baltimore saw many core pieces of the roster miss significant time, including Lamar Jackson. Does team leadership view that as a fluke or a sign that some change is necessary? Strength and conditioning coach Scott Elliott offered this answer earlier this week.
When you look year over year, you'll see trends. You also see
pockets of injuries that are common throughout the league that maybe weren't the case the year before. You know, you call it a fluke, but you also just call it a physical game where things happen, and you got to navigate it and then get back, to the field of play. The return to play is the biggest aspect.
And the Orioles will return to Camden Yards this evening for the start of a 6-game homestand. They'll send out Shane Baz, Chris Bassett, and Cade Povich in that order for this weekend's series against the Giants. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies all afternoon with highs reaching the 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan, sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
Ripping It with Ryan here on this Featured Artist Friday. The Orioles back home after a 6-game road trip where they had the lows getting swept by the Pirates, then the highs sweeping the White Sox. By the way, the White Sox had just come off of sweeping the Blue Jays. Chicago, they licked their wounds after the Orioles beat them and beat Kansas City last night. So the ebbs and flows of a $1.62, but the Orioles flow brings them back here, Ryan, to Camden Yards for the first time in over a week, and the city connects. It's Happy 410 Day, which is the area code, of course, of Baltimore City, as we celebrate the history of the town as we're coming up on the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. And Baltimore, of course, is where the Star-Spangled Banner was written. And I can get into some other stuff, too. But first of all, good to see you. What's happening?
Good to see you, and thank you for the history lesson on this Friday. How about that? And a lot of things shaking. But I'm good, Bob. It's great to see you.
And, of course, we have Nolan McGraw on the other side of the glass. And we were talking earlier, 6-6 through the first 12. Yankees lose last night, so the Orioles are 2 games out of first place. We're not standings watching yet, unless they were 7 games out of first place, and then you're like kind of pushing panic buttons. But here they are, and for the most part, they haven't really played all that great for an extended period of time. Yes, they have the 3-game positive streak moving here, but they've had some issues. They've had some injuries that have been well documented. So how thankful, I guess, should the Orioles be that even though they've got a lot of guys hitting below the Mendoza line, they've had 3 quality starts over 12 games, all by the same guy, that they are where they are right now?
Yeah, I mean, the Orioles at this moment, and we talked about this yesterday, they're having trouble scoring some runs. They're averaging under 4 runs a game. They are bottom 3rd in team ERA. Runners in scoring position hasn't been great. And yet, when you look up at this, the Baltimore Orioles sit at 500, which many teams in the American League can say that they are not there. Actually, the Yankees, going into everything, or going into last night, and they still currently are, the Yankees are the best team in baseball in the American League. Let me preface that. In the American League, Bob, at 8-4. Cleveland and Texas are the only 2 other teams. Actually, I take it back. Minnesota, they're over 500 right now.
Feel that pain, Detroit.
So now there is 4 teams over 500 in the American League, and then the Orioles are the one team at 6-6. So, yeah, for the Orioles not playing well, because they haven't played well for the first 2 weeks of the season. That's just being honest, but they are right in the thick of it. It's better to be where they are instead of the Detroit Tigers, who are 4-9, or the Seattle Mariners, also at 4-9, a couple innings away from going to the World Series last year. So it's always context. No, it's not pretty. No, it hasn't been what Oriole fans would like the standard to be. Pitch well, play good defense, score a bunch of runs. But yet they're finding ways to win even at some of their worst. And I think that's something previous teams haven't done, Bob. And I still love the fact they got 8 jacks on the season, 4 by Gunnar Henderson. And in years past, this offense has been dependent on winning games, whether the ball leaves the yard or not. They haven't left the yard too much so far. and they're finding ways to win. I think there is something important to be said about that through the first 2 weeks.
All right, I'm going to bring it to the negative, and we're going to start with the offense and individual players first. Kobe Mayo, great spring, great September, 2025. 4 hits, hitting $133 early in the season. What has changed for him? I mean, you were a professional baseball player yourself.
Hey, thanks, Bob.
Yeah, but when you watch him now, opposed to what you saw in spring training, and granted, you're not taking on major league pitching the entirety of your Florida stay, but still, I mean, when you're raking, you're raking. Why the struggles here early? And Basayo, Alonso, Cowser, I mean, he's not the only guy living in that territory right now.
Well, and here's the reality of it. It's not just those guys. Every team has players exactly like the ones that you just mentioned all across baseball. Every team has those guys that are struggling, and then there are some guys that are swinging the bat pretty well. But I'll start with Kobe since you asked about Kobe Mayo. Kobe, in my mind, yeah, you felt good. You were trying to earn the right to be the opening day third baseman, which he earned it. And I thought he had some really solid at-bats to start the year, but he had some bad luck. It just wasn't falling, having some good approach, but it wasn't hidden grass, and you get that note up there, hit in the box score, and that builds confidence. So I think when those numbers aren't reflecting some of your at-bats, you start to press. And then you start to hear other people talk about, well, this guy's supposed to have a really strong bat. Where is it? And then you feel you got to go out there and hit that 5-run home run, which, again, it's impossible, by the way. I just want to clarify that. But you feel like you got to do more. So that's what I think Kobe Mayo is. He's pressing, Bob. I don't think there's anything that I'm seeing that's wrong. But I think he's just a little bit in his head. The other guys like Pete Alonso, I'm not worried about him. He's been there. He's done
Track
that.
record.
You're going through it. Sam Basayo, young player. He's still trying to learn how to be a big leaguer. That's fine. Colton Cowser, on the other hand, got off to a good start, but then it's back to what the scouting report is for him. Get him in situations where he's going to chase off speed, throw him a ton of off speed, specifically changeups, and he's swinging over top of it and out in front. So while Colton was off to a good start, he's going to have to make an adjustment because there's more of a scouting report out on him than any other player of the young guys, Basayo or Mayo. So it's a long-winded answer, Bob. Everyone has different reasons. Kobe pressing, Cowser has to make adjustments, and Basayo's just trying to figure out how to be a young kid in the big leagues.
And Basayo, upside is immense.
Yeah.
Cowser probably should have won Rookie of the Year in 24, didn't. But since the start of last year, when he broke his thumb sliding into first base, he hasn't been able to get it back together. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, his K rate wasn't this high at the minor league level, right? Wasn't he more of a little more patience at the plate? Up here, he's Rob Deere. There's a reference for you.
Yeah, I mean, when you get to the big leagues, overall, you got to find what your strength is. And, the funny thing is, if we go through all these guys, if we start with Kobe Mayo, the Colton Cowser, and Basayo, Kobe Mayo was known for a good eye around the plate, would strike out a little bit, but a high average guy. The funny thing with Cowser went into the draft of his class and I think was in the top 5 in contact percentage. He just didn't strike out. And he struck out a little bit more in the minors, but still a high average guy. Now the number's pretty astronomical. And then there's Sam Basayo, who always could have a little bit of the strikeout, but he's so young, so you don't have a ton of data, but the data that you have is power, average, can be through the roof. But he doesn't have maybe the seasoned at-bats that Cowser has, Mayo has, and their little track record. So, yeah, Bob, I wish that there could be one way that a player, how you hit in the minors, it's going to translate to you in the big leagues. And I'll give one example because I talked to him recently, and he's a Maryland Terp, former Maryland Terp, was Brandon Lau. And the Orioles just saw them in Pittsburgh. And I asked Brandon, I said, so when you got into pro ball, you were a high-round pick, I think 3rd round. What changed? You weren't a big power guy. And he goes, no, I wasn't. I could hit for some average, but I also thought I had it figured out. And I had a coach tell me I had to work on these things, and if I do it right, I can be in the big leagues. I can get by in the minors, but if I want to really accomplish something, I got to change these things. And then I have to learn to adapt. And Brandon Lau has turned into a power hitter, and he's had to adjust, but he's proven who he is. The other 3 that we mentioned, Cowser, Mayo, Basayo, Bob, they haven't proven who they are yet. And that is the only part that we can know is they have to figure that out. And time will tell how well they figure out what they can be at the big league.
Tripping it with Ryan. It's April the 10th. The Orioles are back home, taking on the Giants and Diamondbacks. Coming up over the next homestand. What's more likely to happen, people? You get in here at 410-583-1057. Orioles finish above 500 or below 500 as they wrap up April. And as Nolan has said, it would help the cause. Well, I mean, it makes common sense. It would help the cause to finish with a big April because they have a string of games coming up back to back to back to back when they hit the road.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch.
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Did you hear that? That's what it feels like after an accident. The world stops, and you need someone to fight for you. I'm Neil Dubovsky, founder of Dubo Law. And when you've been injured in an accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation. And let us fight for you.
Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak, are cracked, or need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com. Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house. Something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Ripping It with Ryan. on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Rockabacco, MASSandSports.com, joining us here in a few minutes. Masters report coming up as well in the 1 o'clock hour, 1:30 to be exact. Evan Wiebeck from the California Post. We'll talk about the Giants coming out of 2 out of 3 against the Phillies to wrap up that series. But let's get out to the phones. Ripping it with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Go to Stewartstown. It's Johnny. Johnny, what's up?
Hey, Bob. Hey, Ryan. What's going on?
How are you doing?
Doing well. Hey, as a former usher at the ballpark, it seems to me like a lot of the problem that I see is coming during batting practice because you got the pitcher throwing the ball a lot shorter, 60 miles an hour at the most, and these guys are just teeing off on those balls, watching these beautiful home runs soar deep into the ballpark. But I mean, no one's really taking the time to concentrate on line drives, hitting to the opposite field. And it doesn't seem like there's anybody out there really paying attention to that. Ryan, you can probably talk about that more than Bob can. But it seems to me if I were the manager, I would say, I don't want anybody hitting the ball out of the park during batting practice right now. I want you to drive the baseball. And I'll hang up and listen to your comments on that.
Thank you, Johnny.
I appreciate it, Johnny. I actually played a clip on my show, the Ryan Ripken Show, yesterday, which, in case you're wondering, Bob, runs from 3 to 5, Monday through Friday.
I heard that.
On YouTube, X, and Facebook. When I'm not busy ripping it with Ryan, with Bob Haynie and Nolan McGraw. Nolan, I didn't say hi to you. Good to see you, by the way. You look great behind the glass. But to answer the question, I was going through my mind on looking at the numbers, and I said, there's a conversation I've had in the past year with a certain Hall of Famer that knows the game well, is considered one of the best hitters of all time, one of the best switch hitters of all time, Eddie Murray. And Big Ed, 500 home runs, 3,000 hits. And I played a clip yesterday on the show because, Johnny, what you just described is what Eddie and I talked about. And it was in batting practice, simplifying your approach. Because Eddie was talking about guys would come out and watch me because the first round, I'm hitting everything the other way. Opposite field, even if the pitch is in, I'm controlling my bat and shooting that ball the other way. Because that's how I'm getting in rhythm. I'm not trying to hit the ball over the fence. Now, at the end, when I want to maybe juice a couple as I'm loose and as I got my timing down, then I will. But I'm not trying to hit home runs. And a lot of the great hitters, when you talk to them, the majority say, I've never tried to hit the ball out of the ballpark. The home runs are accidents. The best power hitters in the game, just historically that you talk to, if you hit 30 home runs in a season, Bob, I consider you a power hitter, right? That makes about sense?
Usually the benchmark, sure.
30, 35 home runs. If you get 600 at bats and you have 35 of those hits are home runs, that's good. But that to me would seem like an accident. Only 35 of maybe you have 160, 170, maybe push to 180 hits. Last year, by the way, the most hits in Major League Baseball was Bobby Witt Jr. with 184. So I'm with you, Johnny. The preparation of what you have to do to get ready, you don't have to be a 5 o'clock hitter. And for those that are wondering what I'm saying, a 5 o'clock hitter is a BP hitter where you can do anything you want with someone throwing 50 miles an hour at you. The more important thing is, what do you do at 7 when the lights come on? And you got to get a runner in. You got to put the ball in play. And how do you compete? And I think that is something nowadays. The game has changed, and we all understand why. Home runs, extra base hits, that all plays. But it also has diminished the ability to get out of slumps and find other ways to score runs. I always think there's ways to drive in runs besides the home run, and I like to listen to the best that have ever done it. And Eddie, I thought it's a perfect thing, Bob. Simplify your approach, and if you simplify your game, typically that leads to more of that power production, not trying to hit from the power from the jump.
And I haven't seen batting practice this season yet, but normally first couple of pitches, drop a couple of bunts down, and then maybe try to go the other way, whether it's the Orioles or whoever they're playing. And then they start swinging for the fences. But when did the approach change? Johnny was talking about where they're throwing 50 miles an hour. They're not throwing 100 miles an hour in batting practice. I mean, you're not in. They're trying to brush back a guy who's trying to get himself loose and ready for the game. But what's that fine line between getting ready for the velo that's coming your way, as opposed to what am I trying to accomplish in my swings here.
Well, and here's the other part.
While I'm wearing my warm-up jacket.
So, I could attest to this because I'd have times for me. I'm a big guy, Bob. I felt like I always had power. I could hit the ball hard. My hardest thing as a player was actually, there was two of them. And people could probably argue there's more. But for me, it was, how do I simplify my approach? How do I get out of my head? Because in batting practice, I felt when I was grooving, I could launch balls. Because I'm a big guy. I know I have power, but how do I simplify it so I can take that from batting practice to the game? And some of the best days that I've had as a player, especially when we were facing a lefty, and I'm a left-handed hitter for those that didn't know, and in batting practice, I sometimes would face a lefty BP thrower. And I couldn't see it. Do you remember a pitcher named Mark Hendrickson by chance, Bob?
No doubt. Former basketball player. 6'9", super funky arm angle. And when I say I couldn't hit a ball further than 200 feet, it felt like off him, I couldn't. But not that I was trying to launch the ball. It was hard for me to pick up. But Mark said, hey, if you're having a really hard time, focus on hitting a hard liner, low liner over the shortstop's head. And I thought that's what I focused on, and it'd be a short, compact swing. When I got to the game, those balls that went maybe 200 feet would go 250, 300, 350, because that set me up for the game. And the other part is, Bob, hitters want to get their ace swing off, and we have all this data and analytics on what the other pitcher likes to throw, but let's just add another wrinkle into this. How does that pitcher face you? What did you do to him the last time you faced him? What did he do to you the first at bat? Did you smack his fastball? Maybe you got to sit off speed on this second time. That's the cat and mouse game of baseball that I don't think we talk about enough, is the human element of not just simplifying your approach. What are you doing that day? And how are you seeing the baseball against the guy that is trying to get you out? Because the analytics can give you all this data, but the best thing is, what do your eyes tell you? What did the previous at bat tell you? And I think that, to me, is what sometimes has been lost in translation, which I thought a lot of the old players like Eddie, that's what they made their living off of. Ripping it with Ryan. Ryan just ripping it there. When it comes to hitting philosophies, at times, you remember the pitcher trying to get you out. That's part of his job description. We'll come back. Rockabacco, MASNsports.com. Preview the Giants series with him. And we have a Masters report. And we're going to hear from Nolan McGraw as well here on this Featured Artist Friday.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie, Inside Access. Live on YouTube, weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
You wait all winter for this. Sunshine, vacations, and more time outside. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Don't spend this spring thinking about foot pain. The Good Feet Store offers arch supports that are personally fitted for your feet and your lifestyle. Come see us today or visit goodfeet.com.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Whoa!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Hey, Birdland, hit the yard on Saturday, April 11th, when the O's take on the San Francisco Giants. 15,000 fans will take home a special Jackson Holiday bobblehead.
Jackson Holiday, that ball is gone.
Featuring his dog, Coconut. Don't miss it. A rising star, his 4-legged best friend, one must-have collectible.
Being able to come back to him after the games, he's the best.
Get your tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
We came from Towson and got a great deal. That's because we have acres of new Hondas. Drive home with your lowest monthly payment.
I only pay $199 per month, and I love it. Great place to buy a Honda.
It was a short drive to save a lot of money.
They're family owned and operated. That made a difference to us.
Now that's Smiles for Miles.
If you've been shopping for a new Honda, you've got to get to Anderson.
Check out AndersonHonda.net.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring skilled foremen and mechanics to join a team that values quality, reliability, and hard work. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Augusta National Golf Club, Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the Masters. I'm Ted Emmerich. A more demanding Augusta National is bringing even Scotty Scheffler to his knees.
This is a very difficult green to read, one of the toughest. This for par from 6 feet for Scotty Scheffler. Back and through, ball rolls up on the left-hand side, and it misses on the right again, a carbon copy of the par putt that he had at the last.
Really a shocker. Yeah, it really is. Carl Paulson and Steve Melnick the call at 5 on Sirius XM. So back-to-back bogeys for Scheffler at 4 and 5. He did drop in his par putts at 6 and 7. Scheffler is even par for the tournament, 5 off the lead. Sam Burns and Rory McIlroy are 5 under. They have yet to tee off here in the second round. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Burns minutes away from teeing off in the second round. The Shreveport, Louisiana native sharing the first round lead with defending champion Rory McIlroy. Both are 5 under. McIlroy tees off next hour. 2023 U.S. Open champion Wyndham Clark birdies 15 and 16. Clark is now alone at 4 under, 1 off the lead. Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, and Patrick Reed are -3, 2 back. Kitayama with a par at number 1. Tyrrell Hatton surging 4 under, making the turn today. He's now 2 under for the tournament and 3 back. Also at 2 under, Justin Rose, Brooks Koepka, Shane Lowry, and Xander Schauffele. Koepka sporting a textured mock neck tee with a birdie at 8 to move to -2. At 1 under, there's Chris Gotterup making his Masters debut. Jordan Spieth, who's 1 under today through 8. He left his birdie putt from 6 feet up the hill there at 8, just short, had to tap in for his par. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Ripping It with Ryan, sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
And Nola McGraw. Ripping It with Ryan. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, and quick draw on the other side of the glass. Orioles back with a diamond at home for the first time in over a week, taking on the Giants. Orioles swept the White Sox. So they go 3-3 on the road. They come back at 6-6, 2 games out of first place. Joining us now to talk about the upcoming homestand from MASNsports.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show our buddy Rock Abaco. Rock, good afternoon. How you feeling?
Good. I'm just trying to keep it straight whether I'm supposed to be panicking now or we're not panicking now. We were panicking in Pittsburgh, but we weren't panicking in Chicago. It's really hard to keep it straight.
That's an excellent lead to my question, as a matter of fact. As they sit here at 6-6, 3-3 at home, 3-3 on the road. As we assess the ball club, and we know the problems with injuries and other inconsistencies, but what's been the good part of the 6-6? And what's been maybe the most concerning part of where they are right now?
Yeah. I mean, the production they're getting from the top and the bottom of the lineup has been really good. I mean, Taylor Ward is one of those where I'm surprised they moved him out of the leadoff spot. If it ain't broke, you don't fix it. But he's going to hit first, so hit if he's second. It doesn't really matter. Having Gunnar atop the order works fine. He also is going to hit if he was hitting second. And what they're getting at the bottom with the Jeremiah Jacksons, Blaze Alexanders. So there's that production, and you know, if they get the decent starting pitching, they're going to be okay. Bullpen, I know there have been some concerns, but they've discovered that Anthony Nunez is a high leverage guy. Apparently, he's the 8th inning guy. I think Albin has done a pretty good job of picking and choosing who he's going to use depending on availability. But you mentioned the injuries, and that's definitely been, a challenge for him. And the projected rotation didn't pan out the way we had thought, and the bullpen has had multiple changes, and Pete Alonso's got to start hitting. We know he will. Kobe Mayo isn't. Colton Cowser isn't. They have options. How long is that leash on them? But Chicago's not exactly one of the stronger teams, but still, it was impressive what the Orioles were able to do out there, coming off the sweep in Pittsburgh and in horrible frigid temperatures. It was encouraging. Now let's see what they do on this next homestand, and maybe they get some guys to heat up in the lineup.
Yeah, and Rock, right now, everyone in the AL is trying to heat up. 4 teams are over 500 at this moment in time. The Twins, who the Orioles won the opening series, they joined the Yankees, the Guardians, and the Rangers over 500. And then there's the Orioles, and then there's nobody else. So a lot of teams are off to slow starts, trying to get things going. And like you mentioned, it's been an up and down roller coaster for the Orioles, but being at 6-6 ain't a bad place to be when you're only 2 games back. But the questions that you kind of just were alluding to about the rotation, it hasn't gone according to plan. And one plan was having Zach Eflin for a longer period of time, and we now know he's going to be done for the rest of the year. Cade Povich is going to get another run in the rotation this weekend. But, Rock, maybe enlighten our listeners what could be expected here as the Orioles try to figure out who could be that guy, and is Dean Kramer going to make his trip up to Baltimore here in the next week?
I mean, you'd think he would at this point, because they got him stretched out over 70 pitches his last outing. I think it was 4 2/3. But he pitched Wednesday in Norfolk. That was his second start. after the layoff that he had. So they basically had to ramp him back up. And I really don't know how much longer you would want to keep him down there at this point. Now, Povich, let's see, when he makes his start Sunday, if he does really well, do you really want to take him out? Do you move him into the bullpen just to keep him on the staff, or do you send him back down to let him keep developing as a starter? So that's going to be pending, and obviously the Orioles hope that that's a tough call. But I would think if Kramer's not coming back for the next turn, then it's got to be right after that. Hopefully Albernaz will give us an update later. But I don't know how much more they're going to want to see out of him other than, he didn't build up innings, but he did get stretched out pitch count-wise, and it was a bit of a surprise that he was sent down to begin with and then having the layoff. But you know how they say these things always work themselves out? It's amazing how it does. We're like, they actually have too many starters, and now here we are talking about Eflin throwing 3 2/3 innings in his return to the Orioles, and that's the last time we're going to see him, maybe with the Orioles at all. He's going to end up being a free agent again, most likely. So it just works itself out somehow every single time, and you never do have enough or too much pitching.
Depth is key, and you don't know when people are needed and how it's going to be. I believe the Dodgers last year had 17 starting pitchers, and they were a loaded team. We know they have quite a few superstars, but 17 starting pitchers, I believe, Rock, they had last season. So you got to be ready when your number's called, and you got to be ready for an expanded role, so to speak. So my last question for you, Rock, expanded role seems it could be in the cards for a guy like Blaze Alexander, who we've been monitoring everything that's been happening with Jackson Holliday, and he's trying to work through, the hand and getting comfortable. But I think Blaze Alexander, Rock, has come on and now not just being a utility guy, but it seems to me the Orioles might value Blaze as being a more everyday type of role, or he could. Is that something you think the Orioles would consider with the utility man they acquired just this past February?
I mean, it could stay that way. You never know. When that trade was made, it was because, and we had kept saying and writing that they don't really have a spot right now for a utility type guy if they were going to keep Mayo and Mountcastle on the same roster. And then they turn around and they trade for Alexander, and they give up Cade Stroud, who looked pretty good as a rookie reliever for them last year, going to Arizona, and he didn't make the club. But we were like, I guess they did need a utility guy, and they'll make room. And now he is basically just about an everyday player. So that was a huge acquisition. And even when Holiday comes back, and we don't know when that's going to be, and I think he told the Virginian pilot that he's still feeling a little bit of discomfort in that hand. He said, you can't say he's 100% yet, so they're certainly not going to rush him back. But even when he returns, there are going to be starts for him at second, but also at third, depending on whether Kobe Mayo heats up or not, because he had a great spring and he's just not hit so far, which takes us back to how long is that leash. But I think there's still, he may end up in a little bit more of a reserve role when Holiday comes back, but I think they're still going to look for ways to get him in a lineup. He's been productive. He brings a lot of energy. He can play anywhere. I saw him play some of the best third base I've seen. And I go up, I saw Brooks, and I saw Manny over there. And that play he made, that diving backhand stop, was one of the best plays that I've ever seen a third baseman make. So, I mean, they're going to want to keep him involved here. It just may not be quite as much as it has been. But, again, that was a very, very smart trade. And I know a lot of Arizona fans weren't happy with it, and I guarantee a lot of the media wasn't. He's one of the best guys in that clubhouse for us.
Rockabacco, MASSonsports.com. Riveted with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Rock, last thing for you. You remember the song, Where Have All the Flowers Gone? We're for Ryan Mountcastle, and we get it, injuries, limited at bats. Where is all the powers gone for Ryan Mountcastle here?
Yeah, this is going to be a challenge for him because he's used to playing regularly to try and get on a roll and find his stroke when he's sitting on the bench as much as he is. And that one of the things they liked about the idea of carrying him is that's a power right-handed bat off the bench, especially against left-handed pitching. And right now, and it's been a pretty small sample size, but we haven't seen much of it. Now let's see what happens when they finally actually face a left-handed starter, because that's what we've been talking about. Left-handers, they have not faced one yet. And the record, as I looked up with stats research, is 14 straight games in 1975 to begin a season only facing right-handed starters. They finally saw Mickey Lolich in Game 15, and the way the rotations and the probables are lined up, they're going to go 15 straight through this Giants series, still not seeing a left-handed starter. So at some point, maybe when it's Eduardo Rodriguez with Arizona, they're going to get opportunities to start seeing some lefties. That could get Ryan more involved in the lineup and the offense, and maybe that'll unlock something.
Rock Abacco, MASSonsports.com. Rock, as always, appreciate the time. Enjoy the series this weekend, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks, guys. Good talking to you.
There's Rock Abacco. Mickey Lolich, the original hefty lefty, going back to the 60s and 70s with the Tigers. We're going to come back, take some phone calls. 410-583-1057. Got the American League East report coming up 1 o'clock hour. Got buy or sell. Where's our weekend money? Ryan Ripken, hopefully we're counting that. And then Evan Wiebeck from the California Post. We're going to talk about the Giants. Just took 2 out of 3 from the Phillies, but they have a rookie manager right out of the collegiate ranks. How's that going so far?
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Buffalo Bills began offseason workouts earlier this week, and if you're a Bills fan, I think you should be optimistic heading into the season. The Bills needed to fire head coach Sean McDermott, who couldn't get them over the hump, and I like the promotion of offensive coordinator Joe Brady and the hire of Jim Leonard to run the defense. And I think they will give Josh Allen his best chance to get to a Super Bowl and win one for the fans in Buffalo. I'm Nick Costos.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people without destroying your credit. They can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission, license number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debts may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Inside Access is presented by FanDuel. FanDuel has your back with a special Mulligan bet back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you've got protection to take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all? Go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish? Lock it in with confidence, because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. That's FanDuel.com/local to claim your special mulligan bet back token. FanDuel Sportsbooks, the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus in present Maryland. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 $100 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 10 million people without destroying your credit. They can reduce your interest rates, lower your total payments up to 50% to get you out of debt fast. For a free consultation, call Consolidated Credit now. The program works.
Call 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298. 800-210-4298.
Consolidated Credit Solutions Incorporated, 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Kansas CSO 0019051. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 892. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation Commission, license number DC83. Service may adversely affect the individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action. Actual interest rates, length of program, and monthly payment reductions will vary by consumer and creditor. Yours could be higher or lower. Not a loan company. We do not lend money.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
1 o'clock hour. Got AL East report. We got buy or sell. Where's the weekend cake? And then Evan Wiebeck covers the Giants for the California Post. Stick around for that. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Let's get out to the phones. We're talking to Orioles and Giants here. Let's go to Bayview, and it's Bill. Bill, thanks for holding. What's up?
Hi, Bob. I was talking to Nolan, and I watched that Norfolk game the other day, and I'm telling you, their team, they do so many bad things. They throw past the cutoff men. I mean, it's obvious. They went extra innings, and the other team, Jacksonville, which is Tampa, AAA. They bunt him in a third, and then he eventually scored on a wild pitch. But they put him in position to score. Our team just let him sit out there. Ramos, the guy that was up here, and then they cut him. He swung at pitches that weren't. I never attempted to bunt. The right fielder, like I said, the right fielder. On the tie and run, I mean, that was already a given because they had this fast guy. He had already stole second base. And it was a base hit to right field. The right fielder throws all the way over the cutoff man's head to the catcher. And you could see that the runner had already passed him and scored. So, and then the other guy went to second, the guy that got the base hit. Now, they didn't score him, but, I mean, that's not good baseball. And I'm wondering if these kids that are having all the problem doing the same thing, like Cowser does it, and he does it in the major leagues. And I just wonder if our system's not so good.
All right, hey, Bill, thanks for the call. Ryan Ripken, would you care to elaborate on Bill's concerns here? Is this an organizational problem?
Bill, I appreciate the sentiment. I think a lot of former players, and I might say, back in my day, that's what a lot of those guys will say, that they're not playing the game fundamentally right. And some people don't like when they hear the older players or older generation say it. But if I'm being honest, they aren't playing fundamentally well. And I think that that's become a trend throughout baseball. The game has changed. The focus has changed. So Bill has a right to feel that way of watching it, because in the minor leagues, how things have, each organization's a little bit different. So let me walk you through this just real quickly. Some teams just say, we want to try to maximize how much power you can create, how hard can you throw, but are you learning the game? Are you learning how to set pitchers up as a hitter? Are you learning as a pitcher to set hitters up and vice versa? How does your fastball then set up your changeup or your breaking ball? And then above all, do you understand if we're in a situation where we have to get a bunt down, can you do it? Do you understand how to steal a base? Do you understand how to read outfielders on balls? Do you understand how to hit a cutoff man correctly? All those points are valid because in the game today, it's not done well enough. And it costs teams. And tonight on Baltimore Baseball Tonight, we're going to talk about, in the analyst corner, the fundamentals, where in some cases they might not bite you in the butt, at least now, but in the biggest moments they do. And you can go back and look at games where a fraction, a foot, an inch can be the deciding factor if you don't execute properly. And it might not always go down in the box score, Bob, as an error, but was it a mistake? Yes. So I don't want to single out any organization specifically, but that is something that goes out there. But one thing I think every organization needs to emphasize how to win ball games by any means necessary. Because it's not a coincidence that two organizations that still do it and do it with maybe less talent compared to the others, the Cleveland Guardians, they play Guardians ball there, Stephen Vogt. Their motto is, I don't care how we win, we need to win. And they do. The other team is one of the AL East rivals for the Orioles and the Tampa Bay Rays, who they have talent, but they have flipped a lot of players over the years, Bob. But if you want to go back and look in the last 16 years, who has the fourth most wins in all of baseball? It's Tampa Bay. You know what one of their development qualities is? We need to learn how to win. That's a development skill. And how to win is playing the game the right way, playing the game more fundamentally sound.
When we come back, top of the hour, take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Riveting with Ryan. Also, because in 2023, if memory serves, when the Orioles won 101 games, they were one of the fundamentally stronger teams in Major League Baseball. What in the hell has happened since then? We'll get into all of that. We're going to have the American League East report. We're going to count some dough with buy or sell. We're going to talk about the Giants with Evan Wiebeck from the California Post. So stick around. We have a busy last hour. Be part of it here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Guys, let's be real for a second. It's your buddy Bob Haynie here. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough. And that's exactly why Blue Chew has just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew, now with a gold standard upgrade that is changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for you, the loyal listener of 105.7 The Fan. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew, as always, for sponsoring us here on 105.7 The Fan. Blue Chew, as we said, revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. So you're going to be ready to rock and roll. Go to Blue Chew Gold, BlueChew.com, Blue Chew Gold, Bob1057. That's the code. 10% off your first month. Live like a king, be the man, and keep that loving from getting old with Blue Chew Gold.
At Lions Den, the lineup is stacked, and the action never ends. From warm-ups to extra innings, they've got what you need to win the night. So visit LionsDen.com. That's Lions Den. And if it's a home game, make it real home field advantage.
When it comes to your home comfort, trust the local experts at ARS Rescue Rooter. Right now, you can save up to $2,000 on a new HVAC system with our trade-in allowance program. At ARS, we treat your home like it's our own, with safe, reliable service backed by our exceptional service guarantee. Visit arsofmaryland.com/radio for details, terms, and conditions. License number MDHVAC.01-10647. MD license plumber number 21097. WSSC license master plumber gas fitter PFG-41104.
Call ARS and Rescue Rooter.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Have you ever wondered why the salespeople in the big box appliance aisles wear work aprons? What are they protecting themselves from? A dangerous spill in the paint department? At Bray & Scarf, we don't wear aprons because we're not side hustling in lumber. We offer a showroom that actually looks like a kitchen. You can see live induction cooking, test the latest connected tech, and we might even bake some cookies to keep it cozy. No concrete floors or associate filling in from plumbing here. Just manufacturer-certified experts who actually know how the appliances work. Because your kitchen should be a dream, not a DIY project. Visit Bray & Scarf, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Ready for a kitchen upgrade? The Spring Savings Event has arrived at Bray & Scarf. Get exclusive savings on GE Profile and Cafe Refrigeration. Save up to 40% on select models and enjoy 18-month special financing. Shop online or visit any of our 16 convenient locations to see why at Bray & Scarf, it doesn't cost more to get more.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Jesse Minter was picked to be the Ravens' new head coach for many different reasons, but his strong defensive track record made him a natural fit for a team that had started to lose its identity on that side of the ball. Kyle Hamilton says he loves the messaging from Minter and the coaching staff about getting the Baltimore defense back to being one of the most feared units in the league.
I don't think we're reinventing the wheel or anything, but just kind of got to reestablish dominant, especially defense. And him along with Coach Weaver, they've both done a great job so far, just kind of laying out what's been in the past and where we want to go in the future and how the standard has not been met and upheld, and we need to kind of fix that.
Phase 1 of the Ravens offseason program continues into next week, while OTAs will start ramping up on May 18th. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies all afternoon with highs reaching the 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan.
American League East report, riveted with Ryan. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Orioles off yesterday after sweeping the White Sox 5-3 on Wednesday in the finale. Rico Garcia picked up his first career save. Taylor Ward had 4 hits yet again at the, he batted second on Wednesday. But Kyle Bradish picked up his first win. All good news tonight, taking on the Giants. Landon Roop is on the hill, 1-1 with a .422 right-hander. As San Francisco coming in, Ryan, at 5-8, 2-1 on the road. They just took 2 out of 3, however. Last 2, as a matter of fact, against the Phillies, who were off to some early season struggles in the NL East here.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams trying to find their footing. I mean, the San Francisco Giants are one of them, especially opening ceremonies night where they were on Netflix. They get swept by the Yankees. A new manager coming from the college ranks where all eyes are on how is this experiment, in quotes, going to work, going from college to the big leagues. But don't get distracted by the fact that they still have some talented pieces there. They haven't played well, but so have the Orioles. The Orioles are still trying to find their footing. So something's going to give tonight. It should be a tough task, but if you're Baltimore, you got to be feeling good at least of how you ended the road trip and who you have on the mountain.
What's your anticipation level for Shane Baugh's third start of the year?
I think Shane Baugh should be in position to go out there and give a really good outing. I thought he built off of the first to the second start, and I think he should be primed to at least get 6 innings. He's got great stuff, Bob. For him, last outing, it was the throwing mistake error by him that kind of set him back. Other than that, he pitched extremely well, I thought. And in the first outing against the Twins, it was that funky inning that ended up putting up a crooked number. If he can avoid a crooked number, I can see a really good path for Shane Baugh's to go 6 innings, 2 earned runs or less. He's that good, and he's kind of primed to set himself up for that.
In the division last night, only one game. The A's taking on the Yankees in the Bronx, where they normally are beaten into submission, but it was the A's coming through in the clutch here in the 7th inning.
This one to center field. Cody Bellinger on the move. He'll go back towards the wall. It's going to be off the wall as Muncy is charging. Going for 3. Throw coming in from Bellinger, and Max Muncy leadoff triple. And he will drive this into right field. It brings home the first run of the game. A's take a 1-0 lead over the Yankees here in the 7th.
How about that? NBC Sports California on the call as Soderstrom drove in Max Muncy. Yes, there are 2 Max Muncies in Major League Baseball. That's kind of crazy. But that was the only run of the game. Jeffrey Springs, 33-year-old left-hander, goes 7 strong, 1 hit, 6 Ks. And not only do the A's, Ryan, win the game, they win the series 2-1.
Yeah, that stings. Not for the fact that the Yankees or teams are going to lose series, is that the fact that you lost a 1-0 ball game at your home ballpark, where typically the ball can fly out of there in a hurry, but it was a pitching duel. Jeffrey Springs was fantastic, and the Yankees, they really squandered an unbelievable pitching display from Ryan Weathers. And I talked to you, Bob, yesterday about Ryan Weathers. Keep an eye out for this guy. And he went 8 innings, 7 punchies, no walks, but he gave up that 1 earned run. And it was a 1-0 game there for the Yanks losing it. No one in Baltimore feels bad about it, but that's a tough one to swallow to lose.
In the division this weekend, Twins at Blue Jays. Woods Richardson taking on Patrick Corbin as Toronto's rotation and their lineup, quite frankly, kind of decimated with injuries right now. And the Twinkies just swept the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, the Jays are trying to hold on, right? There's so many things that are going on with them right now. You just want to stay afloat. You want to talk about staying afloat. They need to stay afloat until they have reinforcements. And if you're the Twins, good for Derek Sheldon. Great guy. Talk about preaching the fundamentals. That is something he wants to get back to. I thought he kind of got the short stick with the Pirates. They didn't really invest maybe as much at the time, but he's a guy that's familiar with the team. The Twins are playing with some momentum. So if you're a fan of the Orioles, you'll be rooting for the Twinkies tonight.
Yankees at the Rays. Luis Hill on the hill for New York against Steven Matz, who's 2-0 earned run average over 4, but that's a guy that's had some staying power, and he's transitioned from, he was part of that rotation with the Mets with Thor and DeGrom and Harvey, and now he's still one of the last standing of that group. Also going on in the division, the Red Sox are at the Cardinals in a rematch of the 1967 World Series, early against May in St. Louis. So, interesting series for Boston, off to a pretty slow start so far this year.
I mean, I mentioned it before, but a lot of teams are off to a slow start, Bob. The Orioles are in second place in the AL East, right, in this point in time. But if you look around the division, the Orioles would be a game back if they were in the West. No team besides the Rangers has a winning record in the West. You want to look at the Central, the Minnesota Twins are supposed to be at the bottom of the barrel, and it's the Detroit Tigers. And it's not a death sentence this early, but it just goes to show you there's a lot of teams that are struggling to put it together. And the bats, we just mentioned the Yankees. Aaron Judge will get going, no doubt. But for right now, Bob, hitting 222 with only 3 home runs, they are looking to get him going, and there's a lot of superstars trying to do the same.
Ripping it with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. Nolan, let's get a couple phone calls in real quick. Let's go to Rashawn in Baltimore. Rashawn, thanks for holding. What is up?
What's going on, Ryan, Bob, and Vinny? How y'all doing, man?
Well, Vinny ain't here. It's Nolan.
I thought Vinny was here.
Vinny leads at 12. It's baseball season.
Oh, okay.
That's 3 beers you owe me now.
Hey, I got you, man.
And yes, I am keeping receipt.
Hey, man. But listen, hopefully, man, this is the first time down at the yard, man, since last season when that Mamba Basallo had that walk-off home run.
Against the Dodgers, yeah. Of Tanner Scott, if I'm not mistaken.
There was, lefty on left.
Yeah, that was like probably one of the best games I've been to in recent memory, But hopefully we get after the Giants pitcher. What's his name? London Rupp? How you pronounce his guy's name? Landon Roop. Yeah. So, I see he got, 7 Ks in each of his first 2 starts and everything. 5 earned runs. The Orioles strike out a lot, so I'm expecting him, get after us probably about, I expect him to go up 9 Ks tonight, but hopefully, Baez have a, great outing this evening, and we can just get after him, on this 410 day, or what they call it, 410 day.
Happy 410 day.
410 day down at the yard and everything. So, definitely looking forward. We got some nice weather out there. And hopefully the Dodgers fans, not the Dodgers, the Giants fans won't be too rowdy down there, because I've seen videos, when them beating up each other when they fight, when they play the Dodgers and everything. So, they can be a little rowdy, but we're going to match that energy today. So any problems at Pickles, Bob or Ryan, just come get us.
We got Nolan. Nolan's ready to go high karate.
Nolan.
He did tell us that he can throw down. That's what he said. It's been a while, Nolan, but apparently that's what you were known for back in the day.
I want no parts of what Dustin and Rashawn got going on. I've never seen these men before.
I think Giants fans will pump the brakes here in Baltimore. Beating up Dodger fans is one thing, but coming down here is causing trouble now.
Hey, didn't Nolan almost get told with some Yankees or Red Sox fans with last year, the season before, something that happened down there?
Oh, the Yankee people. Well, you can't do anything about that. They're just, they're
born sitting in our
spot.
Yeah, and you were on an island, too. He was the only one there.
Man.
You guys
I didn't think it was that testy. The other guy, well, he was drinking, so I was joking around. He thought he was a matter of life or death.
He wanted some gabagool. All right, Rashawn, we'll see you tonight. Remember, I leave at 7. Don't come showing up at 7:05 like you always do. I know your game. I know how you will.
I'll be there, man. I'll be there bright and early. All right.
All right, see you. We have time for another call. Let's go to Cliffy. Cliffy in White Marsh. Cliff, what's up?
Hey, great to talk to you guys, Ryan. I'm sitting there. I like to do the math, and we get 27 outs every game, right?
Yep.
Just like every other team. Well, when your center fielder, your third baseman, and a lot of times your second baseman are throwing the bone up there, you got to do damage with 15 outs. We have no depth. We have no Westberg. We have no Holiday. This is a tough time for the Orioles to navigate through this. Ryan, you're 100% right. 12 games is not an indicator, but from my eyes, I think Mayo is going to break out of it, but I have serious doubts about Colton Cowser. And what you said about your experience going up against Hendrickson in the minors, that is in Henry Aaron's book. He tried that every time to hit the ball over the second baseman's head with power. And if the pitcher missed by a little bit, he could pull the ball anytime for a homer. Cowser has no approach at the plate. He has none. And I have to look at it, Ryan, as organizational, as a hitting coach. How do you let the guy continue to do the same things? It's been like Bob said, after his rookie year, this hasn't looked good. And I'll hang up and take it off air, but I am deeply concerned about Cowser.
All right, thanks, Cliff. Should the concern level be real for Moo Man?
I think it's justified, and look, the talent that Colton has, he's talented. You saw it in his rookie year. But it's not about what you do for 1 year. It's how's the encore performance. And I still remember Chipper Jones, actually, Calvin Edwin Ripken Jr. said this line, and actually Cal did one thing besides play all those games, Bob. One of the things he told Chipper Jones was, congrats on the first great year. Now the real work starts because the book's going to be out on you. And I think that that's a really good lesson here for Colton. He had a great rookie year. He hit 24 home runs. It looked like he was going to take that next step, injured a lot, but then the book's out on him on what he struggles with. Now you got to figure out, how do you adjust to the adjustments? So is it valid, the worries? Yes, because the scouting report's going to be there, and Kowser's going to have to prove that wrong. I believe in the talent, but now it's going to be up to Colton here as this goes on. Is he able to make that adjustment? And if he's not, then the Orioles are going to have some tough decisions to make.
We're going to come back, count some dough, hopefully buy or sell, talk about sports subjects of this Featured Artist Friday. And then Evan Wiebeck from the California Post. We'll talk about the Giants off to a 5-8 start, but they did take 2 out of 3 from the Philadelphia Phillies, and they have a rookie manager. We'll get an update on him.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
Insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL general manager and director of player personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Hey, O's fans, kick off your weekend with Party at the Yard, presented by Coors Light. Every Friday home game, hit the Coors Light roof deck and Legends Park for happy hour featuring $5 12-ounce Coors Lights when gates open until 1 hour after first pitch. Enjoy live music, photo ops, and entertainment all night long. And welcome a special guest splasher who will keep the good vibes going in the bird bath. Party with the O's on Fridays. Visit Orioles.com/party at the yard.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
Unless you live in a cave, you need batteries for cars, boats, and smartphones to keep life a breeze. Did you know we sell key fobs? We program them too. From lithium to 9-volt batteries up the wazoo. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked, with shows from Megan Moroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Are you looking for your next opportunity in the commercial mechanical trades where you're valued for your experience and hard work? Ariosa Mechanical is hiring skilled foremen and mechanics right now. Join a company with unwavering commitment to integrity, honesty, teamwork, and faith. If you're ready to take your career to the next level with a company that expects your very best, Ariosa Mechanical wants to hear from you. Visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
It only takes one swing to change the game. In life, one car accident can change everything. I'm Neil Dubofsky, founder of Dubo Law, and we're here when the unexpected happens and you need someone to fight for you. When you've been hurt in an accident, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation, and let us fight for you.
Ripping It with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan here on this Featured Artist Friday. It's the Nuge. Ted Nugent. Only a couple more segments left to go. Pick a song from him. We'll play it. Send a request, Plus Sport text line. Coming on with a busy weekend of sports. You got the Orioles, of course, in action. You got the Masters happening. Have a report coming from Augusta. Couple of minutes. NBA, NHL winding down their respective regular seasons. Tyson Fury is back in the ring this weekend as well for you pugilist fans. But right now, let's count that weekend money, hopefully by ourselves.
All right, quick look here. NASDAQ is up 51 today. S&P 500 down 10. Dow Jones down 292. Under Armour up 5 cents. And DraftKings, old DraftKings, what are we looking at here? Down 34 cents. Start our sports topics in Major League Baseball, where fans have started to accept the unfortunate reality. A lockout is coming next offseason. It doesn't really seem to be a matter of if, but a matter of how contentious, how long. Some recent comments from Dodgers owner Mark Walter, though, have added a new wrinkle to the speculation. Of course, LA's spending has been the main thing people point to when calling for a salary cap in the sport. It's easy to understand why these smaller market teams would want one, but I always assumed that owners like Walter here or others who are attached to bigger spending teams would be against it, right? That's a competitive advantage that they have that others don't. Why would I want to give that up? Well, a recent quote here from Mark Walter says, here's the problem. Money helps us win. We can't win all the time. We've got to have some parity. When have you ever heard someone on top speak like that? Buy or sell here, Ryan. These brief comments from the Dodgers owner can be viewed as a sign of optimism for CBA negotiations.
Sell. I don't really feel good about. There's a lot that has to go into this, and we can get caught up on what the conversations can be, but I'll just put it simply. There is a lot of emotion. There is a lot of deep-rooted conversations that is well beyond what one comment or quote's going to be. The game is at a great place as far as viewership, but also players and how the system is. They want to fight what they believe is right, and I just don't think any quotes or anything that's said right now is going to change anything for what's going to be down the road.
Talk a little NFL here. Todd Bowles, 4 years into his tenure as Buccaneers head coach already, and 2025 marked the first time that his team did not win a division title in that time. In fact, they missed the playoffs entirely, despite starting the season 5-1, which led to some chatter about Bowles' job security. You may be asking, why would a coach who won 3 straight division crowns be on the hot seat? But it is the NL South we're talking about. They only reached 10 wins in one of those years to win the division. Team owner Joel Glazer says he still has confidence in his coach because of the way the players responded to him. He's willing to chalk up last year's disappointment really to the injuries that they suffered. Buy or sell, Bob, missing the playoffs again this coming season will result in Bowles being fired.
I'm buying it. He gets conned if they miss the division or miss the playoffs because you stated the division that they're in. Carolina won the division. Atlanta fired their coach, and they were tied for first in the division. Yeah, they had injuries. Mike Evans was hurt. Godwin was hurt. Evans now gone. Offensive line was decimated. Then Rashid White, the running back, he split too. They still have a chance to win it. Is Atlanta an ascending team? I don't really know what's going on there. I mean, they have a new coach with Stefanski. Is Penix going to be a guy? Are we buying Carolina and Bryce Young? I mean, New Orleans, who knows what you have with Shuck and Kellen Moore trying to get that thing together. But, yeah, we look at them. Tampa, talent-wise, should win, but they didn't. Yeah, they missed the playoffs. Todd Bowles. Bombadita, happy trails to you.
Back to baseball. Start talking about the Orioles. Taylor Ward, a doubles machine right now. And taking him out of the leadoff spot the other day really didn't hurt his confidence at all. He went out there and ripped 3 more doubles to give himself 9 so far on the young season. Still waiting on that first homer, but, we're only mentioning that because he hit a ton last year. Even still, the production's been great. His extra base total for last season, with the 36 home runs included, came out to 69 extra base hits. Buy or sell, Ryan, even if he doesn't match last year's homer total, Ward will still exceed his career high in extra base hits.
I'd buy that. I think that the ballpark he's playing in, his home ballpark in Baltimore, is going to be hitter-friendly. He's gotten comfortable. And the bigger thing for me, the home runs are great. I'd love to see the home runs, but if he keeps hitting double after double after double, that means you're getting on base. You do that with people on base, that means runs are getting driven in. And the way he's swinging the bat, he's not trying to do too much. And if he keeps it simple, it's like the theme for today. Keep it simple.
Right.
I think that Taylor Ward's going to have arguably his best year as a pro, and it might not be the home run record, but I think overall game could be the best that we talk about.
One last topic for today in the NFL, the Dexter Lawrence trade request. One of the biggest stories, or really the only story out of the NFL in the past week or so. Probably end up being not so big of a deal because, again, this all stems from him seeking a new contract. Even John Harbaugh downplayed it, calling it just, quote, business. But just for fun's sake, Kevin Patra has listed a handful of teams that he thinks would be a good suitor, and the Ravens here are included. It might seem like a stretch for some of the fan base given the current cap situation and the uncertainty of other large contracts, but to me it really hinges on Nnamdi Madubuike. If he's healthy to go, well, there's no need for a Dexter Lawrence at that point. Buy or sell, Bob, if Madubuike's career cannot continue, then the Ravens should swing big for a replacement, either Lawrence or a similar trade.
I'll buy they should. I sell that they will. Madubuike is Dexter Lawrence when he's healthy. And I know we've heard all of this positivity coming out from where he might be health-wise, but there's nothing concrete there in regards to whether or not he'll play. I mean, they just extended Travis Jones. Roderick Washington got paid a couple years ago. They have Peebles. They should, but I don't think they will. And at the end of the day, I think Lawrence stays in New York because John Harbaugh dealt with this 3 years ago with Lamar Jackson demanding a trade right there at the owners' meetings as he was eating his eggs Benedict with everybody out there with the fancy people. When we come back, speaking of fancy people, we've got a Masters report live from Augusta, and then Evan Wiebeck from the California Post talk about the Giants. 5-8 on the year, but they did just take a series from the Phillies. Now in Baltimore, 4-3 against the Orioles.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Inside Access is presented by FanDuel. FanDuel has your back with a special Mulligan Bet Back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you've got protection to take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all? Go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish? Lock it in with confidence, because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. That's FanDuel.com/local to claim your special Mulligan Bet Back token. FanDuel Sportsbooks, the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Nothing seemed to go right for the Ravens in 2025 as they suffered one of the most disappointing seasons in franchise history. Injuries played a big role in that right from the jump as Baltimore saw many core pieces of the roster miss significant time, including Lamar Jackson. Does team leadership view that as a fluke or a sign that some change is necessary? Strength and conditioning coach Scott Elliott offered this answer earlier this week.
When you look year over year, you'll see trends. You also see pockets of injuries that are common throughout the league that maybe weren't the case the year before. You know, you call it a fluke, but you also just call it a physical game where things happen, and you got to navigate it and then get back, to the field of play. The return to play is the biggest aspect.
And the Orioles will return to Camden Yards this evening for the start of a 6-game homestand. They'll send out Shane Baz, Chris Bassett, and Cade Povich in that order for this weekend series against the Giants. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies all afternoon with highs reaching the 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan. Now let's go live to Augusta for a Masters update brought to you by Baltimore County Golf. This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Augusta National Golf Club, Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the Masters. I'm Ted Emmerich. A more demanding Augusta National is bringing even Scotty Scheffler to his knees.
This is a very difficult green to read, one of the toughest. This for par from 6 feet for Scotty Scheffler. Back and through, ball rolls up on the left-hand side, and it misses on the right. Again, a carbon copy of the par putt that he had at the last.
Really a shocker. Yeah, it really is. Carl Paulson and Steve Melnick the call at 5 on Sirius XM. So back-to-back bogeys for Scheffler at 4 and 5. He did drop in his par putts at 6 and 7. Scheffler is even par for the tournament, 5 off the lead. Sam Burns and Rory McIlroy are 5 under. They have yet to tee off here in the second round. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the One. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best mornings
In the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Burns minutes away from teeing off in the second round. The Shreveport, Louisiana native sharing the first round lead with defending champion Rory McIlroy. Both are 5 under. McIlroy tees off next hour. 2023 U.S. Open champion Wyndham Clark birdies 15 and 16. Clark is now alone at 4 under, 1 off the lead. Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, and Patrick Reed are -3, 2 back. Kitayama with a par at number 1. Tyrrell Hatton surging 4 under, making the turn today. He's now 2 under for the tournament and 3 back. Also at 2 under, Justin Rose, Brooks Koepka, Shane Lowry, and Xander Schauffele. Koepka sporting a textured mock neck tee with a birdie at 8 to move to -2. At 1 under, there's Chris Gotterup making his Masters debut. Jordan Spieth, who's 1 under today through 8. He left his birdie putt from 6 feet up the hill there at 8, just short, had to tap in for his par. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Ripping It with Ryan, sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
Ripping It with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw's on the other side of the glass. 7:15 tonight on Apple TV. The Orioles taking on the Giants. We'll be at Pickles Pub for Baltimore baseball tonight, starting at 6. Me, Ryan, and Nolan stop by and say hello. It's going to be a beautiful weekend weather-wise here. Expected to be in the Charm City. We know the Orioles swept the White Sox. Giants took 2 out of 3 from the Phillies, and let's get to know San Francisco a little bit more from the California Post. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome into the show Evan Wiebeck. Evan, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here in Baltimore.
Hey, happy to be here.
All right, let's talk about, taking 2 out of 3 from Philly, good things, especially winning the last 2. But rookie manager Tony Vitello coming out of the University of Tennessee, where he did nothing but win. Go back to when the Giants hired him, the surprise level for that, and how is life at Major League Baseball? What's the adjustment been like for him so far?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously been the, kind of the story of the spring and the start to the season so far, just the unprecedented nature of bringing in a manager straight from the college ranks. It's something that's never happened before in Major League Baseball. I mean, obviously we have a few guys who have coached in college who are now managers in the major leagues. Pat Murphy, comes to mind with the Brewers, but nobody's gone straight there. So I think it definitely sent shockwaves when we started hearing the name thrown about, especially when you think about, the kind of the way, Tennessee played, under Vitello, a very bold and brash and, expressive style of play. You could say, and you weren't sure how that was going to translate to the majors, how he was going to be able to, how his style was going to be accepted by major league players who are pros, who aren't, 18 to 22-year-olds. And, we got a taste for, kind of Vitello's style because, the Giants had brought in a couple Tennessee guys in the last couple of years. Drew Gilbert comes to mind. He was kind of the face of that Tennessee program with, the way that you celebrate getting to second base. We'll just call it, not safe for work celebration. But I think it's gone, in some ways it's gone about as poorly as it possibly could, just from an optics standpoint and a way, in terms of, how, winning over a fan base and, a 3-8 start. It's made it tough, but on the other hand, if you look in terms of inside the clubhouse, I think it couldn't have gone better in some ways. Guys seem to be really excited to play for him. Tony, he's a very sincere, guy who speaks his mind, both, seems to the team and to the press. And he's talked a couple times about, how he, he's felt like he has gotten more respect than even he expected and maybe even deserved, from the guys and just acceptance within the clubhouse. So I think it's been a learning process, and, he's had, to deal with a roster that's maybe not, the most ideally constructed. But, you take out those first 3 games against the Yankees, and they played 500 ball ever since then, which, that's kind of been the story of the Giants for the last couple of years, and that's the trend that they're trying to break. But they're trending in the right direction after the Phillies series. 20 scoreless innings coming into this series from a pitching staff that was probably the biggest question mark for them coming into the season.
So if that is the current hot streak for the Giants, is the pitching staff with that, well, why don't we go to the other side with the bats, which I know this Giants team, and you've kind of alluded to it, they've been around 500 over the years. They have some veteran talent, and they're kind of in the middle of this NL West where they would like to compete, but we're still trying to figure it out. But offensively, at this moment, as far as ranks, they're near the bottom in runs per game. What is something that you've seen from the offensive side with the San Francisco Giants that you think they need to do better here as they get ready to face an Orioles staff that they could say the same things that they haven't gotten going offensively?
Right. I think we've seen a lot of the same trends that we saw last year from the Giants, and it maybe started to flip a little bit in the Phillies series. But struggles against starting pitching, struggles against hitting the fastball. They've been one of the, for the last couple of years, consistently one of the worst teams against fastballs. And maybe concerningly, if you look at bat speed for a couple of these guys, it's been down. Elliot Ramos, notably, and he's one of their most promising homegrown players, an all-star a couple of years ago, had his struggles defensively, but has seemed to be a really, stable bat in the outfield. And he's had some concerning strikeout problems. Jung-Hoo Lee, he's moved over to right field. They expected to get some better outfield defense with, Harrison Bader in center. And their outfield has been one of the worst. I actually think if you look at WAR, the worst in baseball to start so far. And all those guys, they lost a lot of spring training, either to injuries or all 3 participated in the World Baseball Classic. So I think maybe we're having some holdover effect from that. But this is a lineup that is just it's so much more stable than anything they've had in the past. Really the most, threatening, intimidating core. If you look around the diamond, it's Rafi Devers, it's Luis Arias, it's Willie Adames, it's Matt Chapman. Those are some names, right? Some names that they haven't had in the past for the most part, that they're really counting on. And really none of those guys, other than Chapman, has been productive to start. Other than Chapman and Arias has been, pretty solid. But, Rafi and Adames have both gotten off to slow starts, and the outfield, really, so there's just a couple spots in a 1 through 9 that has not produced.
Yeah, and around baseball, especially in the American League, a lot of teams are struggling. The Orioles are the only team at 500 in the American League, and there's 4 teams that are over 500. And the National League's been pretty stacked, relatively speaking, so far to start this. But there has been a lot of offensive struggle. You said that you expect, and I'm looking at this lineup, I trust good players. They're going to put some things together. But with this pitching side then, what is something then for Orioles fans to understand about who is in line for this series and who they're going against? And if you're going to put on the Giants to win this series, how are they going to do that and continue their momentum to try to get back towards 500?
Yeah, I think it comes down to the bullpen for the Giants, and it's a group that they didn't invest a bunch in over the offseason. Frankly, you could say that about the pitching staff in general. It's really, Logan Webb and Robbie Ray had things up at the front end, and then it's pretty much question marks after that. But the way Vitello has managed this bullpen, it's kind of been a lot of moving pieces and not a lot of defined roles, and we've seen it come together. Other than a couple blips. It's been one of the strong suits of the staff, but we've seen, a guy who, like Ryan Walker, has closed games for them in the past and was, a defined closer for them. And he's been brought in the 6th inning, for example, following Robbie Ray. And, Vitello said, following, we all saw that and we were like, wow, that's interesting. It's really not, they really don't have a closer, right? Bringing this guy in the 6th inning. But they have such opposite arm angles. Walker is he's a cross-arm guy. It almost looks like he's, throwing it into the third base dugout when he winds up and he finds the strike zone usually. And Robbie, real low arm slot from the left side. So very, very opposite look. So that was kind of the reasoning Vitello said for that move. But yeah, it's like, they don't really have a closer. They don't. They've had a couple, young arms who they thought were going to be starters have emerged as maybe some productive arms, and even some non-roster invites like a Caleb Killian is a guy who's picking up more leverage innings, and Matt Gage, who they picked up out of the Mexican League a couple of years ago, and he's been journeyman all over the place. They drafted him 12 years ago, and he's made his way back to the organization and just earned his first big league win the other night. So a lot of interesting stories, not a lot of big names or guys you can really count on. They lost, Camilo Doval, Tyler Rogers, and didn't really replace them in the last year. But so far, guys have been kind of stepping up in surprising ways from the bullpen.
He's with the California Post talking about the San Francisco Giants in town for a 3-game set against the Orioles. Evan Wiebeck, we appreciate the time. Enjoy your weekend. Good luck to the Giants outside of the next 3 days in 2026. And maybe we'll talk to you in October when the World Series rolls around. Who knows who's playing in it, but we'll still talk to you anyway.
Thanks, Evan.
All right, thanks, Evan. Evan Wiebeck, everybody. We'll come back, reset the program for you. Inside Access takes over at 2. Then it's Baltimore Baseball tonight, live from Pickles, coming up at 6 here on The Fan.
Baseball is back on The Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on The Fan. Ryan Ripken, Mike Bordick, and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haynie and Tim Barbalase. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Death, taxes, and the Colorado Avalanche dominating each season. The inevitable, unavoidable. With the help of Nathan McKinnon, the Avalanche have officially secured the NHL's top seed for the Stanley Cup playoffs. They are bringing home the President's Trophy for the 4th time in Colorado's history. This will be the team to watch throughout the playoffs. I'm Addie Bates.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or?
I'm thinking high-five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access coming up here in a matter of minutes. Then coming up at 6, as we discussed. Baltimore baseball tonight. Live from Pickles Pub, getting you ready for the first game of this 3-game set against San Francisco. Tonight, 7:15 on Apple TV. Tomorrow, 7:15 on Fox National Television. And then 1:35 Sunday, the finale. That's back on Masson, having some fun down there. And I'm going as a paying customer on Sunday afternoon.
Well, look at you supporting the team.
That's
hopefully going for a sweep, maybe.
A 6-game winning streak wouldn't be bad with Arizona coming to town.
I forgot, it just,
4.
I'm getting, it's 4 for you as a winning streak.
Yeah.
You already knew the question.
Yeah.
Nolan, how do you classify a winning streak?
Oh, we got to do this again?
Yeah, we're back.
Well, you know what? I like that the conversation was around winning streak because last year it was a lot of losing streak.
Yeah. Let's just say we didn't have a conversation, to your point, Nolan, about a winning streak with the Orioles because they never really approached that benchmark oftentimes. But 26, they're 6-6, 2 games out of first place. After they got swept by the Pirates, fans were losing their minds. Yes, it's just the White Sox. But, we'll see how they handle their business. Diamondbacks coming off a series win against the Mets, too. As Eduardo was pretty strong, and the Orioles will probably see him, and as Rockabacco pointed out an hour or so ago, first left-handed starter they've seen all season long. So let's get off the schneid there just a little bit. Nolan, any closing thoughts for the people before we make our way downtown?
Yeah, well, that's the big storyline, the lefty pitching. Remember, the last couple of years, Orioles against that, not too good at all. And they made a lot of moves last year to try to remedy that. But between injuries and poor performance, it was a disaster. So we'll see what the results look like this year.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesignDoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Let's see. We'll do an Orioles thought here. Long text, but we'll get through it. It says, I don't understand why the Orioles keep playing Colton Cowser as an everyday player. He looks totally lost at the plate unless he gets a fastball, which really doesn't happen that often anymore. I think they should option him. Work on the off-speed, hitting against off-speed, that is. Doing that would free up center field for Beavers and Taveras, which would equal more at-bats for O'Neill in right, which also could put Basayo in the lineup every day as a DH. To be honest, I think the long-term solution for the Orioles in center field is a trade for Byron Buxton. But what would they have to give up to get him?
A lot. They would have to give up a lot. And Byron Buxton's also been saying, I don't want to go anywhere. He's got a no-trade clause. Now, if the Orioles are winning and maybe you could convince a Mr. Byron Buxton, that's a tall task. But let's talk about the guys in Baltimore still. You got to be careful with what you want to do with Cowser for a development standpoint, because the biggest thing for him is he's got to get out of his head. And he's got to make adjustments. And if he doesn't, they're going to have to make a decision. But one thing with the text right there that I will say, Dylan Beavers, I like the way he swings the bat. I like his approach. I think you're going to have to get him into an everyday role. I think that's how it's going to play out. But I still am hoping for Cowser. But if not, Bob, they're going to be in a tough decision that they're going to have to make some decisions.
Yeah, and Beavers finally got his first walk of the year a couple of days ago against Chicago. But Cowser, he's no man's land offensively. When he comes to the plate, confidence level that he's going to do something positive is pretty low right now, at least for me.
It's low right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking for any sort of positivity. The strikeouts are down this year.
Right.
I mean, look, but it's compared to how ballooned it was the last couple of years, so it still might not end up being great when you compare him to league averages. But, I mean, like Gunnar struck out 10 more times than him in only a couple more games played. But Gunnar is producing. So
yeah, he has half of their 8 home runs.
And I'll throw this in here. Nolan's opinion, Nolan's 2 cents. The Byron Buxton thing, want no parts of that, personally. I mean, this guy's played 100 games 3 times in his career. Really one of the strangest careers that I can recall here in modern MLB. Like, hyped to the gills and deserved coming out in the draft. And he's had the length of career that's there that you would expect from someone of that kind of draft status. But he never suits up. And when he is healthy, it's just the weirdest career I can recall in recent history.
Super talented. I played with him in the Under Armour All-American game out of high school. He was a different breed. There's a reason why he went so high in the draft. But to your point, Nolan, the best ability is availability. And Byron, as talented as he is, it's been hard for him to stay healthy over the years.
And the trade capital to get Byron Buxton right now would probably be, like Colton Cowser might be part of that trade, or Enrique Bradfield or somebody along those lines. And as Nolan said, and you just talked about, Ryan, I mean, Buxton is as talented as he is. You know, you want your center fielder to play 100 games?
Yeah, I'll just stop it. He ain't going anywhere. He's staying in Minnesota.
That's right. The Twins are on fire.
We'll take Joe Ryan instead.
We're going to be back on Monday for Vinny and Haynie, of course, and we'll be ripping it with Ryan next Thursday. But tonight, we're all together down at Pickles Pub for Baltimore baseball tonight. We start at 6. We'll be there earlier than that. So come on down. Let's have some fun. It's going to be a beautiful weekend in downtown Baltimore. Hopefully, the Orioles can keep this momentum rolling and get over 500 here in 2026. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, and Ryan Ripken, I'm Bob Haynie. Inside Access coming up next. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe, stay healthy. We'll talk to you when we talk to you. For now, class dismissed.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's your buddy Bob Haynie here. Let's be real for a second. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough. And that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. Blue Chew Gold dissolves right under your tongue and starts working in as little as 15 minutes. That means less waiting, more confidence, and a whole new level of readiness. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew, now with a gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring Keep That Loving from Getting Old with Blue Chew Gold.
The tradition continues at Laurel Park on Saturday, May 16th for the 151st running of the Preakness Stakes. Experience the middle jewel of the Triple Crown outside of Pimlico for the first time in more than 100 years for the most intimate viewing experience in Preakness history. Seating is extremely limited for this once-in-a-lifetime showcase. of the best horses and jockeys in thoroughbred racing. Purchase your tickets today at Preakness.com.
It's springtime in Baltimore, which means summer heat is on the way. Is your system ready? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. And right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnanddermer.com. Farnan & Dermer, Baltimore's most reliable air conditioning, heating, and plumbing service. They've been making your family's comfort their family's business since 1902. Subject to credit approval. Contact Farnan & Dermer for details.
Springfest is heating up at Lowe's, and for a limited time, we have the extra big deals you need to impress guests. Get your outdoor space ready and save $50 on the select Cobalt 24-volt blower kit, now $79. Plus, save $150 on the Blackstone 30-inch 2-burner griddle, now $299. It's springtime, and our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/13, while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
Stephen Wilson Jr. brings his Gary the Torch Tour to Pier 6 Pavilion on July 25th with special guest The Lone Bellow, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Visit the contest page at 1057thefan.com to enter for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Mark Andrews is the last man standing in the Ravens tight end room after Isaiah Likely and Charlie Kohler left for big paydays earlier this offseason. He's also been given a large financial commitment of his own to lead that position group into the next era with a new coaching staff in town. Andrews spoke during this week's voluntary workout program about the shakeup to the tight end depth chart.
Well, I'm excited for those guys. You know, those guys have worked their butts off. But I'm excited about this room. Excited about Coach Grossi, Coach Zach. We're going to focus on the details. We're going to get better. We're going to elevate each and every day. And I think the best thing about this, coaching staff is they're always preaching communication. I think for all of us, just taking this time to bond, chemistry, all this stuff is going to be good.
And the Orioles will start up a 3-game series against the Giants this evening. Shane Baz will be on the mound for Baltimore, looking to build off a solid outing against Pittsburgh last weekend, in which he allowed just 1 run through 5 2/3. He'll be opposed by San Francisco's Landon Roop with first pitch scheduled for 7:15. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies all afternoon with highs reaching the 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
The at-bats are still there. We're just a click off right now. And that's something where when our offense gets going, I think that's once everyone kind of starts clicking and stays with himself and pass the baton, I think that's where our offense is really going to take off.
So that's skipper Craig Albernaz, and that's a while back, talking about his confidence the offense is going to take off. Well, the good news is the Orioles have won 3 in a row. That was after being swept, losing 3 in a row. They're 6-6 through 12 games, but let's be honest, as a whole, the offense has not gotten off to the start we would like, and they have not hit the ground running on all cylinders, whatever the cliche you want to say, Bone. So will the offense finally wake up on this homestand?
That's kind of the crazy part when you think about the White Sox series, Ken. They scored 11 runs in 3 games and swept the White Sox.
They could have easily.
It was all about the pitching. And Brandon Young, he got the spot start, 5 shutout innings. Heck, the bullpen was really, really good for the White Sox series. The hitting just hasn't been there. And when I was looking at all of their season-long totals thus far, it's not all horrible. They're 7th in on-base percentage, which actually is very impressive considering where they've been in on-base percentage over the past couple of years. 10th in OPS. They're 17th with batting average and runners in scoring position, but they're just not scoring runs. They're 21st in runs scored with 45. They're tied for 26th in home runs with 8. Only the Tigers and Giants have hit fewer home runs than the Orioles. But when you just look at this offense as a whole, Ken, Kobe Mayo, he's not doing anything. He's 4 for 30. Colton Cowser's 10 for 45. Dylan Beavers has had his fair share of struggles. Pete Alonso is yet to get going in this offense. It's really been Gunnar Henderson and his power, because the slugging percentage is strong, and Taylor Ward. Those have been the big guys with the offense thus far.
At least Dylan Beavers has gotten a key hit here and there.
Sure.
And at least Pete Alonso, as he's homered, he had a double the other day. I don't want to get off track too far, but I feel like Kobe Mayo's making the decision easy as far as when and if Jackson Holliday gets here. Like, he doesn't look like a major league hitter right now, and the fielding has gotten progressively worse as the season's going on. But you're right. They're getting some. We'll talk about Taylor Ward and Gunnar Henderson a little bit later. But the offense as a whole there's an alternate universe where they get swept in Chicago.
I also think, and this is kind of a trend going back to last season, it's the lack of offense at the beginning of games and having to play from behind. The Orioles in the first 4 innings of games this year, they're averaging 1.33 runs per game. That's 22nd in baseball. They're giving up in the first 4 innings 2.25 runs per game in the first 4 innings. That's 27th. So it's constantly chasing in these ball games, and the offense just has to get going, and it has to get going from the get-go. Play from ahead. Give your starting pitcher a lead.
I'd like to see that. And obviously, since I last left you, we got the final word on Zach Eflin. He's done for the year. We knew that was coming, right? Like, so at some point, we'll see Dean Kramer. The starting pitching has been all right. I'd like to see more from Bradish. Obviously, Shane Baz was really good his last start. He starts tonight. Trevor Rogers has been Trevor Rogers. And you mentioned the Brandon Young at the top who gave them 5 scoreless the other night in Chicago. So if this offense could, as you said, get going fast, play with a lead, it could be interesting. I agree with Ben that we're going to get to the summer and we're going to have a stretch where this team just mashes people, but I'd like that to start sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and you look at the 2 teams coming to Baltimore in this homestand, the Giants, which are up first, and they're 19th in team ERA. The Diamondbacks are 14th. Pete's the one guy that you really look at because he's got the track record and you know that he really hits. And this road trip was really rough for him. He was 2 for 25. He had 8 strikeouts in this road trip. And this isn't a player that typically gets off to slow starts. Pete Alonso last March and April, he had an OPS of over 1,100. You look at his career splits in March and April, career OPS there, well over 800. So this isn't one of those players that gets off to a slow start. So you hope that Pete can really get it going as well.
Yeah, and I'm confident he can. Like, I don't know what's going on with him, but I also know that this, like, if he went through a stretch like this in June, I'd say that's just baseball because he's not going to hit 425 on the season. So it's coming at the start of the season. He's only hit 1 home run. I think the home runs are coming. Even we had Jim Bowden on Wednesday, and he's like, I'm confident that he's going to hit 30-plus home runs, and he might hit well more than that. So, like, we got a long way to go in this baseball season. Pete Alonso is at the low end of my concerns.
I'm with you. And when you look at the advanced analytics and looking for reasons for optimism, Pete's top 10 in average exit velocity. He's in the 97th percentile, 95.1 miles per hour, which constitutes a hard hit. So he's getting hard contact. It's not landing. It's not finding grass.
He's also there's more swing and miss than I expected, especially that series in Pittsburgh. He did not look like he was seeing the ball well at all.
Yeah, he had 6 strikeouts in that series alone. But this is a guy that strikes out, not at an alarming rate per se, but you look, even last year, he struck out 162 times. You take it when you get the power, when you get the run-scoring ability from Pete Alonso.
Everything went okay yesterday. Obviously, I had an incident on Wednesday night. I wasn't here. I broke my wrist walking the dog. That was fun. Was it?
So how you said it was wrapped around your wrist?
So the
leash.
I honestly don't remember exactly how I had it, but I wasn't holding it the normal way. And Barkley, we adopted a puppy in February. Barkley, he's like, I think he's a blackmouth cur, but he's listed as a half lob, half shepherd mix. He's a big rambunctious puppy. Probably about 50 pounds. And I'm walking him Wednesday night. Actually, this was like, it was the walk that was going to be the precursor to eventually. It was probably 8:30. Bring him in for a little bit, let him play around, give him one more walk to do quick business, and then put him to bed. And we're on the final stages of said walk, and he took care of some business and started doing some zoomies. And he jerked like my arm, and I felt it pop immediately.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I just felt
so you didn't fall or anything. It was just from him jolting.
Yeah, I felt it pop like immediately. He broke my wrist. And it's the bone on the pinky side. And so I went to Sinai Hospital. Shout out Sinai Hospital. They were great. Security guard Jamal was fantastic. He was really nice to my wife Margie, who dropped me off. She left for Savannah the next morning, so she had to drop me off and leave me there. Eventually.
So she wasn't too worried about you.
No, not really.
Yeah.
She got plans. But like I knew it was broken. You could just feel it. And I'm at the counter, and I'm left-handed. It's my left wrist. And I'm like, just a heads up, I can't fill anything out. I think I broke my wrist. I'm left-handed. It's my left wrist. She's like, okay. And then the next thing you know, the guy behind me, Jim, the security guard, you need a wheelchair? And I'm like, I'm in so much pain, I'm about to cry. And so he gives me a wheelchair. I sit in a wheelchair, and Margie's like, you're the only person with a broken wrist that needs a wheelchair. I was like, well, I'm not the toughest guy in the world, but he came up to me later, Jamal, and he's like, how'd you do it? Were you playing pickleball? I was like, I wish I had a cool story. I was walking the dog, and he just got me at a weird angle, and I felt the wrist pop. It sounds like I'm going back to the ortho in a week, and either they're going to put a hard cast on it. There's a slim chance, he said, that I might need surgery, and they put a screw in it.
Hopefully not.
Now, the good news with surgery is I'll get the wrist back quicker. It's like 2 to 3 weeks, but it's invasive.
Yeah.
The bad news is the invasive. If they put the hard cast, it's probably 4 to 6 weeks, something like that. So we shall see.
Playing hurt right now.
It's been, yeah. And, with the puppy, that's fun. So the puppy's being taken care of by Margie's Uncle Tommy. Thank you, Uncle Tommy. Shout out. Because Margie's gone. I can't handle both dogs with one hand. So it's been an interesting couple days, that's for sure. But that's why I wasn't here yesterday. Was also on some intense pain meds yesterday. That's
nice.
Yeah, I got a day of that.
Love that.
That's all I needed. Get that out of the way. It's Advil and Tylenol today, or ibuprofen and Tylenol, whatever. It's acetaminophen.
Need the good stuff back.
I had the good stuff yesterday, but you can't drive with the good stuff. And it makes you feel
it's frowned upon.
It makes you feel a little loopy. But and there's always a but bone. Takes away the pain.
That's all that matters. You break your wrist, you need something.
Yeah, we're on camera, so there's for people on YouTube, you can see the cast, and I got a pillow I'm resting it on because the doctor, he made me take off my ring, so I told Margie, because he said circulation, you might swell up. I said, Margie, we're officially not married anymore because I can't wear the ring.
If you get the hard cast, can I sign it?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
It would be my honor.
And Alex will sign it too because he made me sign his guitar. So you're definitely
got to return the favor.
Yeah, so you will definitely sign it. But yeah, so if it's cast, you will sign it. But we have a massive Friday show, and I'm happy to be back. And again, shout out Jamal. He helped Margie get out of the garage as well. I'm a big fan of the show.
Hey.
I didn't know. He did not let on to me that he listened, but when he let Margie go.
Well, you're an intimidating guy.
Yeah, yes. I'm crying with a wrist injury, and I'm very intimidating. But when he let Margie out of the garage, he's like, I'm a huge fan of his, huge fan of the show, loves the show, loves the bone.
Shout out Jamal.
Yeah, so Jamal, thank you very much for helping Margie out. Guest-wise, Todd Frazier, Foul Territory, part of Yankee broadcast as well. We'll talk baseball, Yankees, Orioles with Todd at 4 o'clock. What seems to be our weekly chat with the good doctor, Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD. I'll talk Orioles and Ravens with him at 5. And Matt Wyrick will preview the series against the Giants and look back on the road trip. He covers the O's for the Sun. He joins at 5:30.
Yeah, plenty of Orioles talk as we preview their series against the Giants, which begins tonight. Jackson Holliday had some ominous comments the other day down at Norfolk saying he's not 100%, but he's just trying to work through it. But we will get into the Ravens, play some of the best sound from the first week of their offseason workout program. And Zay Flowers' comments on the championship window. Is it closing in Baltimore?
Oh, interesting. But next, one of those guys that has gotten off to a great start, Gunnar Henderson. What do we think of what we've seen from Gunnar so far this season? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Have you ever seen a game show where overjoyed contestants spin a huge wheel to win lots of amazing prizes and you wished it could be you? Well, the Maryland Lottery just found a way to take that same excitement and put it in a scratch-off game. Play the Big Spin. You can win up to $50,000 instantly or have a chance to go to lottery headquarters and spin the Big Spin wheel for $50,000 to $250,000. Who needs a game show when you have a scratch-off like that? Pick up the Big Spin today and please play responsibly.
Batteries Plus presents Power Ballads.
If you run a business in any industry, the last thing you need is some dead batteries. We got them in stock and we're local too. We dream about batteries more than most people do. Batteries Plus, there's no problem too large. Batteries Plus, we're the experts in charge.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Savings, they're raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons, or drive a new Santa Fe, Elantra, or Sonata with 0.99% 60-month financing and make no payments till July 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now, we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance, plus get your Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. Savings are raining down at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. And see that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Henderson clubs a fly ball. High to center field. Deep to center field. Out to center field. First home run of the season for Gunnar Henderson. That ball tagged to deep right field by Henderson. O'Hearn will watch it fly. What a battle from Gunnar Henderson. Down 0-2 in the count against the nasty southpaw Gregory Soto. Oh, that ball is shot. Will it stay fair for Gunnar? It will. Right inside the pole. A ringing shot deep into the Chicago night for Gunnar Henderson. Another Ward at second, and this ball jacked to right field. Well struck. Hill racing back. It's gone. Yeah. Left on left. Gunnar Henderson slams the Orioles in front.
Big time. Big time. Leave it up to the kid, folks. Gunnar Henderson, when the lights are the brightest and the stage is the biggest, he seems to come up big.
Kevin Brown on the call with a little accompaniment from Big Ben McDonald, Metallica in the background. Gunnar Henderson getting some big hits early. Gunnar Henderson hit 17 home runs in 154 games a year ago. He's already got 4 in 12 games. That batting average is only 245, but the OPS is 890. He's got 4 home runs, 9 RBIs. He's gotten off to quite a start. And this was, remember, the first few games, he kind of did nothing. So he's gotten better as the season's gone on. What do you think of this start?
The power's back.
Yeah.
The power.
And he said it would be.
The power is back. It's indicated by the slugging percentage. He's got the 4 homers, but also 3 doubles. And a big difference, still very early, just 2 weeks into the season, but a big difference from last year to this year, outside of just the power, Ken, is what he's doing against left-handed pitching. And Gunnar's OPS against lefties last year was 603. In 2024, it was great, 829. This year, it's over 1,200. He's got 2 homers off lefties, in which he had 3 homers off left-handed pitching all of last year. And we were so bullish on Gunnar heading into this season, and it goes back to what he did in the World Baseball Classic and just him getting fired up, getting that double, looking over to the dugout, hitting some homers in the WBC. We've seen the fire from Gunnar Henderson already, and you can go back to the second game of the season. It was a big-time moment, bases loaded, 2 outs. He ended up popping up, and he threw his bat. He's all fired up. Craig Albernaz was asked about it following the game, and he was like, hey, we want that. We want that fire from Gunnar Henderson, and you're seeing it. And since that point, we've seen him come up big in big-time moments. Gunnar in high-leverage situations this year, Ken, he's 4 for 10. And he came up big in the second game of the White Sox series, hitting that 2-run homer in the 8th inning, I believe, to give the O's a 2-run lead at that point. Gunnar Henderson's off to the really strong start that we thought would happen this year for him.
You know, and this is, and maybe that's why the batting average is where it is. He's had his occasions where, like, he struck out with the bases loaded in Chicago at least once, had some key at-bats where he doesn't get you that hit. But you're right. These late in the game situations, he homered. In the game they lost in Pittsburgh, he hit that left-on-left homer to close within 1.
Yeah, Gregory Soto.
Yeah, I do. We talked about this coming out of the WBC. I think it's very possible that Gunnar Henderson's going to put up the best offensive numbers of his career this year. And I said before the season 30-30, but it doesn't look like with where he's back. I thought he was leading off, but with now it looks like Taylor Ward's going to be the little guy most of the time, and you're not going to run to take the bat out of Pete Alonso's hands. So maybe the running's less, but I think there's a very good shot he sets a career high in home runs.
Definitely. And he hit 37 in 2024, and the bulk of those home runs were in the first half of last year. I know he was heading into yesterday tied for second in MLB in home runs. Last year, with the intercostal strain, the shoulder impingement, he mentioned how that really affected his swing, especially the shoulder impingement, zapping him of power. He's going to hit a heck of a lot more home runs than the 17 he hit last year. That's for sure, Ken.
No, absolutely. And man, he's almost a fourth of the way there.
Yeah.
Like through 12 games, he's essentially a fourth of the way to his total. Yes, the home run, the ball's flying off his bat, and I knock on whatever this is, assuming he stays healthy, weather warms up, the ball starts flying out of ballparks, the home runs begin to, come in bunches. I think that's going to happen with Alonso as well, for what it's worth. But yeah, I think Gunnar Henderson is, I don't want to call it a revenge tour, but I think he's sort of the combination of his frustration for what he couldn't do a year ago, and then the bubbling frustration of the way he was handled in the WBC. I think he's out to show baseball who he is.
Yeah, I'll call it the revenge tour. And you give him a ton of credit for gutting out last year. He ended up playing in the most amount of games by an Oriole in 2025, but he's disappointed in what he did last year, and he's disappointed in what the team did last year. So I think he's out to get back to his 2024 form, but he's also out to get this club back into playing baseball in October.
I was slightly amused at myself. You were talking about him gutting out the shoulder impingement. At the same time, I was making an adjustment.
Yeah.
And my
you're
arm,
gutting it out.
And I had to
sharp pain.
Yeah, I got a pain, and I'm sitting here not nearly with whatever he was going. I'm not the professional athlete that Gunnar Henderson is.
I don't think Gunner's playing with a broken wrist like you are.
Yeah,
he's not playing with a broken wrist.
That's true. If he's got a broken wrist, he'd be on the IL. I'm here.
You're here.
I'm here for the people. Damn it! I missed one day with a broken wrist, and I was right back out there. Yeah. Not for me.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not for you, Bone. Even though I love you.
Ear holes.
For the people.
Yeah.
I came back for you. You on YouTube with this. And for Alex, yes.
And for Alex. Most important.
Because Beltway Ben did mornings today? Because they were at the Elephant in the Room.
Elephant in the Room,
Yeah,
yes.
I saw some pictures. That was nice. But yeah, I did get a chuckle as I was adjusting at the same time you were talking about gutting it through. And I'm like, yeah, that's me. I'm gutting it through right now. But alas, we play hurt here at Inside Access, Bone. Coming up next, we're going to switch to football. And Zay Flowers, when he spoke, there were people that talked. Not a lot was said on Wednesday, I have to admit. But one of the things that Zay Flowers said was interesting. He was talking about the Ravens championship window. We'll ask the question, is that window closing? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
This weekend only at Old Navy, get $3 tanks for women plus 50% off all swimwear for the fam. Yep, get $3 tanks for women plus 50% off all swimwear for the fam. This Saturday and Sunday only at Old Navy. Bell at 4, 11, and 12. Select tanks, limit 5. Swim excludes clearance, maternity license, and swim accessories.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Have you ever wondered why the salespeople in the big box appliance aisles wear work aprons? What are they protecting themselves from? A dangerous spill in the paint department? At Bray & Scarf, we don't wear aprons because we're not side hustling in lumber. We offer a showroom that actually looks like a kitchen. You can see live induction cooking, test the latest connected tech, and we might even bake some cookies to keep it cozy. No concrete floors or associate filling in from plumbing here. Just manufacturer-certified experts who actually know how the appliances work. Because your kitchen should be a dream, not a DIY project. Visit Bray & Scarf, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Ready for a kitchen upgrade? The Spring Savings Event has arrived at Bray & Scarf. Get exclusive savings on GE Profile and Cafe Refrigeration, save up to 40% on select models, and enjoy 18-month special financing. Shop online or visit any of our 16 convenient locations to see why at Bray & Scarf, it doesn't cost more to get more.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
If you've been shopping for a new GMC, you've got to get to Anderson. We came from Townsend and got a great deal.
I drove from White Marsh to get this Sierra from Anderson.
Shop the largest selection and deepest discounts in the state.
They had the exact Sierra pickup I needed. Tons of GMC trucks and SUVs. There's like acres of inventory here. I saved a lot of money. A lot.
Now that's smiles for miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Jesse Minter was picked to be the Ravens' new head coach for many different reasons, but his strong defensive track record made him a natural fit for a team that had started to lose its identity on that side of the ball. Kyle Hamilton says he loves the messaging from Minter and the coaching staff about getting the Baltimore defense back to being one of the most feared units in the league.
I don't think we're reinventing the wheel or anything, but just kind of got to reestablish like dominant, especially defense. And him along with Coach Weaver, they've both done a great job so far, just kind of laying out what's been in the past and where we want to go in the future and how the standard has not been met and upheld, and we need to kind of fix that.
Phase 1 of the Ravens offseason program continues into next week, while OTAs will start ramping up on May 18th. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, sunny skies all afternoon with highs reaching the 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan. Now let's go live to Augusta for a Masters update brought to you by Baltimore County Golf. This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Augusta National Golf Club, Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the Masters. I'm Ted Emmerich. A more demanding Augusta National is bringing even Scotty Scheffler to his knees.
This is a very difficult green to read, one of the toughest. This for par from 6 feet for Scotty Scheffler. Back and through, ball rolls up on the left-hand side, and it misses on the right again, a carbon copy of the par putt that he had at the last.
Really a shocker.
Yeah, it really is. Carl Paulson and Steve Melnick the call at 5 on Sirius XM. So back-to-back bogeys for Scheffler at 4 and 5. He did drop in his par putts at 6 and 7. Scheffler is even par for the tournament, 5 off the lead. Sam Burns and Rory McIlroy are 5 under. They have yet to tee off here in the second round. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Burns minutes away from teeing off in the second round. The Shreveport, Louisiana native sharing the first round lead with defending champion Rory McIlroy. Both are 5 under. McIlroy tees off next hour. 2023 U.S. Open champion Wyndham Clark birdies 15 and 16. Clark is now alone at 4 under, 1 off the lead. Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, and Patrick Reed are -3, 2 back. Kitayama with a par at number 1. Tyrrell Hatton surging 4 under, making the turn today. He's now 2 under for the tournament and 3 back. Also at 2 under, Justin Rose, Brooks Koepka, Shane Lowry, and Xander Schauffele. Koepka sporting a textured mock neck tee with a birdie at 8 to move to -2. At 1 under, there's Chris Gotterup making his Masters debut. Jordan Spieth, who's 1 under today through 8. He left his birdie putt from 6 feet up the hill there at 8, just short, had to tap in for his par. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Absolutely. We all know that, though. I feel like the whole team know that. And I feel like everybody got a window, like different teams. Like, it don't matter who it is, you're going to have a window to, and you got to just seize your opportunity. And that's our window, I feel like.
Zay Flowers talking about a championship window. He went on to talk about a little, who was it? They won in Super Bowl in 2 years.
Mike McDonald.
Yeah, Mike McDonald, Seattle. Yeah, I'm having a brain fart there. Mike McDonald won in 2 years, and we feel like that could be our year. So he's definitely talking about championships, and I guess that begs the question, is it possible now some would say the window's already closed, but is the championship window closing?
I definitely wouldn't say it's closed, just with how wide open the AFC is. The easy answer is this window's open as long as Lamar Jackson is here. But when you dive deeper into it, Ken, it just gets harder and harder. And something we talked about a lot leading up to the start of the new league year was the importance of getting Lamar Jackson's contract done. And Steve Bisciotti, he was very adamant during that press conference that he wanted Lamar's deal to be done to open up a new window. It didn't happen, so you kick the can down the road. And we're a ways away from even diving into the nitty-gritty of next offseason, but you have an early look at their cap situation next year, and it is not good at all. It is very bad. They're already $12.3 million over next year's projected cap, and that's with overthecap.com, great resource. It has it at $327 million, so it has it going up by $26 million. Ravens are still over. Now, that's in large part because Lamar's cap hit's $84 million, and it's not just Lamar's cap hit that jumps up. Kyle Hamilton goes from $10.7 to $26 million. Ronnie Stanley goes up from $9.8 to $24 million. Mark Andrews' cap hit doubles. Derrick Henry, Travis Jones, their cap hits go up by $10 million. So you've seen the Ravens really lean into void years in recent years. We've seen them restructure contracts more often than not. And at some point, you got to pay the piper. And next year, it kind of is that. So my point of this is saying...
Yeah, what's your point, Bum?
The window is not closing per se, because as long as Lamar's upright, he's healthy, he's playing at a high level, you're in the mix. But, man, it's going to be really tough next year. There's going to be even more roster turnover than maybe we've seen this year.
So is it closing? Maybe like if it was all the way wide open and it was hooked to what, some of those doors have those things they hook into so they stay all the way wide open. I think it's off of that because Lamar's about to turn 30.
Yeah.
But as long as Lamar Jackson comes back and proves that he's still Lamar Jackson this season, which I think he will when healthy, then yes, like you, I agree. It's not closing yet. And while they'll have some moves they have to make this offseason, but they're probably going to get a new deal done with Lamar. At least I think they will. That'll bring his cap number down. Guys like Ronnie Stanley might not be here next year. Like there are going to be some adjustments made to guys here currently, some guys that won't be here, those kind of things. They'll have to figure it out. Teams have to do that every year. But it's what I always go back to. When Lamar Jackson is healthy and upright in December, they're not only a playoff team, they're competing for the 1 seed in the AFC every single year. So that to me, now granted, they have not gotten over the hump. And if you want to fight with me and say, well, they haven't won a Super Bowl, so what do you say? I can just tell you where they are in December every year when he's healthy. He was not healthy last year. And so that shows you they had to win on the last weekend of the year to make the playoffs. But if he's healthy again this year, Bone, yes, I think they're competing for the 1 seed.
Things can change so quickly in the NFL where a year ago at this time, the Chiefs are running the conference. It's the Arrowhead Invitational in the AFC Championship, where this past season, the AFC is as wide open as it's ever been. Right now, it still looks as wide open as it's ever been. Maybe it looks different next year and teams emerge and maybe Patrick Mahomes gets healthy and who knows what could happen this upcoming year. But as things stand for this season, yeah, the Ravens are firmly in the mix. But this time a year from now, I don't know. Like that cap situation's rather dicey.
And also, check back with me after the draft, after they sign some guys that they will do. I would not be shocked if they don't already have at least 2 guys in their back pocket that they're going to sign once the comp pick formula is out the window. So this roster is going to look, I think, a bit different than it's looking right now. Oh, and then there's the Nnamdi Madubuike of it all. If Nnamdi Madubuike is playing football this year, it was pretty clear he was the guy holding that whole thing together. And when he left last year, the whole thing fell apart. Now, granted, I think Jesse Minter, Anthony Weaver, you have better coaching this year on the defensive side of the football than you did a year ago. But if he can play, that changes things.
Totally. I don't want to say he was the guy holding it all together, because if the defense falls off as much as they did, he should win Defensive Player of the Year.
But look, he had 2 sacks.
Totally.
He was still leading them in sacks week 9.
He is a vital.
I'm not saying he was holding.
Sure.
Don't get me wrong. He wasn't holding together the '85 Bears defense.
Yes.
He was holding together this defense.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And so he wasn't holding together the 2000 Ravens.
Yeah. I got you.
He was holding together this defense.
I got you.
Which was average with him, but was below average without him.
Way below average without him, for sure. And I'm interested to see what more moves that Eric DeCosta is going to do. I am with you. I'm sure after that date in May, beginning mid-May, where the comp pick formula is thrown out the window, you're going to see more movement in terms of free agency, because there's still a lot of work to do with this roster, and they're going to have obviously pick number 14, but I think you're going to see multiple rookies have to be plug and play.
Oh, and this has to be a great draft for Eric.
Oh, yeah.
Like you talk about like that what was it, the it was Marcus Williams for the Ravens signed of the safety. He was part of that New Orleans draft where they hit every pick. We had a draft a couple years ago. Team hit
Eric's 2022 draft was really good.
He's going to have a draft akin to 22.
Yeah, for sure. And it's even more important because of this salary cap situation, man. Like you need the cheap labor. You need Jonas Schaefer, who joins us every Monday, covers the Ravens for the Banner. He put out a very interesting piece today talking about Eric and just a lot of misses in day 3 of the draft, where he's had a lot of swings, but not a ton of success. I think you're going to have to get a day 3 guy or 2 this year.
They those are like lottery picks, and so you want to hit a couple. They have not hit many of them.
No.
The reality is you're probably not hitting many of them, but they need to start hitting more.
Sure, but they got to hit at a better rate because they're near the bottom of the league since Eric's taken over. And Jonas, he pointed out a team like the Chiefs, who hasn't had nearly as many day 3 opportunities as the Ravens, their hit percentage a lot higher.
410-583-1057. We want to hear from the people. How are you feeling about the Ravens? We're less than 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. And is that championship window closing? Also, the Orioles. Will this offense wake up on this homestand? What do you think of the Orioles through 12 games? 410-583-1057. We hear from the people next.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Michigan won the national championship on Monday night and got great news on Thursday night. The most outstanding player of the tournament, Elliot Cadeau, agreed to return to the Wolverines for his senior season. That's what Dusty May has been up to this week. Now they get their star point guard back for next season. I'm Chris Black.
Hey, it's Tyler Reddick from 2311 Racing. Most slot games are a solo lap. Slot Masters on Chumba Casino puts you on the grid with 2 other players. Battle it out over a 2-minute run. Everyone's spinning at once, points stacking up, and the leaderboard updating before the clock hits 0. Are you ready to race? With over 200 casino-style games and new ones dropping every week, there's always something new to line up for. Join the fun at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Baseball season has started, have you? If you're not happy with what you see in the mirror when you're pulling out those shorts and T-shirts, it's time to make a move at LifeMed Institute. They're not selling you some fad diet or empty promises. They're using real science-backed solutions, including GLP-1 peptides that targets weight loss at its core. This spring, get feeling like a champion. LifeMed has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania. To find the best location for you, visit LifeMedInstitute.com or give them a call, 410-575-1200, and tell Vinny sent you.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Today, clear, high of 73. Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 59. Tomorrow, high near 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Tyler Reddick from 2311 Racing. Most slot games are a solo lap. Slot Masters on Chumba Casino puts you on the grid with two other players. Battle it out over a 2-minute run. Everyone's spinning at once, points stacking up, and the leaderboard updating before the clock hits 0. Are you ready to race? With over 200 casino-style games and new ones dropping every week, there's always something new to line up for. Join the fun at ChumbaCasino.com. Let's Chumba.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in the state where it's legal to play.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
You used to call me on my cell phone. Late night when you need my love.
410-583-1057 is the Ravens championship window closing. We're less than 2 weeks away from the NFL draft. We're going to get more clarity on this roster in the next couple weeks. Also, Orioles start a homestand tonight against the Giants. Remember, Baltimore baseball tonight. It'll be Bobster and Ryan Ripken live at 6 o'clock from Pickles Pub. We'll be out at Pickles on Tuesday.
Looking forward to it.
I don't know if I can bring the pillow to Pickles, but hopefully by then.
I mean, I don't think Pickles is going to throw away your pillow or anything. I don't think they're going to confiscate it.
That's a good point. Maybe I will bring the pillow to Pickles.
Just bring the pillow.
Pillow to Pickles. Pickles pillow.
I don't know. I don't know if you can get it in the press box though.
No, I'll take it back to the car. Though maybe.
Maybe I don't know
because I got
to
arrested.
Know how it work with security.
Yeah, like it doesn't have a weapon in there. It's there for my broken wrist.
Yeah, you can put that through the metal detector.
I think it would pass.
It would.
I know that the City Connects dropped yesterday, and by the way, Major League Baseball does a horrible job of preventing leaks with these things because we saw this weeks ago and we thought, everybody said, well, it's got to be a fake for this reason, that reason. Those were the jerseys. The more I look at them, the more I like them. Like the trim on the sleeves are actual bricks, and you got the green of Camden Yards, and you got the Utah Street those. The things for the home runs out there on Utah Street. They got a patch.
The plaques.
The plaques. There's a plaque patch on the jersey. I kind of dig it. I tried really hard to like the last ones. I never understood the last ones. The explanation was kind of lame to me. I like these.
They clearly went bold with this uniform, where the last one, it was just plain and it was just kind of.
But you had all the colors,
Well, you had the colors that represented the neighborhoods that didn't make any sense at all. The font was.
I'm from here. I never heard of that.
The Baltimore font was kind of blah. I like the hat on the old one with the D.
Yeah, I do like the hat.
But
I have a couple of different hats.
It was just kind of meh. Where this one, they took a serious swing, pun intended, and I like the nods to Camden Yards because that's really this whole jersey where the green for the seats and the font, the B is very interesting as well. I'm a fan of these City Connects, and it'll be cool to see him in action tonight against the Giants.
I was telling you off the air, I think I'm going to get a Pete Alonso jersey because I know he'll be, as you pointed out. And
he is under contract 5 years.
Because I originally said maybe I'll get a Gunner. And I go, no, I'm going to go Pete Alonso because I know he's here a while.
Gunner's only got 2 more years of arbitration eligibility. That's all we know.
Now, they could sign him to a massive deal that starts with a 4 or 5, or they could sign him to a shorter term deal like the Dodgers did with the Kyle Tucker. A massive deal for less years, but I know Pete Alonso's here.
Pete will definitely be here.
And 25 probably looks better on me than 2.
You think the number wouldn't?
I think a 2-digit
wouldn't look good on
a bigger guy. A 2-digit number looks better than a 1-digit number.
Is that a thing?
It is a thing. You've never lived my life, so I'm telling you.
Your word
I'm
for
telling
it.
you. 2-digit numbers. Now, I'm not as big as I used to be.
Yeah.
But I still see myself.
A lot of weight.
Yeah,
you look great.
I lost a massive amount of weight. But it's still, I think a 2-digit number looks better than a 1-digit number. I've never really had a 1-digit number jersey. It doesn't look right on me. Now, granted, maybe I'll revisit this. Maybe I'll try one on, Bone.
Well, what do you think of, I guess, college is the perfect example, like college football. Like, if they wear a defensive lineman wearing 7, does that just turn you off immediately?
Yeah, but those guys are athletes.
They could be big boys, man.
They are big boys.
Like, let's put this right. Michael Pierce, that's a lot of LBs.
Yeah.
And Michael Pierce is a hell of a player, hell of an athlete. Of course, retired.
To your point, it does not look right.
Yeah,
it does not. When you've got like a 350-pound guy wearing 9, it does not. It does not.
Can you imagine
look right.
like Vince Wilfork rocking like a 2?
No, it doesn't look good.
Yeah.
It does not look good. But yeah, that's why you won't see me rocking a 2. Not that I'm as big as Vince Wilfork.
No.
But yeah, I think I don't know about the hat. Do you like the hat?
It's different.
It's
very different. But again, it's a nod to Camden Yards, and they have it like on the side of the seats at Camden Yards.
Yes.
It used to be on the tickets I saw.
Oh yeah,
I get what they're doing.
Do you remember tickets, Bun?
So I have a couple of boomer ideology, I guess you could say. Physical tickets and physical menus at restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
I want them back, and they're not going to come back.
Well, some places still have menus.
Some of them, but I hate the digital
in my
menus.
basement. You want to hear a funny story? So I hate the Yankees, but I've always loved Mickey Mantle. My first dog was named Mantle.
Absolutely.
We went to his restaurant in Central Park West, which no longer exists. This was probably the early 90s, and I stole the menu, which I still have in my basement.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's got the specials in it, too.
Nice.
Maybe I'll bring it in.
Do you think they still honor those prices and everything?
They're closed.
Oh, man.
They closed.
Well, they might still honor it.
Yeah. Yes, but we went
Ghost
there.
restaurant.
Yes, but I have the menu in my basement.
Nice.
I'll bring it in one day, and you'll laugh that the specials are still in there.
Have you stolen a lot of things in your lifetime?
No.
That was one and done?
The funny thing is, so I'm there with my father and my brother, and I'm like slyly sliding the menu in my bag, and my father calls attention to it.
What are you doing?
And I go, what are you? Shut up. You know what I'm doing. And he goes, oh. Yeah, like, it's a menu. Like, they have 1,000 of them. Yeah. I'm not like stealing the meat. I'm not dining and dashing. I'm taking the menu. Yeah. It's a keepsake. So fortunately, nobody saw and nobody said anything. But alas, it was. Rest in peace, Dad. Coming up next. Let's get back to the Orioles, Bone. Remember, they play the Giants at 7, which means Baltimore baseball tonight at 6. That's the Bobster and Ryan Ripken live from Pickles. Jackson Holliday will not be there. He's still in Norfolk, and it sounds kind of ominous as to when Jackson Holliday will get back. We'll talk about what he had to say recently, and when should we expect Jackson Holliday back in Baltimore? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
In terms of the draft, everybody says we're going to take the best player available, and that's usually not true.
Brian Billick on this year's Ravens draft.
But in the 14th, those guys in the 10 to 20 range, those are guys that have been pushed out of the top 10. There could be a major difference between the 14th guy on your board and the 20th guy on the board. Eric DaCosta, obviously a disciple of Ozzie Newsome, will take what their board says is the best player available, even if it's not at a specific position.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Inside Access is presented by FanDuel. FanDuel has your back with a special mulligan bet back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you've got protection. Take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all? Go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish? Lock it in with confidence. Because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. So go to FanDuel.com/local to claim your special mulligan bet back token. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In the automotive service world, talk doesn't fix anything. Skills do. Enroll now for spring classes at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus and build the skills that push you to think sharper and work smarter using the tools and technology the pros do. You'll learn how to diagnose what others miss and solve problems under the hood. And Lincoln offers advanced training opportunities with industry leaders like Mazda and Tesla. If you're ready to prove what you're made of, visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour.
Are you stuck in a dead-end commercial mechanical construction job? Well, it's time to build a real career, not just collect a paycheck. At Ariosa Mechanical, a career means the opportunity for personal and professional growth in a supportive work environment. We're hiring skilled foremen and mechanics to join a team that values quality, reliability, and hard work. If you're looking to grow with a company that respects your craft, visit AriosaMechanical.com. That's AriosaMechanical.com.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Ravens began their offseason workout program on Monday, and the attendance has been strong. Mark Andrews recently spoke about why it was important for the veterans to be in Baltimore.
I mean, it was a quick offseason, for a lot of guys. And so for us to be here, I think it speaks volumes to just the attitude, the determination, the focus levels of everybody within this organization. And again, the excitement to have everybody here.
Shane Baz is set to take the mound in tonight's series opener against the Giants. Last time out versus the Pirates, Baz tossed 5 2/3 innings of one-run ball. San Francisco will send out Landon Roop. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, with Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken, gets underway at 6, live from Pickles Pub. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with an overnight low of 56. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 69. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah, I'm hoping it doesn't linger too long. I think it's kind of just going off of how I feel. Obviously, don't want to rush into anything in the beginning of the season and kind of press on something that it doesn't need to be pressed on. But that's my goal. I mean, I got nothing to do but try to get better as fast as I can and talk to some guys that have had the same surgery, and they say they've been back and hitting lives in 3 weeks. So that's kind of my goal. I don't know what their goal is, but my goal is to be back as fast as possible.
Well, that was Jackson Holliday in more optimistic times. And while Corbin Carroll was on the Diamondbacks on opening day with the same injury, excuse me, Jackson Holliday and this hammock bone have been a problem, and he is singing a different tune lately at Norfolk.
Yeah, David Hall, who covers the Norfolk Tides for the Virginian Pilot, he put out an article about Jackson and saying that he's still dealing with pain. And this is a direct quote. I'd be lying if I said I felt 100%, but it's kind of just part of it. And it's far from linear working your way back from these hamate bone injuries. And we've had on multiple different guys, former players, Ken, and just some say, hey, it takes a long time before the power comes back. And Jackson, he's played in 9 games now at AAA. He's 6 for 35 and 10 strikeouts there. You look at the last 4 games, he's kind of going in the wrong direction, Ken. It's 10, 14. He's 1 for 17, 1 for his last 17 in the last 4 games. So I think we were all hoping, maybe even expecting. I know you've thrown out tax day a lot, and I thought that was realistic. But I just think we probably need to be more measured when it comes to Jackson Holliday when he's going to return. And not only that, what is it going to look like when he returns?
Well, I hope that by the time he returns, he's feeling better and it looks right. My question is, how long is that going to take? Because right now it doesn't look right, and I quite frankly don't think he's coming up while he looks like this.
No, look, he's struggling right now at AAA, and him saying that he's still dealing with pain when he's swinging a bat, when he's out there on the baseball field, I find that very concerning. And I hate to think in this doomsday scenario, Ken, but it's tough when you're a 22-year-old and you suffer this injury in spring training and you have 0 spring training when all of these reps are so vital to you as a young player like Jackson Holliday. I just worry that this is really going to compromise his season.
So Corbin Carroll, who had the same injury around the same time, was on the Diamondbacks opening day roster. He's batting .333 with 2 homers and 11 RBIs, Bone. So it just tells you that this is different for everybody. Like, sometimes it saps your power. I guess sometimes it does not. Francisco Lindor, who had the same injury, he's been there since opening day. He's struggling, batting $157. No homers, no RBIs.
Yeah, I just really wonder what this looks like. And Jackson, he took a step forward in 2025, but you were hoping that he could build off that. But I don't know, Ken. I'm just worried about him. I'm worried what it's going to look like when it's here, and I think it's going to take a while before he starts looking like Jackson Holliday, feeling like Jackson Holliday.
So let's just play a mental game here, Bone, and we'll do it out loud because we're on the radio. Let's say he comes back May 1st. So that's 3 weeks from now. What's the corresponding move if you had to make it right now, Bum? Because a week ago, I think it was different than it is right now. It's funny, life comes at you fast. I think a week ago, if we were like, if Jackson Holliday coming up tomorrow, they're sending Jeremiah Jackson down. I don't think that's the move right now.
So much can change before now and May 1st.
I hear you, but that's not the question.
If it's right now, it probably would be Kobe Mayo. He just looks really out of sorts and really struggling. And defensively, even though there have been a couple of mistakes recently, I still feel like as a whole, he's been better defensively than we thought he would be at third base. But with how Blaze Alexander is playing right now, and when Jackson comes back, he's going to get the bulk of the reps at second base. I think you want Blaze in this lineup, and I think you're going to have him at third base.
How about him challenging a ball strike call and getting it wrong? Like, listen, newbie, you're batting $130. You don't get to use our challenges until you've earned it. Like, if I'm the manager and that guy who's not hitting at all burns a challenge on a bad call, I'm taking him in the hallway and ripping him a new one. Like, then don't do it in front of the cameras. But, like, listen, you haven't earned this. You can't waste our challenges. It might have cost the game. What was it, last week when they had a strikeout that they couldn't challenge? Yeah. Like, you can't burn our challenges.
Yeah, and Steve Molesky pointed this out yesterday on Birdland Territory. Ken, a shameless plug there.
Yeah, tell the people.
The O's, Birdland Territory. You can find us on YouTube. We just put out our third episode yesterday. It's on Spotify. It's on Apple Podcast. It's Steve Molesky. It's Brad Brock, former All-Star, and yours truly. Yes. We do it 3 times a week. It's only 30 minutes. It's very easy to digest. So
I get it in one sitting.
Yes, but Steve mentioned this team got off to such a great start in terms of challenges to begin the year, but recently it has been very shaky. Heck, Gunnar has gotten a couple of challenges wrong too.
Gunner's earned it.
Yeah, of course.
Kobe Mayo is not Gunnar Henderson.
I'm with you. I am with you 100%. But
Gunnar Henderson's also hit 4 home runs in 12 games and has helped single-handedly win baseball games.
Yes.
Kobe Mayo has not done a damn thing with the bat this year.
But it is wild, Ken, just how that conversation continues to develop in terms of who that corresponding move is. And Colton Cowser out of the lineup as well today.
They give him the lineup,
and Kobe Mayo out of the lineup. So lineup, Gunnar Henderson leading off. Taylor.
How about that again? He's leading off again.
Yeah, Taylor Ward, Adley Rutschman batting third. Pete Alonso, he is batting cleanup. Samuel Basayo is the DH. Tyler O'Neill, Dylan Beavers in center field. Jeremiah Jackson and Blaze Alexander is your lineup. So Kobe Mayo and Colton Cowser, 2 guys both with options, and 2 guys that have been struggling have been out of the lineup. And we'll get more into Colton later on in the show.
By the way, there's a couple of weird things in this lineup. Not only the fact that Cowser and Mayo aren't in the lineup, but Gunner's leading off again, and Alonso's batting fourth, Adley batting third.
Yeah, they really haven't messed with the top third of the lineup until their prior game on Wednesday, and that's when you saw Gunnar bat leadoff, Taylor Ward second, and now you're moving Pete because Pete's bat third every single game so far this year. I don't hate it. You're trying to switch things up, and Pete's got to get going. And Adley, he's off to a solid start offensively.
I've only seen one down to a knee swing.
That was Wednesday.
So like if we can keep that to a bare minimum, I'm good with that. But it is interesting to see Craig Albernaz kind of tinker with the lineup a little bit, and I think it's kind of ominous. Cowser got pulled early from a game, not in the lineup. This game.
Wednesday, he got pulled in the 5th inning. Ken. And there was another game in which he got pulled from the 6th inning.
So another guy who, I think we're going to be seeing a little bit more of Leody Taveras as we go through, because Colton Cowser can't seem to hit.
Yeah, and there's still the possibility when Jackson comes back to come full circle that you see Blaze in the outfield as well.
Yes. So your confidence level that we see Jackson Holliday by May 1st?
I would hope so, but I'm concerned about Jackson Holliday. I am very much concerned about Jackson Holliday and just what it could end up looking like this season. And it's not any fault of his own. It's really unfortunate. He fractures his hamate bone right when spring training's about to start. I just think a player as young as he is to miss all of spring training, that type of injury, and clearly he's still experiencing lingering effects and dealing with pain, that really concerns me.
So May 1st is 21 days from right now. Today's April 10th. I think he'll be here by May. 3 weeks is an eternity.
Yeah, for sure.
He should be righted by then.
And he's already played 9 games. I think he'll be up by then, but it's what does it look like for me? That's my concern. I think he'll be up, but what does it look like?
Coming up next, we'll take a look at some tight ends. One who's still with the Ravens, that's Mark Andrews, and Isaiah Likely, who is with the Giants, and Charlie Kolar's with the Chargers. How do you think they will fare this season in 3 separate locales? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. 4, 6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
So I'm excited for those guys. Those guys have worked their butts off. Charlie, Isaiah, and Pat. And they got, they put in the work and they saw the reward, and I'm excited for them to go out there and improve everybody again and again. But I'm excited about this room. Excited about Coach Grossi, Coach Zach, and he's been awesome. Coach Durham has been awesome. I'm excited about that, and then having Lucas in the room. So we're gonna have a great room. We're going to focus on the details. We're going to get better. We're going to elevate each and every day, and that starts from Coach Grossi. He's made it known from the start that we're just going to get better and better. And I think the best thing about this, coaching staff is, they're always preaching communication, and they've done that since the last couple of months. Is communication. And so I think for all of us, just taking this time to bond, chemistry, all this stuff is going to be good.
Mark Andrews talking a lot about chemistry in the room, the tight end room currently, and also shouting out both Isaiah Likely and Charlie Kolar, who are now in new places, and wishing them well. So with that in mind, how do you think these guys do next season, all of them in different places now instead of the same tight end room where they were a year ago?
Well, let's start with Mark Andrews. And it was a surprise when news broke and we were at Towson, CQ Arena. Mm-hmm. Jimmy Patsos made an appearance because he was on the call for the Tigers game that night. And news broke that the Ravens signed Mark Andrews to a 3-year contract extension. And we were all very surprised when it happened. And at the time, it was the 7th highest annual value given out to a tight end. And this wasn't like a team-friendly contract by any means. It's a legit 2-year deal out of 3. And Andrews was coming off a year in which he didn't look like the guy that he has been. And he had a career low in receiving yards per reception, and first downs. He was still targeted the most in the red zone, but it wasn't a great success rate. It was Lamar was 5 of 14 targeting Mark Andrews in the red zone. So I just wonder what type of player Mark is at this point of his career. 8.8 yards per reception last year. He's got to be better. And depending on how he does, it will go a long way in determining how good this offense can be. He's only a couple years removed from 11 touchdowns in 2024, in which he led all tight ends in the NFL in touchdowns, but Mark needs to be better.
So, first and foremost, I hope he can get back to scoring touchdowns, because he was never fleet of foot, but he's definitely lost a step with all the injuries. But I hope he can get back to, at the very least, being a quality red zone target and getting back to the touchdown part of his game. I would say it's fair to say that he's on the other side of his career, his prime is gone. As far as Isaiah Likely is concerned, I think he'll have a nice year with the Giants. So I got to admit, I don't trust Jackson Dart. I just don't trust Jackson Dart. But he's going to be a guy, they paid him good money to come there. He'll be a focal point of that offense. So I expect him to have a decent year with the Giants. The Charlie Kolar of it all, I think he'll be a nice blocking tight end for he'll make a nice catch every now and then. I don't expect a whole lot from Charlie Kolar, but I think he'll be fine in LA.
I think that there's definitely room for growth when it comes to Charlie Kolar as a receiving tight end. That's who he was at Iowa State. He was not this blocking tight end in college, but he developed into that role. I think they're going to ask a lot out of him in terms of blocking, but I also think he's going to get more opportunities in the passing game. I really do believe that. And as far as Isaiah Likely, I've always been a huge fan of his, but for whatever reason, they just could never get both Mark and Isaiah going when they were both healthy. Like Mark, when he missed time, Likely would pop off, and he had some big-time moments. And even last year where he was career low and everything. And that was in large part because of that injury he suffered in training camp with the foot, and he just never got going. But he still came up with that huge play in the biggest moment of the season on that 4th down in Pittsburgh. And Likely, I'm excited to see him be the focal point. Like, he's the undisputed number 1 tight end there. He doesn't have to worry about looking over his shoulder. Okay.
B.O. Johnson.
Exactly. So I think Likely will do well. I'm with you. I'm not a huge Jackson Dart fan at all. I'm curious how that Giants team is going to do overall with Harbs there. I think that they will be better. Are they a playoff team? Probably not. But I think that they're going to be a lot more. Yeah, I think they're going to be a lot more competitive. And I think Likely will do well.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. It is interesting, though, and don't get it twisted. The Ravens tried for a while to get Isaiah Likely signed, and they could not come to terms. And at the end of the day, Isaiah Likely signed a contract that, on its surface, is very similar to the one that Mark Andrews got from the Ravens. I feel like Isaiah Likely misjudged his market. Like, I think Isaiah Likely thought his market, to use a word we hear a lot on these airwaves, was going to be much more robust than it turned out to be. He's good, but he's fine if he's healthy.
But that's the issue, Ken. Like, it was always going to be a tough negotiation when it came to Isaiah Likely because you're paying on potential. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have the numbers.
No,
he's never had the numbers. Like, his best year was 2024. It was 42 catches for 477 yards and 6 touchdowns. And that's not me putting down Likely. I do believe in the potential, but from the team's point of view,
you can't pay him top of the market money for potential.
Yeah, and he still ended up doing well. Let's not act like he's making top 10 tight end money.
He's not eating government cheese, but but my point is,
government cheese is good.
Yeah, that's underrated. Yeah. But he got a similar deal to what Andrews ended up taking.
Yes,
and I think it's fair to surmise that after months of negotiations, the Ravens and Isaiah Likely weren't close. But I also think it's fair that they probably offered him what he got from the Giants.
I'm sure. And there were all those rumors and reports that he was really close to a contract during training camp, and then he went down with the injury a day or two later, and it was crickets on that front. But for sure, I think we all thought that Likely was going to be the one that was going to get paid, and it didn't work out. The Ravens pivoted, and I'm still surprised.
I am too.
With the Andrews, and I hope he's able to prove us all wrong and get back to what he was, even in 2024. I'm not even talking about
just be the guy that scores double-digit touchdowns.
Like, win in the red zone, win on third downs, money downs, move the chains, get back to being that guy.
Is that too much to ask? He did it a year ago. Like, assuming Lamar Jackson's healthy, can't Mark Andrews give you 10 touchdowns, or is that too much to ask? He did it 2 years ago.
He did, but he just didn't look close to being that guy that he was.
No, he looked bad last year.
Yeah, it didn't look right. It didn't look right at all. And I think you mentioned this is never a burner. He never was a burner, but it seems like after he suffered that serious ankle injury on the hip drop tackle against the Bengals in 2023, from that point on, he definitely lost a step.
Oh, I want to go back to one thing before we step out. Remember, we talked about how I'm probably going to get a jersey, and I won't get a jersey with a 1-digit number because it doesn't look good on a bigger person. Not that I'm as big as I used to be. So I'd set it on Pete Alonso, and I just realized, what about Big Sam?
Sam will be good. Hey, he's going to be here.
He's going to be here a while.
Even longer than
he's going to be here a minute.
Yeah. No,
How
I
about
like Big Sam. Do Big Sam.
I think I might do Big Sam. A little Basayo jersey?
Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
Yeah. Coming up next, though, you know what? Speaking of Mark Andrews, Bone, we have not heard. Mark Andrews spoke like Kyle Hamilton and Zay Flowers did. So I'm going to make an executive decision. Bone, let's hear from Mark Andrews. What did he have to say, other than that one cut, about the tight ends? We're going to hear from Mark Andrews next here on The Fan.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, April 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to power your progress, so you can give everything you've got, all for just 1 cent down. Whether you want to get the most out of our best-in-class equipment or go all in with free fitness training, our trainers are ready to help you get stronger than ever before. Take your workout to the next level at Planet Fitness. Join the club today for 1 cent down, $15 a month. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, April 10th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Have you ever wondered why the salespeople in the big box appliance aisles wear work aprons? What are they protecting themselves from? A dangerous spill in the paint department? At Bray & Scarf, we don't wear aprons because we're not side hustling in lumber. We offer a showroom that actually looks like a kitchen. You can see live induction cooking, test the latest connected tech, and we might even bake some cookies to keep it cozy. No concrete floors or associate filling in from plumbing here. Just manufacturer certified experts who actually know how the appliances work. Because your kitchen should be a dream, not a DIY project. Visit Bray & Scarf, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Ready for a kitchen upgrade? The Spring Savings Event has arrived at Bray & Scarf. Get exclusive savings on GE Profile and Cafe Refrigeration, save up to 40% on select models, and enjoy 18-month special financing. Shop online or visit any of our 16 convenient locations to see why at Bray & Scarf, it doesn't cost more to get more.
When your money gets tight, you have to make some tough choices. Do you pay the mortgage, pay the credit cards, or pay the IRS? For lots of people, taxes get pushed aside until the letters start, then the threats, then the action, bank levies, wage garnishments. You can stop worrying. The IRS is offering new opportunities to help you resolve your back taxes. And Guardian Tax knows how it all works. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you may qualify to reduce your total tax debt by a very significant amount, even if you're years behind on filing. But timing matters, and so does who you trust. Guardian Tax knows the system and how to work it in your favor. They step in, deal with the IRS directly, and fight to protect what you've worked so hard to earn. In today's economy, you can't afford to lose more. Call Guardian Tax now for a free confidential consultation. 800-404-4307. 800-404-4307. Don't wait for the IRS to make the next move. Make yours first. Call now. 800-404-4307.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Ravens defense is hoping for a bounce-back season after finishing 18th in points per game and 22nd in yards per play allowed. Kyle Hamilton believes Coach Jesse Minter will help lead them back to being an upper echelon group.
He cares a lot about the process and the learning process especially. Obviously right now we're not out there playing football
and we're just in a meeting room, and that can get a little mundane from time to time, but keeps guys engaged just by paint the picture of what you're going to do.
The Birds are looking to extend their win streak to 4 games when they open up a 3-game series against the Giants tonight. Shane Boz will take the ball opposite Landon Roop. BBT, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken, gets underway at 6, live from Pickles Pub. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with an overnight low of 56. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 69. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. When the Caps score in the last minute of any regulation period, you get a free 6-piece McNuggets with a minimum $1 purchase on the McDonald's app the next day at participating McDonald's. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. Now let's go live to Augusta for a golf update brought to you by Baltimore County Golf. This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
This is a very difficult green to read, one of the toughest. This for par from 6 feet for Scotty Scheffler. Back and through, ball rolls up on the left-hand side, and it misses on the right. Again, a carbon copy of the par putt that he had at the last.
Really a shocker.
Yeah, it really is. Carl Paulson and Steve Melnick the call at 5 on Sirius XM. So back-to-back bogeys for Scheffler at 4 and 5. He did drop in his par putts at 6 and 7. Scheffler is even par for the tournament, 5 off the lead. Sam Burns and Rory McIlroy are 5 under. They have yet to tee off here in the second round. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Burns minutes away from teeing off in the second round. The Shreveport, Louisiana native sharing the first round lead with defending champion Rory McIlroy. Both are 5 under. McIlroy tees off next hour. 2023 U.S. Open champion Wyndham Clark birdies 15 and 16. Clark is now alone at 4 under, 1 off the lead. Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, and Patrick Reed are -3, 2 back. Kitayama with a par at number 1. Tyrrell Hatton surging 4 under, making the turn today. He's now 2 under for the tournament and 3 back. Also at 2 under, Justin Rose, Brooks Koepka, Shane Lowry, and Xander Schauffele. Koepka sporting a textured mock neck tee with a birdie at 8 to move to -2. At 1 under, there's Chris Gotterup making his Masters debut. Jordan Spieth, who's 1 under today through 8. He left his birdie putt from 6 feet up the hill there at 8, just short, had to tap in for his par. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I personally just start off and say that I was blessed to be able to be drafted in 2018 and have Coach Harbaugh and be with him for these last 8 years. And I take incredible pride in the product that we put out and pride in just the man that he is. And I'm incredibly grateful to him and this organization. And going forward from that is Jesse's been awesome, and this whole coaching staff has been awesome. Just stepping in here, the energy. It feels really, really good. I'm excited about going forward, getting better, and working towards our goal. And these guys are fired up, so I'm excited about that.
It's Mark Andrews giving a shout out to the old guard, but also saying I'm excited about what's to come. He was asked about the changes that come with the new coaching staff.
Think about it from Mark's perspective. He's one of the more tenured Ravens, and he's been here since 2018. Obviously, John Harbaugh predates Mark from a long shot, a decade. So that's all that Mark has known as an NFL player. John Harbaugh and the Ravens won a ton of games in that span. Of course, same draft class as Lamar Jackson, but they haven't achieved the ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl. They haven't even gotten to a Super Bowl. They've only gotten to one AFC championship. So it was time. And I'm sure a move of this magnitude, it reinvigorates a Mark Andrews, who's a heck of a competitor, and Lamar Jackson and all the veterans on this team.
More from Mark Andrews speaking Wednesday, media availability, started the offseason workouts. He was asked how he found out about the Harbaugh firing.
Yeah, it's a great question. I found out probably just like everybody else. There wasn't, there was like a Zoom meeting, stuff like that. But that's really how I found out. And just my reaction is that, just thinking about Coach Harbs and everything that we've done and been through and the type of person that he is. And you got to recognize, respect that. And I will forever have love and respect for him and see someone I can call at any time and just talk to, because that's the type of person that he is. And I got a lot of love for him.
That's cool to say that about Harbs. Did you ask that question? Because he said it was a great question. Usually,
no, it was not me. I was not out there.
Was it Cordell?
I would like to assume it was Cordell.
Yeah,
it might have been Ben. Ben was out there too.
Ben, yeah.
But no. Look, it had to be. It was really interesting immediately following that game in Pittsburgh, and I don't believe Mark met with the media following the game, but I think of the main veterans, and Ronnie Stanley was the one that really stood out to me the most because he is the longest tenured Raven. And they asked Stanley, the media, Roquan Smith, Lamar Jackson about John Harbaugh's future, and none of them really came to Harb's defense immediately. Hey, it's above my pay grade. Whatever happens, happens. I thought that was very telling in real time.
More from Mark Andrews speaking on Wednesday. Let's go to cut 46. He talks about meeting offensive coordinator Declan, or is it Declan Doyle?
Declan. It's really just this week, so just still getting the feel of everything, and I'm still going over a lot of preliminary stuff, but very exciting. It's I think just looking at the offenses in the past, it's going to be fun. We're going to be electric, and I'm excited to get into this and make this offense our own.
People seem very fired up about Declan Doyle. Like, people, this is not just lip service. What I'm hearing coming out of there, people seem fired up about him.
You're hoping you've found the next wonder kid in terms of a 29-year-old offensive coordinator. He's the youngest offensive coordinator in football, youngest play caller in football, and he gets to run the show this year, where in Chicago last year and the offense that the Bears ran was very tight end oriented, a lot of two tight end sets. So I'm sure that Mark Andrews is fired up about that, but they got to get this offense back in the right direction. And Declan Doyle, at his introductory press conference, he gave a hat tip to Todd Monken and the 2024 offense that did a lot of historic things. And he said that they're trying to chase to get back to that point. And that was the pick your poison offense.
Yes.
But the Bears last year was a pick your poison offense as well.
I had one person say to me that he's football's version of Tim Barbalace, and that's not hyperbole.
Wow. That's high praise.
Yes. And I just did
Can I get your source for that?
I'm not allowed to reveal my sources. But I also just gave you a call back there on the
yes,
it's not hyperbole.
BFD.
Yes,
for sure.
So
RIP.
You see what I did there.
Yeah, I did. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
More from Mark Andrews. Talks about communication being necessary with coaching changes.
I think all of it, all of it is important. I think anytime you are, running an organization or you're doing anything within a team, the most important thing that starts from the top is communication. That's what they've been priding themselves in, and they hold true to that. So I'm excited about it.
Young coaching staff, obviously communicators. Even a veteran like Anthony Weaver is known as a master communicator. And he's not part of the offense, but I just mean he's more of a veteran coach.
Well, you also think of just the age. I believe Mark Andrews is older than Declan Doyle. So like that in and of itself is kind of wild, but you get that relatability factor too. And this is no knock on Todd Monken, but how old's Monk? Late 50s, 60s? Like he's a lot older than
he's on the back nine, Bone.
He is on the back nine, and we love Monk. I love Monk.
But you're saying he won't be here much longer.
Well, I'm just saying in terms of relatability and the communication factor. Like they're around the same age, so similar interest type thing, and this new coaching staff, you want to over-communicate at this point. And Jesse Minter, he's been bringing up the April 6th date since his introductory press conference. He was ready to hit the ground running. I'm sure there was so much planning in the weeks and couple months since he's been hired. I'm sure they're hitting the ground running at one winning drive.
Wow, I like that. Let's hear one more. And since you brought up that Mark Andrews is working with an OC that's around the same age, cut 50, Alex. Cut 50. Mark Andrews says, here's his answer talking about working with an OC that's the same age as he is.
I just, there's a lot of growing for me to do and just learning, him, but just being around him from the few short days. He seems like an incredibly dynamic person. Fiery, loves football. He said he prides himself on being a teacher, and I think it's a beautiful thing. Being in that type of job is being a teacher. That's really the most important thing, is being able to relay his message and get it across to us. And just these last few days, done a really good job of it.
I think your source was right. Incredibly dynamic and fiery.
Yes.
Me and Declan Doyle.
That's Bone.
Incredibly dynamic and fiery.
Yes.
Me to a T.
Yeah, it's football's Tim Barbalas, is what it is, and that is not hyperbole.
That is not hyperbole.
When we come back, let's get back to baseball. By the way, we get busy in the second half of the show. Todd Frazier, former player, played with the White Sox and Yankees, among other teams. Part of Foul Territory is going to join us at 4 o'clock. Also does Yankees games for the Yes Network. He's at 4. Dr. Jerry Alowich is Coleman, MD, at 5. And Matt Wyrick covering the O's for the Baltimore Sun at 5:30. But coming up next, what is the future for center field in the Baltimore Orioles? Colton Cowder lineup out again today. He's not in it. Has he already been marginalized? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Welcome to the NFL Draft. Insights and analysis from the Fan's Vinny Serrato, former NFL general manager and director of player personnel.
He'll go up and get the ball. I mean, it was impressive watching him on film, but he is a really good tackler. He'll come up hard, aggressive.
Every day, Vinny provides grades and predictions for Ravens players and teams in our division.
Baltimore Ravens select.
Never miss a moment. Subscribe to Vinny and Haynie on the free Odyssey app.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The Knicks beat the Celtics last night, 112-106. The Knicks are 2 games back of the Celtics and own the tiebreaker. The Knicks finished the season with games against Toronto and Charlotte. The Celtics wrapped the season against New Orleans and Orlando. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try Maintain X for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Tonight, partly cloudy, low around 59. Tomorrow, high near 67.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I think it's all going to be performance-based. I think, we've got some good outfielders and some guys that can show they can play center. He's one of them. Looked great defensively in this camp. Had his moments with the bat, it's spring training. But we know who he is talent-wise. We know what a good outfielder he is. But, ultimately, I don't think that picture is, set in stone for the whole year, and we're going to watch our guys play.
That's Mike Elias. Sounds like back in spring training, talking about the center field situation, talking about Colton Cowser and how they know who he is as a player. And after a decent rookie campaign, he struggled last year. Well, the first week of the season or the first 6 games of the season feels like an eternity ago, because I remember doing this show on a Friday and we talked about how impressed we were with Colton Cowser so far. Well, those days are gone, as he looked like the Colton Cowser of last year since they got to Pittsburgh. And now he's playing less. The lineup for tonight's game is out. He's not in it. Is he already being marginalized? Let me just point out he's batting 182. He's got 1 RBI. That was the opening day sac fly, Bone. He has not driven in a run since opening day. No home runs, obviously. and he's striking out a lot again. So is he being marginalized already?
Well, I thought revisiting that quote from Mike Elias was very telling because that was when he met with the media just prior to opening day. So spring training was done, and we assumed Cowser, he's probably the everyday center fielder, but we also brought up the fact that, hey, if he struggles, Leody Taveras is there, and Craig Albernaz, he was working in Dylan Beavers in center field during spring training. So you just look at what we've seen thus far in the 12 games. Colton Cowser has started 7 games. So almost half. He hasn't started. He has only started and completed 4 games in center field. He's been pinch hit for in the 9th inning 1 time, the 6th inning twice, and Wednesday he was pinch hit for in the 5th inning.
After bad at-bats.
Ryan Mountcastle was inserted in his spot. So he had a very solid first week, and when we were doing that segment heading into the Pittsburgh series, he was seeing a lot of pitches, 4.5 pitches per plate appearance. Really bad second week. And you look at how the playtime has been distributed elsewhere. Leody Taveras, he started 3 games in center field. Dylan Beavers has started 2 games in center, another game today. I think they're showing you already, Ken, like he's going to have to earn it. And right now it's been really, really rough. And we did the segment earlier in the week. Colton Cowser is seeing by percentage the most amount of off-speed pitches in all of baseball, and it's not even close.
Yeah.
40.7% of the pitches that Colton Cowser is seeing are off-speed. He hits fastballs really well. He struggles immensely against off-speed and breaking pitches.
When we talked about this the other day, I said it then, I'm going to say it again. I would never throw him a fastball. Like, I would never throw him a fastball. Make him show you he can hit breaking pitches. I think when you gave us those numbers, Bone, I think 40%'s low. Like, I honestly, 90% breaking pitches. Show me you can hit it.
I'm with you. And off speed and breaking pitches, he is 1 for 16. He's got 3 hits and 6 at-bats and fastballs. And he's always been able to mash fastballs. But it's the off-speed pitches that he's going to have to adjust with because the league has adjusted to him from his rookie year where you're seeing all those fastballs and he's mashing them. And heck, even the last year, the Sacramento that he hit 500 feet. I'm with you. Why would you throw this guy a fastball?
There's no reason to.
Until he can hit off speed, until he proves he can make you pay with against off speed pitches, I'm going to keep throwing him.
By the way, he hardly gets bat on ball on off speed pitches.
Yeah,
like it's a win. We lauded him opening day for working a sac fly and getting that run home. Because why? Because last year he hardly I think the epitome of Colton Cowser is striking out on a ball that broke his hand in the playoffs a couple years ago. Like, that's who he's become.
And Ken, that's where it's really alarming because the swing and miss was really high last year. And 2 weeks in the season, he's in the bottom 9th percentile in whiff percentage. But maybe even more concerning, he's in the bottom percentile in average exit velocity. He's not even hitting the ball hard at all.
It's concerning because I think when Jackson Holiday comes back, we're going to see Blaze Alexander plays more center field. I think Leody Taveras is going to get some run. And they're forcing this Beavers thing. I don't know if I think he's great in center field, but they think he's worth trying in center field. I think Colton Cowser is in danger of becoming the extra outfielder.
Well, I think the Beavers in center field is more indicative of where Cowser's at. I don't think he would get much run in center field if they felt good about Cowser.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Dylan Beavers, like, we don't even get into the point of like what we think of Tyler O'Neill and if he's in the platoon. They're finding ways to get Beavers in the lineup because they don't like Cowser.
Completely agree.
Coming up next, we're going to talk some Major League Baseball, some Orioles, some Yankees, and the rest of MLB. Todd Frazier, he does Yankee games for Yes Network. He's on Foul Territory. He joins us next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
It's a Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Kia. Knock it out of the park in a new Kia Sportage for just $27,557. Trade in and get up to $2,000 more than CarMax. Hurry, round the bases to BobBellKia.com or call 510-288-2500 today.
Powerful doesn't just happen. You have to make it happen. So the moment Total Wireless offers a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI, when you switch to Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan, you take the network as powerful as you, with unlimited 5G data that won't slow you down. Now that's a total power move. Visit your neighborhood Total Wireless store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires new activation on a Total 5G Unlimited 3-month plan or higher. External port in and ID verification. Available only in Total Wireless stores. Limit to 4 devices per account.
This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Plus, Baltimore County Golf gives you more golf with your golf purchase than other retailers. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Greystone and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage cardholders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of our PGA professionals. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
With Bet365 early payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Ready to dig? Don't miss Utility. The costs of not contacting 811 before you dig continue to rise. First-time offenders face state fines up to $2,000 and repeat offenders up to $4,000. And if you hit a line, repair bills and lawsuits could top $1 million. We know you're under pressure to get the job done, but contact 811 before every dig. It's not worth the cost to miss Utility.
Introducing Home Care Plus, a new subscription service from Lowe's that helps make life easier by giving members a hand with home maintenance. Let Lowe's tackle the tasks you keep meaning to do, like electric dryer vent cleaning, replacing hard-to-reach light bulbs, and more. Subscribe to Home Care Plus for just $99 a year and consider your to-do list done. Members get more at Lowe's. Available in select zip codes only. Cancel anytime. Non-refundable fee. Product purchase required. Terms and service restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Ravens began their offseason workout program on Monday, and the attendance has been strong. Mark Andrews recently spoke about why it was important for the veterans to be in Baltimore.
I mean, it was a quick offseason, for a lot of guys. And so for us to be here, I think it speaks volumes to just the attitude, the determination, the focus levels of everybody within this organization. And again, the excitement to have everybody here.
Shane Baz is set to take the mound in tonight's series opener against the Giants. Last time out versus the Pirates, Baz tossed 5 2/3 innings of one-run ball. San Francisco will send out Landon Roop. Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, with Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken. Gets underway at 6, live from Pickles Pub. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with an overnight low of 56. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 69. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Call the Comfort Guys, Farnan and Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For more details, call 410-367-7777 today. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Is this Asia? Funny story. It's going to get me off track, and we're waiting on Todd Frazier. He's calling us. We had this when I was in Key West. My cousins, who are Margie's cousins, but they're my cousins by marriage now, John and Tommy. We had this whole Asia. This was not planned, by the way. Alex did not know. We had this whole Asia conversation at one point while we were down there because we were in the pool listening to music on Spotify, and we went into this whole Asia conversation. I saw Asia open for Journey at the arena. What's this, like 5 years? This is not with the original singer, but the Filipino kid that sounds just like Steve Perry. Yeah. Anyway, They have 2 songs that I know of. That's one of them. Only Time Will Tell, Heat of the Moment are the 2 songs. There might be one song that you maybe heard of, but they waited till the end to play those 2 songs. So you sit through 40 minutes of songs you never heard of to get to those 2 bangers, Bum.
They really should just play them on repeat for 40 minutes.
Just play Heat of the Moment.
The one-hit wonders. The one-hit wonders. You just lean
they had 2 hits.
2, whatever.
Only Time Will Tell.
Same difference.
Heat of the Moment. Both massive songs. Beyond that, I couldn't tell you another Asia song.
Now, when they did get to those 2 songs,
this is 2016, so it's a long time ago. But yes, I was.
You were into it.
I did. Those are bangers, Bone. Yeah. And thank you, Alex, for bringing that back. We are awaiting the call of Todd Frazier. He's Bone's colleague now in foul territory because, Bone, let the people know what you're doing.
Yeah, Steve Molesky and Brad Brock and I have started Birdland Territory, which is part of the Foul Territory Network. And we've had Scott Braun on for years now, going back to his time at MLB Network. And then he ended up doing his own thing, Foul Territory. He's gotten a bunch of former players. Kenny Rosenthal is involved. And what they're doing, they've really been building over the past couple of years. But each team, not all 30 yet, but most of them, 26 or 27 of them, have their own network. So we started the Orioles one, and we do 3 episodes a week. They're 30 minutes, so it's not this big undertaking. Yeah. It's very easy. You can listen to it on your way to work, way home from work. We just did our 3rd episode yesterday.
How are you feeling about it so far?
It's been a lot of fun, man. It's been a lot of fun, and the Foul Territory, their whole infrastructure, the social media teams and the tech teams and the people involved. Scott, I've interacted with Scott a lot as well. They've all been really welcoming, and they've all been pretty great.
I enjoy Scott Braun. We have him on a bunch. Enjoy when he comes on. He's like a more low-key Greg Amsinger. Like
he is. That's a good. Hey, they were both colleagues at MLB Network. Yeah, Scott's Scott's a straight shooter.
Yes.
He's funny. He's extremely knowledgeable. We always love having Scott on.
No. So we are waiting Todd Frazier. Todd Frazier famously was on the Little League World Series team. I think it's Toms River, New Jersey. I think he won the Little League World Series back
Did he
in
win the
day.
home run derby?
I think
You're asking me Todd Frazier trivia during
I
the
think
break.
he also won a home run derby when he. This is in the major leagues, but I seem to remember he won a home run derby. We'll have to ask him. I think it was when he was with the Reds. But yes, we'll have to ask him that. But we are waiting Todd Frazier's call. Orioles taking on the Giants. It's interesting. They got the Giants and the Diamondbacks, so some interleague back-to-back.
Yeah, and this Giants team that's coming in, they've been scuffling a bit. Of course, everyone remembers the opening night on Netflix against the Yankees, and that was a complete debacle from start to finish, where Logan Webb, their ace, was on the mound, and he was just getting hammered. His second inning, I think 6 or 7 consecutive batters ended up reaching. And with the Giants, they're 29th in on-base percentage, 27th in OPS, 30th in home runs. This is a lineup that lacks a lot of thump.
They've won 2 in a row, which has gotten them to 5-8. They hired Tony Vitello, first time ever a manager with no major league experience, coming straight from college Tennessee to manage the Giants.
Yeah, Femi was in for you yesterday, Ken, when you were dealing with the pain. And
is he a Giants fan,
he
right?
Is.
Yes.
He is a Giants fan. And we had on Tony Gwynn Jr. Because he joins us every Thursday, and he was asking, how much grace do you give the new manager? And Tony's like, all right, man, just like give him some time, let him grow into his role. But Femi was pretty upset about the Giants' start to the season.
Femi's usually pretty patient, but not about the Giants.
No.
It's interesting. Football, patience, which is not as game as patience.
Yes, that's
Baseball,
true.
they play 1,000 games. He's already done with the new manager.
I don't know if he's done with them, but he's not happy with the start that they've gotten off to.
No, they're 5. They're in last place in that division. That division is other than the Dodgers, who are 9-3. The Diamondbacks and Padres are both 7-6. Then you got the Rockies at 6-7, and the Giants pulling up the rear at 5-8.
Yeah, it's been, one of the better divisions in baseball over the past couple of years, and it helps having the Dodgers winning back-to-back World Series atop that division. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And with the Dodgers, I know Shohei Ohtani, he was on the mound the other day getting a start, and they're obviously off to a hot start at 9-3.
Yeah, well, and did you expect anything less from the Dodgers?
No, but remember this time, well, not this time last year, but a little bit into the season last year, you were kind of waiting for the Dodgers to get going. Everybody's thinking that they're going to shatter the Mariners' win-loss record, and obviously they didn't end up reaching those heights. But gosh, what was the over-under win total for them this year? I know it was in the hundreds as it was last year.
They will be just fine. They had a bunch of injuries, if you remember, a year ago.
Yeah.
Like their bullpen was destroyed by injuries. And basically the whole year they had what's his face? The guy, the starter, the young starter, Japanese starter, was their closer in the playoffs.
Yes. And that team this year is the Blue Jays, man. The Blue Jays have just been absolutely decimated with injuries, in particular their starting rotation.
So Orioles and Giants tonight. It's an Apple TV game, so you won't be able to watch it unless you have Apple TV.
Or you get illegal streaming like your boy.
Yeah.
Is this on, right? Allegedly. Yeah, we don't know.
Like a friend of a friend
of a friend. It's maybe not my account.
Don't out yourself.
No, I don't want to out myself, but yeah, I'll be able to watch it for sure.
Yeah, I do have Apple TV. They have some good programming on Apple TV.
They?
Yeah, Tehran, good show. Hijack, good show.
I'm not familiar with that.
Slow Horses, good show. So I think they did Presumed Innocent, which they did a series that was based on the old movie. Good show. So I've done some serious elliptical watching on Apple TV.
I need a new show now because it took me an eternity, but I finished Stranger Things because I did the full rewatch. So I went from season 1
silly.
all the way through.
Why would you do that?
I love the show. Like doing the full rewatch, made me really appreciate the first couple seasons. And then you see the kids go from like infants to now they look like they're older than me. But
I'm watching the last season. So it's my current elliptical show. And now I have to pause because of my broken wrist. But It is startling how old some of them look.
Oh, my God, yeah. Well, doesn't Millie Bobby Brown have a kid?
She didn't birth the kid herself, but yes.
Still.
She married John Bon Jovi's son.
She's probably like, what, 21, 22?
Yeah, she's married.
Yeah, they're all, yeah. Caleb,
I
forget his last name, but he's got like a beard in real life and everything. He's got more facial hair than me.
Well,
yeah, that's true.
You sometimes go a little too far with the facial hair.
Well, it's laziness, Ken. It's just pure laziness.
I
don't want to shave as often as needed.
I am sure there was a misunderstanding with Todd Frazier. I would like to let the people know I'm pulling up the read because I'm a nice person. Foul Territory airs from 1 to 3 Eastern on YouTube and wherever you get your podcast. Todd Frazier, AJ Przinsky, you got Eric Kratz, you got Kevin Pillar, etc. Ken Rosenthal in there as well. Todd also works for Yes Network on Yankees coverage. So I was looking forward to asking about the Yankees and the division, but we'll have to do that another time. But coming up next, how about Blaze Alexander? Bone, they made that trade. We're like, wow, they gave up a lot for Blaze Alexander. Has he been better than we thought? And what will his role be as the season continues? Will he continue to have a big role with this baseball team? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Baseball is back on The Fan. It's a new year, new attitude. Follow your hometown team all season on The Fan. Mike Bordick and Steve Molesky headline our baseball coverage along with Bob Haney and Tim Barbalase. Your hosts on Baltimore Baseball Tonight. Spread the word around. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need to replace your cooling and heating system? Constellation Home will give you a same-day estimate and next-day installation. Plus, save up to $3,000. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
Baltimore's Classic 5 golf courses make golf fun and affordable. All 5 local courses, Pine Ridge, Mount Pleasant, Forest Park, Carroll Park, and Clifton Park, are challenging and fun for players of all skill levels. Book your tee time today at classic5golf.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira-joyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Now that Wendy's has these new biggie deals, everyone in the family can get what they're craving, from nugs to JBCs. The parental units can get an $8 biggie bundle, the eldest who think they're so grown can get a $6 biggie bag, and the little one who can do no wrong can get a $4 biggie bites. You know, assuming they have a credit card. No, I'm kidding. We take cash too. $4, $6, and $8 biggie deals for the whole family. Only at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Hey guys, let's be real for a second. It's your buddy Bob Haynie here. When it comes to performance, good enough isn't good enough, and that's exactly why Blue Chew just raised the bar. Introducing Blue Chew Gold, the revolutionary 4-in-1 upgrade that targets both your brain and your body. This is the future of performance, faster, smarter, and precision engineered for best results. Get started today at BlueChew.com and see why millions of men trust Blue Chew now with the gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. And we have a special deal for our listeners. Get 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold with code BOB1057. That's promo code BOB1057 and get 10% off the first month of Blue Chew Gold. Visit BlueChew.com for details and important safety information. And as always, we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring. Keep that loving from getting old, fellas, with Blue Chew Gold.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
On the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy through Pikesville, slows again between 83, the Harrisburg Expressway, and York Road. 95 northbound's heavy between the Beltway and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy approaching I-95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. 895 southbound heavy from after Route 40, Pulaski Highway to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
So Bone is now part of the Foul Territory family with Birdland Territory, himself, Steve Molesky, Brad Brock, and we love Foul Territory. So joining us now, and by the way, you can catch Foul Territory 1 to 3 every day on YouTube 1 to 3 Eastern, wherever you get your podcasts. You got AJ Przinsky, you have Eric Kratz, Kevin Pillar, Ken Rosenthal, and our next guest, Todd Frazier, who also works for Yes Network on Yankees coverage. And Todd, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. So I do the show here with Bone, and Bone's young and knows nothing about anything that happened before him. So and we obviously had a scheduling mix-up, so I was going over Todd Frazier trivia, which he knows nothing about. So confirm a couple things for us. Number one, you won a Little League World Series. Am I right on that?
Yep, in 1998.
Todd, the Tom's River, correct?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, see? So that's one. Number two, did you win a home run derby?
I did, 2015.
Yes. See, Bone knows nothing about either of these things. So we were going through Todd Frazier trivia. But thank you so much for joining us. We do appreciate it. Let's start with the Yankees since you're on Yes Network as well. They're in first place early. What do you think of this Yankees team so far?
I think pitching has been fantastic. You think about where they are and the injuries they have with Carlos Rodon and Garrett Cole. I mean, you didn't think they'd come out this hot. They've kind of fizzled a little bit with the bats, as we've seen, almost getting no hit yesterday by the Athletics. I think they'll come around. There's a lot of guys right now that aren't hitting where they should be. But that's all over Major League Baseball. But the biggest key for me is the bottom of the lineup has to get going. And has to get going fast because when the lineup turns over, good things usually do happen.
Todd, what do you think of this Orioles team? They got swept last weekend in Pittsburgh, but then they swept the White Sox, and they're at 500 right now. Still waiting to see this offense get going.
Yeah, same kind of deal. I know the Yankees are in the lead, but, Blue Jays are kind of fizzling a little bit. I think they got swept by the White Sox. The Orioles are hit or miss. Tampa is always looming for some reason. We always know that. But and the Red Sox, too. It's incredible what's going on. So for the Orioles, I mean, once Pete Alonso starts really taking off, I think you're going to see a difference. He's a leader. He's a guy that when he gets hot, never know what can happen. I want to see a big year from Adley Rutschman. A lot of people have been talking about him like, hey, where's he gone? I feel like he's just fine. He just has to understand how really good of a ball player he is. And you got the young guys there, too, as well. The Gunnar Hendersons of the world that, once everybody gets going, they'll be fine.
Talking with Todd Frazier, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. Todd, I know that it's very early and baseball's a long season, and I preface by knowing how patient the people in Boston are about the Red Sox, but is it too early to be concerned as they sit at 4-8?
I would be concerned. I would be, knowing their track record a little bit. I know they made the playoffs last year, but ultimately I would be definitely a little bit worried. It's a team, they have all the tools, they have everything else, but they're not finding ways to win games when they should. So we'll see where they are, come September. But, yeah, I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried for a lot of teams. You know, the Houston Astros, all the injuries, the Mariners, who are worst. I think they got the worst. What are they? The worst losses in MLB. So record, excuse me. So with a pitching staff like that, it's tough. It's tough days for some guys.
Todd, what about the Blue Jays? Our producer, Ben Hall, he's a heck of a handicapper, and he predicted some serious regression from them, and boy, are they dealing with injuries as well.
Yeah, I think the injury bug, I think Bo Bichette, I got to be honest with you, man. This guy was absolutely awesome guy. I think people underestimated him, how big of a leader he is. Nothing against Vlad Guerrero Jr. He's awesome too, but those two together, I think, work very well, and you're not seeing the fruits of the labor anymore. So that's the biggest problem. When you get swept by the White Sox, I don't care if it's early, in the middle, or late in the season, that's not a good sign.
Todd, you mentioned the Rays, and they're always looming, and we talk about that here on the show as well. Like, what is it about that organization? It's almost like they're cockroaches. You can't kill them.
That's a good way of putting it. And it's funny. You see guys either get picked up by them or get traded over there and as pitchers, and next thing you know, you don't hear much about them. They go to the Rays, and they're talking about them being in the Cy Young, talk. So they play really well. Sampson's really good. He's quick. He's been doing really well, hitting well too. So once he goes, pretty much the straw that stirs the drink up there at the top of the lineup.
Todd, got to get your thoughts on the Jorge Soler, Ronaldo Lopez brawl. 7 games reduced to 5 for Lopez, and he's swinging a baseball.
That's a weapon.
When he's hit. That's a weapon. What did you think of that?
Yeah, I wasn't a fan of that. I don't mind the fight in there. That's going to happen every once in a while. You want to throw a punch? Okay, but using a baseball, luckily he had his helmet on because that was close to the temple region, So, I didn't like it. I don't know. We didn't see the whole thing. Maybe him and Soler had some problems in the off seasons. I'm not sure, but Soler wasn't messing around. Ball was close to him or up. The brawling, man, I love it. At the end of the day, a good hoopla is nothing wrong with that, but ultimately you got to be very careful and how you do it and when you do it.
Todd, when they suspend players, obviously, and you played everyday players, you get suspended for 5 games, you miss 5 games. A pitcher doesn't play every day, so to reduce his suspension when the sting is less anyway seems a little ridiculous.
Yeah, it does. I think they got to figure something else out during that. What the answer is, I don't know. Yeah, basically, he's just missing his days. He's going to get his work done. He's going to do everything he does the same, and ultimately, he's going to be ready and get back to being the 5-day starter that he is. So, what can you do? You take more money out? I don't know. It's a really good question.
Todd, it's been a while since we've seen a teenage position player debut, and Connor Griffin did that 1 week ago today, and he signed the new contract, a 9-year, $140 million contract. What have you thought of Griffin and that extension?
I think it's great. He took care of what he thought was best for him. Could he be even more big of a superstar and make more money? Yeah, probably, but you don't take that chance. I'm sure he was getting some kickback from some people, but all that money he's got, his family for as long as he lives is taken care of, and his family's family. So I'm happy for the guy. Anytime you can get a contract, a guaranteed contract, you never know what's going to happen as you get older. I hope for the best for him. I hope he becomes a superstar. It's only good for baseball.
Todd, you grew up a Yankee or a Mets fan?
I was a Yankee fan.
So you got to play for the Yankees. How was that? Like, to play for the team you grew up rooting for?
It was incredible. Listen, playing in New York is awesome. Only the strong survive there, man. I got to be honest with you. It was a dream come true playing for both of them. Yes. I thought that was awesome. There's not many people that can say that ultimately. But yeah, it was just a different energy in the boogie down, man. They expected greatness out of you every day, and your focus was winning, no sidetracks on anything, and you went out there, and if you weren't playing right, they'd let you know.
Todd Frazier, this was great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. We love what you guys are doing over at Foul Territory, and we appreciate your time.
Thank you, man. Have a great one.
You too. Foul Territory is 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern every day on YouTube. You can check it out wherever you get your podcast. Todd Frazier, AJ Przinsky, Eric Kratz, Kevin Pillar, Ken Rosenthal. Todd also does Yankees games on Yes, so you can check him out there as well. And Bone learned some Todd Frazier trivia. So
I did. Little League World Series and the home run show.
I'm sometimes impressed with the stuff stuck in my brain that I don't know why it's in my brain, but it's in there.
Todd Frazier.
Yeah, Todd Frazier trivia. Like, why
facts.
is Todd Frazier video for trivia in my brain? I'll ask. Coming up next, let's get to the Blaze Alexander of it all, shall we, Bum? Blaze Alexander, he's been better than we thought. Is he going to continue to have a big role with this team? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com. Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, the Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at the Holloman Firm.
Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery for a chance to win cash instantly. Or enter the Second Chance promotion and you could win a VIP game day experience, including premium seat access and more. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. Please play responsibly.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
As you watch the most accomplished players in golf chase green jackets in Augusta this week, make sure you're getting your own swing in shape with Baltimore County Golf. Getting fitted for the right clubs is one of the easiest ways to improve your game, and the PGA professionals at Baltimore County Golf are ready to give you more when you purchase your new clubs from them. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Diamond Ridge, Greystone, Fox Hollow, Rocky Point, and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage cardholders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of their PGA professionals. And with a lot of hard work and a little luck, maybe you'll be getting fit for your own green blazer one day. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. That's BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit. BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Inner loop of the Beltway heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Slows again on the inner loop between the Harrisburg Expressway and York Road. 95 northbound heavy between the Beltway and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound is heavy between West Patapsco Avenue and I-95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. In Pasadena, Route 100 eastbound at Catherine Avenue. The accident's on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Ravens defense is hoping for a bounce-back season after finishing 18th in points per game and 22nd in yards per play allowed. Kyle Hamilton believes Coach Jesse Minter will help lead them back to being an upper echelon group.
He cares a lot about the process and the learning process especially. Obviously right now we're not out there playing football and we're just in a meeting room, and that can get a little mundane from time to time, but keeps guys engaged just by paint a picture of what you're going to do.
The Birds are looking to extend their win streak to 4 games when they open up a 3-game series against the Giants tonight. Shane Boz will take the ball opposite Landon Roop. BBT, presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken, gets underway at 6, live from Pickles Pub. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with an overnight low of 56. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 69. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln College of Technology. The jobs are out there. Are you ready for them? Enroll now at Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus. With hands-on training, you won't just learn it, you'll do it. Visit lincolntech.edu. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. Now let's go live to Augusta for a golf update brought to you by Baltimore County Golf. This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Augusta National Golf Club, Westwood One Sports presents this special report on the Masters. I'm Ted Emmerich. A more demanding Augusta National is bringing even Scotty Scheffler to his knees.
This is a very difficult green to read, one of the toughest. This for par from 6 feet for Scotty Scheffler. Back and through, ball rolls up on the left-hand side, and it misses on the right again, a carbon copy of the par putt that he had at the last.
Really a shocker.
Yeah, it really is. Carl Paulson and Steve Melnick the call at 5 on Sirius XM. So back-to-back bogeys for Scheffler at 4 and 5. He did drop in his par putts at 6 and 7. Scheffler is even par for the tournament, 5 off the lead. Sam Burns and Rory McIlroy are 5 under. They have yet to tee off here in the second round. You're listening to coverage of the 2026 Masters on Westwood One.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Burns minutes away from teeing off in the second round. The Shreveport, Louisiana native sharing the first round lead with defending champion Rory McIlroy. Both are 5 under. McIlroy tees off next hour. 2023 U.S. Open champion Wyndham Clark birdies 15 and 16. Clark is now alone at 4 under, 1 off the lead. Kurt Kitayama, Jason Day, and Patrick Reed are -3, 2 back. Kitayama with a par at number 1. Tyrrell Hatton surging 4 under, making the turn today. He's now 2 under for the tournament and 3 back. Also at 2 under, Justin Rose, Brooks Koepka, Shane Lowry, and Xander Schauffele. Koepka sporting a textured mock neck tee with a birdie at 8 to move to -2. At 1 under, there's Chris Gotterup making his Masters debut. Jordan Spieth, who's 1 under today through 8. He left his birdie putt from 6 feet up the hill there at 8, just short. Had to tap in for his par. From Augusta, I'm Ted Emmerich, Westwood One Sports.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
2 for Davis. Breaking ball down to third. Fair ball. Alexander from foul ground. Wow. Got him. No, he didn't. I thought he got him. Whoa. Dan Isonia says safe at first. And the Orioles will look to see if they want to challenge this. Extraordinary play, and the Orioles will challenge.
Please overturn, runner is out. Baltimore retained.
Man, what a throw. What a grab, and then what a throw by Blaze.
And a really good finish on the back end.
That's Kevin Brown and Ben McDonald, 2 friends of the show, talking about the play, the Manny Alexander-esque play that Manny Machado. Manny Alexander. Wow, that was a callback. That Manny Machado-esque play that Blaze made in Pittsburgh. Blaze Alexander's batting a respectable .276. He's been great defensively. He's stolen a couple bags. He's played multiple positions. Is Blaze Alexander better than we expected him to be?
Without question. And you think when the trade happened and they traded Cade Stroud among a couple of other prospects, it caught us all by surprise because we obviously had a lot of concerns with this bullpen. It seemed like Cade Stroud, you could pencil him into the 26-man roster, but they're almost at the point now, Ken, especially when we were talking about Jackson Holiday earlier. Who knows when he ends up coming back? Where would they be without Blaze Alexander at this point in terms of his versatility? He started a game at shortstop. He started 6 games at second, and he started 2 games at third. And there's been a couple of games where he's moved from second to third, pinch hitting situations and moving guys around. So, and then
you're going to see him in center field at some point.
Yeah, I totally believe we will see him in the outfield. And you look at his StatCast page, Ken. He's actually gotten extremely unlucky. You mentioned the batting average, 276. He has the top percentile in expected batting average. His expected batting average is 397.
Wow.
390. So that's almost a difference of 130 points. So he should be even better. The slug, the average exit velocity, the hard hit percentage is in the 94th percentile. Blaze Alexander's been everything they could have hoped for.
Jerry Aloysius Coleman's going to join us at 5, and he likes to yell at us sometimes, say we're prisoners of the moment. Are we being too prisoner of the moment with Blaze Alexander? It is only 12 games.
Sure, but I'm just going off what we've seen thus far. Like, is he going to keep up this pace? Probably not. Blaze is still a very inexperienced ball player.
He's still young.
He's played all of 145 games in the majors, and he's never been known for his bat. You can look last year in 74 games, he had a 706 OPS, which is right around league average, but he's what they need in terms of the glove, Ken. Like the play that we came in, that happened last Friday in Pittsburgh.
You were there, Bob.
Yeah, that's as good as a play as you will see all year long at the third base position. And it's fine to have glove first guys. It's fine to have super utility guys, but he's more than holding his own in this starting role.
Question is, were you lucid enough to enjoy that live, or did you see it later on highlights?
No, I saw it live.
No, but were you like aware?
Yes, I was aware. Yes.
Okay. You weren't doing the 999 challenge?
No, I was not doing the 9. I have no desire to do the 999. I just think that would
but
not.
But you like that kind of nonsense, don't you?
But
like if your friend said, let's do the 999 challenge.
Oh, I have a couple of my friends that have done it.
Yeah, you would be, as you like to say, down to clown.
I don't think it would sit well on my stomach. 9 beers at a baseball game, that's cake. That's child's play. It's the 9 hot dogs with the buns. that would not sit well on my stomach.
Can you eat them plain? Are you allowed to eat them plain?
You can eat them however the heck you want to eat them.
Because I think I'd go plain.
I probably would put mustard on them.
Maybe some mustard.
Yeah.
But
lube it up a little.
Yeah. Yes. Help it get down the gullet a little bit. Yeah. You got to get that thing down the gullet. But yes. No, I'll admit, and I know it's only 12 games. That's why I brought it up. But he's been much better than I expected him to be. Like, I thought he'd be like a utility infield. Before all the injuries, I thought he'd be a guy that was a late-inning defensive replacement, maybe gets 1 or 2 starts a week. The injuries have necessitated him playing more, but he's been one of their better players.
Yeah, and I want to stress, I'm not expecting him to hit at the rate that he is all season long. I'm expecting regression there. But if he's able to play the caliber of defense that he has played in the first 2 weeks of the season, you will take that because this defense has been extremely shaky to start the season.
Orioles take on the San Francisco Giants tonight, 7 o'clock start, because it's Friday. Usually they play 6:30 the rest of the week, but Friday nights, 7 o'clock. Again, it's an Apple TV game, so you won't be able to watch the game en masse. But don't you fret. Bobster and Ryan Ripken, they'll be live from Pickles coming up at 6 o'clock, getting you ready. Baltimore baseball tonight right there at Pickles. Go on out and say hello to them. It is also City Connect night. You've seen the jerseys online. You can't buy them online. You have to reserve them online, but you can buy them at the Orioles team shop. So they are available, flying off the shelves at Camden Yards. But coming up next, let's switch to the Ravens, Bone, shall we? And Zay Flowers spoke on Wednesday, and he talked about the Ravens and their championship window. Is that championship window closing? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Knicks beat the Celtics last night, 112-106, and are now 2 games back of the Celtics for the 2 seed in the East with just 2 games left to play in the regular season. If the Knicks have any hopes of advancing deep into the playoffs, they're going to have games like they did last night with Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart, combining for 51 points and, most importantly, limiting the Celtics to 23 points in the fourth quarter. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attorney Aaron Snyder here. Injured in an accident? Call Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg, 1-800-INJURED. Hi, this is Attorney Aaron Snyder. If you've been injured in an accident, Cohen, Snyder, and Eisenberg is here to help. With over 40 years of experience, we fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 1-800-INJURED for a free consultation or visit COSECLaw.com, the people's choice.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi? And get this. What if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal.
For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99 now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
95 northbound heavy between the Beltway and the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound is heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to I-95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard. Slows again on the inner loop between the Harrisburg Expressway off and on to Loch Raven Boulevard. In Pasadena, Route 100 eastbound at Catherine Avenue. Accident activity on the right side. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Absolutely. We all know that, though. I feel like the whole team know that. And I feel like everybody got a window, like different teams. Like, it don't matter who it is, you're going to have a window to, and you got to just seize your opportunity. And that's our window, I feel like.
It's Zay Flowers talking on Wednesday about the championship window. He mentioned, hey, the Seahawks, they hired Mike McDonald. He won the Super Bowl in 2 years. We still can do that. We can do that this year. But I think the question that's being asked, especially with a team that had Super Bowl aspirations a year ago and they missed the playoffs, is the window closing, Bone?
This is a big year. This is a big year just because I think that there's going to be a lot of uncertainty heading into next season, especially if the Lamar Jackson contract doesn't get done this offseason. Now, do I think that Lamar is going to play out the contract and end up walking? I don't, but you'd rather avoid the doomsday situation next year when the cap hits $84 million. And there's a lot of players, their cap hits rising exponentially next year. Kyle Hamilton, Ronnie Stanley, Derrick Henry, Travis Jones, they're all double digits. Mark Andrews, his cap hit doubles. And the Ravens are kind of in rough shape right now for the 2027 cap. They're already projected over, according to overthecap.com. But when you look at sports, sometimes for teams, the window's slammed shut and you don't see it coming. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to be the case for the Ravens, but I am saying that's why you need to take advantage of what you have when you have it. And that's why 2023 just really stings so much. And I know a lot of people love to retweet that Dan Campbell quote when they were in, I think that was 2023 as well for them, the Lions, like that may have been our chance. But, you know, you look at Peyton Manning. That's been a comp for Lamar because of the postseason struggles. Peyton Manning didn't win his first Super Bowl until year 9. Mm-hmm. Lamar Jackson, he is entering year 9, and he's just turned 29 in January, and it'll be interesting to see how his game evolves as he ages because his mobility is such a big, big part of his game, even though he is a hell of a passer. I think with the AFC being as wide open as it is, Lamar Jackson's age, Lamar Jackson's contract point, I think that's why you've seen Eric DeCosta act differently this offseason. And it started with the Max Crosby trade that, of course, fell through. Trey Hendrickson, the biggest free agent contract that they've given out in franchise history. I think you've even seen some acknowledgement from Eric DeCosta, this window, maybe not slamming shut, maybe not closing, but it's not as open as it was.
Yeah, I'd agree. I gave the example, you know, like some doors, maybe in hotels, they got that you can put that in that hook where they stay. I think it's off of that. It's still well ajar.
Sure.
But I think it's closer to closing than being wide open, if that makes sense.
I think that's fair.
And part of that is because Lamar Jackson's about to be 30. But again, every year he's been healthy and upright, they've been competing for the 1 seed in December. So I can't say it's closed because I think last year was just an injury-plagued season, and I think he'll be healthy this year. I think the defense will be better because of Minter and Weaver on that side, and they're going to draft some more guys. And they added Trey Hendrickson. They obviously acknowledge the fact that they can't just scheme up pass rush. It was an abject failure a year ago. So I do think they're going to be better defensively. They don't have a football game to play this Sunday. There's moves that need to be made to fill holes, but I think they're going to be fine this year.
Things can and certainly will change a year from now, but I think it is very fair to say at this point in the offseason, compared to any other offseason in the Lamar Jackson era going back to 2018, the AFC is as wide open as it's ever been. And you can go back to his rookie year where, hey, Tom Brady was still with the Patriots at that point. And then 2018, that was Patrick Mahomes' first year starting. He burst onto the scene, threw over 50 touchdown passes in that season. And the Chiefs have kind of ran the conference since then. Well, Mahomes just blew out his knee in December. We'll see what that looks like at the beginning of the season. The Bills didn't make it to the AFC Championship last year. No. It was the Broncos and Patriots. So this is, at this point of the offseason compared to any other time in 2018, the most wide open the AFC has been in the Lamar Jackson era.
I'm not telling you they're going to the Super Bowl, but would it surprise me? No, because as you just pointed out, the AFC is completely wide open. Like New England was very, and granted, they had to win the games and they won the games.
They're a regression candidate.
But they beat a Houston team in the playoffs that Houston's quarterback was a double agent. And they played a Broncos team where the quarterback got hurt. Otherwise, I think they lose that football game. I don't care if it's played in Denver, New England, or on the moon. So they were very fortunate to get to the Super Bowl, but I don't think they're a great football team.
No. And a lot of people pointed out their schedule, which was very, very, very easy. And now, of course, they're going to play a first-place schedule. And the Broncos, I mean, what do they look like this upcoming year? There's so many question marks with the AFC right now where I'm just going to be fascinated to see how it's going to play out, how until week 1 what Eric DeCosta is going to do to continue to augment this roster. Heck, now we're less than 2 weeks away from the draft, Ken. The mock and rolls, there aren't many left.
Well, we missed out on a mock and roll yesterday. We'll get one in next week because I have some thoughts, but patent pending. Mock and roll will be back next week. Coming up next, we'll be back next. Dr. Jerry Eloysius Coleman, MD. We'll talk Ravens, Orioles. Both teams have new jerseys. What does Jerry think of that? We have a lot to get into with Jerry Coleman next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Chris Mack here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. The Knicks took care of business against a Jaylen Brownless Celtics team last night at the Garden. And while Jason Tatum looked rusty as well, it was a preview of a likely second-round series in an Eastern Conference playoff field that's wide open. And the Knicks, despite all of their playoff experience, are still nearly 5-1 to win the East, with maybe just the Celtics standing in their way. Is it hard to see New York getting hot and going on a run? I don't think so. Knicks plus 450 up at BetMGM right now to win the East. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Swing into savings during the Grand Slam sales event at Bob Bell Kia. Line up your pick from 4 great models under $30K. Credit issues? You're safe at home with us. Don't get left on base. Shop now at BobBellKia.com.
This golf season, get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Plus, Baltimore County Golf gives you more golf with your golf purchase than other retailers. More range credits to practice with your new clubs. More rounds at Greystone and Woodlands to get out on the course. More money back to Advantage cardholders to spend in the golf shop or on lessons with any of our PGA professionals. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit to make an appointment and get more golf for your club purchase this season. Get fit and get more with Baltimore County Golf.
Dribbles it down the court. Just a few seconds left. Pass to the corner. 2 to shoot. It's up. And it's good.
This season, head over to Giant to get game day ready with all your favorite foods and snacks, and let Upside dish the assist with a $10 cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. Upside is a free app that helps you earn cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and dining. Simply claim an offer in the app, pay like usual, and start earning real cash back. You can cash out to your bank or turn into gift cards. Right now, get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 for a $10 cashback bonus. That's promo code CHARM01 for a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase. Remember, that's promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Have you ever wondered why the salespeople in the big box appliance aisles wear work aprons? What are they protecting themselves from? A dangerous spill in the paint department? At Bray & Scarf, we don't wear aprons because we're not side hustling in lumber. We offer a showroom that actually looks like a kitchen. You can see live induction cooking, test the latest connected tech, and we might even bake some cookies to keep it cozy. No concrete floors or associate filling in from plumbing here. Just manufacturer certified experts who actually know how the appliances work. Because your kitchen should be a dream, not a DIY project. Visit Bray & Scarf, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Ready for a kitchen upgrade? The spring savings event has arrived at Bray & Scarf. Get exclusive savings on GE Profile and Cafe refrigeration, save up to 40% on select models, and enjoy 18-month special financing. Shop online or visit any of our 16 convenient locations to see why at Bray & Scarf, it doesn't cost more to get more.
Visit Bel Air Hyundai and save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Tucsons, or drive a new Santa Fe, Elantra, or Sonata with 0% 0.99% 60-month financing. Visit BelAirHyundai.com to check out their great selection.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the Anderson Automotive Studios, this is WJZFM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
The Ravens began their offseason workout program on Monday, and the attendance has been strong. Mark Andrews recently spoke about why it was important for the veterans to be in Baltimore.
I mean, it was a quick offseason, for a lot of guys. And so for us to be here, I think it speaks volumes to just the attitude, the determination, the focus levels of everybody within this organization. And again, the excitement to have everybody here.
Shane Baz is set to take the mound in tonight's series opener against the Giants. Last time out versus the Pirates, Baz tossed 5 2/3 innings of one-run ball. San Francisco will send out Landon Roop. Baltimore baseball tonight presented by Jerry's Home Services with Bob Haney and Ryan Ripken gets underway at 6 live from Pickles Pub. From the Bob Bell Kia Nissan of Essex Weather Center, temps are in the low 70s with an overnight low of 56. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 69. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I'm always excited about Fridays because Friday is the day where we get to catch up with our friend, a man who has covered both of these franchises since their inception, a man who has seen many alternate jerseys in his time. It's the good doctor, Jerry Aloysius Coleman, MD. And Jerry, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. Before we get started on some of these conversations, I was talking to a mutual friend of ours earlier this week. He may or may not be an eye doctor. And he wanted me to ask you, have you talked to your cruise friends since the cruise? So I said, you know what? I'm going to talk to Jerry on Friday. And it's a perfect time to ask you, have you talked to your cruise friends since the cruise?
Yes, I have.
Oh.
Thanks for inquiring. We did speak just the other day, actually last night.
Oh,
wow. And, she's out in San Diego. I'm here in Baltimore. It's 75 and sunny every day where she lives. Not that way here. What I was talking about was the bombardment of cruise, emails, texts, all sorts of everything from the cruise industry getting inundated. I don't know if they listen into my conversations, but sometimes I think they do, or they just know I just went on a cruise. But getting solicitations almost 2 times a day is getting annoying. So I was telling her about hitting unsubscribe. She was asking how to get rid of some of these people, and I was explaining.
Are you planning a trip to San Diego?
Your question.
Are you?
No. But if you, you see some pictures of us in a pool or at a bar taken by the New York Post, not by TMZ,
yes.
$5,000.
Yeah.
Apparently $5,000 is too much for TMZ to pay for these Diana Rossini pictures, allegedly.
Yeah.
Too scandalous for a valid organization like TMZ. So the New York Post, page 6, got the scoop.
Yeah.
So you may see some pictures out there, at one of those bougie resorts in San Diego.
Nice.
So how frequently have you guys communicated since the
That's
cruise?
a great question, Bo.
Not too frequently, and we're not digging too deep into this. It's not worth talking about. Believe me, this isn't the Amber situation. There is no Amber alert that needs to be sounded.
So this is not a future Mrs. Aloysius.
No.
Okay.
All right.
See it happening.
Well, let's get to the biggest news, and that's the City Connect 2.0 jerseys, Jerry. If there's anyone that is
the biggest news in town right now?
Absolutely. If there's anyone that knows fashion, it's you, Jerry.
Absolutely.
So what do you think of the new uniforms?
I mean, they're okay. They're a way to make money. Go out and buy as much as you want, folks. I mean, that's why the Ravens are doing it. That's why the Orioles are doing it. I see I've been invited to a Ravens event. We can talk about that later. But another opportunity for the Baltimore Media Free Food Twitter account coming up this Thursday, which is going to be a bougie event at Merriweather Post, I understand. And,
nice.
If the weather's good, I'll go. And if the food's free, I'll definitely make sure I'm there. I'm sure that guy that runs that account as well. But as far as the Orioles, Tim, I mean, it's a City Connect thing. It's a baseball-wide situation. I think it's great that it adds conversation. What's going to add more conversation are victories and butts in the seats. I don't know how many fans are going to be traveling free of charge down to Camden Yards tonight with this 410 thing, but it's going to be interesting with the light rail. Is it free for everyone on the light rail tonight?
Yeah.
Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, it's free.
So people can go wherever they want on the light rail today because there's going to be really no tracking whether you're going to the Orioles game or downtown or coming from downtown somewhere else.
I will date myself. The last time I used a light rail, I had to pay with a Susan B. Anthony coin.
Yeah, I think it was right when Camden Yards opened. I will date myself.
Yeah.
I was warned there's going to be no parking, and there wasn't. I didn't have an A-lot pass the first 5 years. I parked at the Baltimore Arena and actually walked. And, people talk about crime and all that around the ballpark. Well, I made it. You know how big and strong I am. Made it.
You're very intimidating.
Yes.
For at least 3 years, parking at the Baltimore Arena and walking to Camden Yards.
We're talking with Jerry Coleman's Inside Access here on the Fan. So you mentioned it's all about wins that'll get butts in the seats. So what do you think of this team through 12 games sitting at 6-6?
It's been interesting because it has been up and down. It was a roller coaster road trip, no doubt about it. After what we saw in Pittsburgh, they bounced back in Chicago. There were still moments of trepidation. I'm sure you guys have talked about throughout that White Sox series where
we have. You listened.
It wasn't a foregone conclusion in any of these games. So they make it interesting. That's what they're doing right now. They got to tighten up the defense. You're going to get exposed at the major league level. Bordick and I talk about this all the time on the podcast. You can't hide. It's not like the Wellwood Little League I used to play in where they put me in right field and I just hoped and prayed like Tanner and the Bad News Bears they weren't going to hit the ball to me. And in the major leagues, they are going to hit the ball to you. They're going to find you eventually, and you will be exposed. So that's what concerns me the most, along with the bullpen.
Jerry, what about Kyle Bradish, though? He's been so consistent, but the first 3 starts of the season, it's been a struggle for him. He's just hasn't been able to find his command.
I don't know what it is because I'll tell you, when I saw him in spring training, and I saw him twice, he was very sharp. I thought he looked like the old Kyle Bradish in spring training, just the same way I thought about Trevor Rogers. He's just been off a tick. You're right. I mean, something hasn't been completely right. I think he will bounce back. Maybe it's just a rough start for him, but he's a guy I'm less worried about perhaps than others. Let's see what Boz does tonight. Very afraid of what's going to happen with Chris Bassett tomorrow with the game. I guess tonight's game's on Apple. Tomorrow's game's on Fox. So they got a lot of prime time and big network coverage coming this weekend.
Jerry, a couple of guys that I'm curious to get your level of concern. Hitters, are you? I know it's only 12 games. Are you kind of done with Kobe Mayo and Colton Cowser?
Colton Cowser, yes. I've seen enough of him. I don't understand why this guy hasn't been demoted yet. He seems to carry an aura about him. I understand they've done promotions around him and all that.
The Moon Man.
More so with him. Kobe Mayo, I'm willing to give a little bit more of a chance. He's been put in a tough position over at third base. He's not delivering at the plate. I agree. I would shake it up at some point if this continues. But again, it's only been 12 games certainly not worried about Pete Alonso. That's not a worry at all. This guy shows up every day. He's been everything that he's been billed. I mean, he does a lot behind the scenes, not only for the community, but the clubhouse. So what a great asset he's been so far to Baltimore, and it sounds like he's ready to produce. So hopefully we're going to see better days ahead for the polar bear at Camden Yards.
Jerry, let's switch gears to the Ravens, and they started their offseason workout program. Lamar Jackson was present.
Yes.
We saw.
Wait a minute. Lamar showed up?
Lamar did.
The Ravens didn't tout. No one touted that at all.
No.
I had no idea Lamar was there. Really?
Yeah. He's wearing a cool sweatshirt.
What did you think of number 8 there? And I'm sure you were out at One Winning Drive for the press conferences. Just your takeaways from week 1 of the
I think
offseason.
Because I went on this very show a week ago, and I think one of you guys asked me about whether or not Lamar was going to show up. And I said, I give it less than a 5% chance, but I gave it a chance. But because I said that opened up the floodgates on social media for I told you so guy to come on and tell me, I told you so. You guys made such a big deal. You keep moving the goalposts. Here's the goalpost that I'm going to move for Lamar Jackson. For everyone that's listening that's a fanboy of Lamar and comes at me, win consecutive playoff games. That's the goal. That should be the goal for Lamar, okay? He's done everything else except win consecutive playoff games. We need to see that from him. As far as him showing up, great. Showed up at 1 of 9 in previous season, the previous year when they were a Super Bowl contender. So he must be really enthused that John Harbaugh is gone and with this new team and with this new leader. I mean, I can't wait to hear from Lamar and the excitement that's being exuded out of One Winning Drive. There's a lot of excitement. I mean, hearing from Mark Andrews, who I think has passed his prime, was interesting this week, and Kyle Hamilton's take on the new regime change and all that. I just say careful what you wish for with this change. Hopefully it works out. I'm in Jesse Minter's corner, but man, they ran John Harbaugh out of town, a lot of these people, and can't wait for him to fail in New York. And I'm just like, why do you feel so angry towards this guy who won a Super Bowl here, tried to do the right thing by Lamar, never badmouth Lamar publicly, but it's clear that Lamar wanted a change, so he got his wish.
Did you start a new Instagram page, Jerry? I
did.
I got like an alert. I was like, I already was friends with Jerry on Instagram, but I bought it. I joined.
I did. You know why I did it, Ken? For the Stick to Sports crowd. I get a lot of that, especially on the Facebook page, the personal Facebook page where, I put up stuff like I'm upset the Apple store's closing in Towson.
Yeah.
And people come after me and tell me to stick to sports. Sometimes it's political. So, yes, at Sports with Coleman on Instagram. That opens up the door to mention that. At Sports with Coleman on Instagram. Please give that a follow. You don't have to worry about my private page anymore. But you guys can still follow because I know you.
Yes.
Well,
Thank you.
Well, let's continue the plugs then, Jerry.
Of course.
What's going on with the podcast? Be More Baseball Pod with Mike Bordick. Latest episode. Tell the people.
Yeah, I better promote it because Bordick won't. We had Freddie Gonzalez on this past. No,
Nice.
I'm kidding. Freddie Gonzalez was on this past week. Freddie was a coach for the World Baseball Classic USA team, and I asked him if he threw his silver medal in the trash can. He did not, even though Michael Phelps talked to the team and told him he doesn't keep any of his silver medals around. He doesn't know where they are. I'm sure that went over well in the clubhouse. But we talked with Freddie about the Orioles, the defense, striking out too much and all that. We also talked with Dr. Michael Jacobs about Zach Eflin's elbow situation, whether or not he's going to ever pitch again as an Oriole. Probably unlikely, but what the rest of his career means. So we get into a lot this week. Be More Sports Pod is where you can watch it or listen to it. You have that magnifying glass on your phone, folks. Just put in Be More Sports Pod. It comes right up. It's real easy for the older generation, which I'm a part of.
Well, for the people, will there be a football pod around the draft, or we just wait till the season?
No, there will be a football pod. Unlike some other people in town, we just don't go at a whim. We reserve our content for special moments, and we'll wait until the regular season comes. We're going to go a little bit longer, Mike Preston and I, this upcoming season, probably 30 episodes or maybe a little more, partnering with the Baltimore Sun. And the Baltimore Sun is partnering with us with the baseball podcast. So looking forward to football, but baseball first. But there will be a Be More Football podcast as well. Thanks for asking, Ken. How's your wrist, man? How's your wrist?
So it's in a splint at the moment. So it's sitting on a pillow. So it's doing okay, but it's seen better days, Jerry.
He's playing hurt, Jerry.
Now, Ken, I mean, I don't mean to put everything out on the air, and maybe you talked about this, but I said to Tim, I go, I feel like this isn't the first time that Ken has had an injury to his wrist. Why do I remember you wearing a cast on your wrist at one point?
No wrist. I broke my ankle at the night of my 50th birthday party, tripping over the leash, walking Bruce.
I remember that.
Yeah,
I do remember that.
I've never broken my wrist